one. So Brio. I need a level one. Okay, thank you.
I had just placed my request and I've been told it's fine.
Okay, now if you could give me some time, because we haven't yet started.
I just want to take the preparation so that at least.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. How are you? I know it is cold outside. I thank you for coming. My name is Arthur. I'm going to be stage manager for today. I want to thank you all for coming to World Vasectomy Day, where today we're going to be having vasectomies on stage. I apologize, we're running a bit behind schedule, so kindly give us 20 minutes, and then we will start the procedures for today. Okay? Thank you.
That's okay. Everything that you need to do now, you do it quietly. If you need me, you take me through the mic, okay? Hello, everybody. Sorry to keep you waiting so long. I want to explain to you. My name is Nicolas Cuellar. I'm the director of these events. And the main reason why this is, you see, so chaotic, we were talking about now that this looks like this is an event that's happening around the world. We not only have all the people that we have here today with us, we're doing live stream right now, and it's happening. So everybody that has a computer has a link, and I know that the link is everywhere. We have bloggers all over the place. So if you go to our website, you'll see the link, and you'll see me talking with, I think, like 45-second delay. But to do that, but they're also going to be interacting with us. So there's people from all over the world getting ready to talk to us and to discuss World Vasectomy Day. So that is not only here in Kenya, but it's also happening worldwide. So imagine time differences is going to be that's why this is an 8-hour event. The first thing I want to do is introduce the co-founder of this event. The reason why all of this is happening is Jonathan Stack. Jonathan. How's it going?
All right, guys. Now the energy's got to start. I know we're not a lot of people here. We're a lot of people around the world. It's been an incredible time. I got here in June 15th about. I had around 10 days to get approvals. That was the very first thing, was to get approvals. Thank you, Nicholas. That was really the thing, is I needed to get the approval from the government, and I was fortunate to have a connection with Dr. Josephine Cabarro. She's not here right now. She's coming in the afternoon, and she took me to meet with people at the Ministry of Health, and eventually I had the chance to meet with Dr. Keegan, who runs the Reproductive Health Division within the Ministry of Health. And both of them, we sat down for breakfast. It was early morning. I think it was the Silver Spring Hotel, and they heard me out. They listened to my story, and they were very excited by the idea of it, and they let us do it. And I started going around talking to all of the stakeholders, many of whom, well, we'll get them up there later, but many people have come from pretty much every organization. The first one was with IntraHealth, who was my primary sponsor, and then Japago, who had brought me over on the first trip, and later I met with Engender Health, and I met with FHOK, and met Marie Stopes, and International Planned Parenthood, and so on. There were more and more, I think it was DKT, and it really was just a beautiful sort of, everyone sort of stepped up in so many different ways. Just to give an idea of what's coming, I'm going to start with a quick video. There's going to be a lot of people that I'm going to be thanking. We're a little bit slow behind, as you probably know. So what I'm going to do is we're going to just start off with the first video that we did. I wanted to just acknowledge Nicolas. He came around 8 days ago, I think a week ago. He's a real force. He basically whipped everybody into shape, almost, and got these films together, which we're going to be seeing, I think, 10 or 12 movies that we shot over the last few months. There are just a lot of people that made this possible, a lot of amazing young Kenyan filmmakers and communicators. We're going to be introducing them over the course of the day. I know there are people out there watching. Apologize again for being late, but we're here, and now we're going to be here for the next 10 hours, so whatever it took. And I think more people are going to be coming. It's a long event. We don't expect everybody to stay for the whole day, but anybody, you're always welcome. Come and go. The doctors are here. We'll be introducing later, but let me start with the first video, okay? So we'll see the first video.
Vasectomy providers in over 40 countries.
Contamos con 1000 médicos que participan.
Yanafanya upangaji uzazi duniani mzima katika historia.
Well, beautiful job. First time I'm watching the movie as well, so it's the same for me. It's just they've been working. I think they worked till 4 or 5 in the morning to get this together, and this is a lot. We traveled through the countryside. We went on a road trip with lovely people, Judy Karias and Isaac Muneni. They were our guides from IntraHealth, took us around. We went to 6 or 7 counties, and we went with ministers of health. Everywhere we went to talk to people about vasectomies. Now, in the past years, I've sat up here on this stage and talked for 10 straight hours. And this year, my first thought was I wanted to not be up here talking all the time. I was just going to be by myself. But we decided that it made sense it's nice to have somebody who can understand, who comes from here, who can really speak in multiple languages, and who just can be our guide. So let me introduce Bonnie. Here he is. And Bonnie is he's a host on CNBC, and he's going to be our co-host today. And we're really going to be we just kind of met recently, and it's just going to be an informal conversation in which I'm able to share with him and share some ideas and pass it through. But Bonnie, maybe you can introduce yourself.
Sure, good morning. No, seriously. Good morning. Great, my name is Bonnie, like you've heard. And today we're not cutting anything off. Let's just get that out of the way, okay? You wanna clap? We're not cutting anything off because I had a lot of conversation when I was just waiting out there and somebody's asking me, oh, so you also come to be cut off? I'm like, nah. So, atungoi kitu, sawa? Great, and like Jonathan said, this is the first time I'm part of these conversations, and just like you, I heard about them, and I was like, oh wow, World Vasectomy Day, so what do they do there? And then he said, we're gonna see people get vasectomies. I was like, oh wow, that's graphic, but in an interesting kind of way, okay? And there's a lot of questions that came to my mind when you were talking about this, and I went up and just relooked vasectomy again and wondered, why would people even have a day about it? However, what came out strongly is that this is part of our life, right? And it's, for the first time, good to have men take part in this conversation, right? And so we'll be addressing a lot of those issues. We'll be getting into what this day means. But what is more exciting, like Jonathan said, is that we're not here alone, and we're not having this conversation alone. There are other audiences and lots of other people, similar minds, with lots of other questions across the globe that we'll be engaging in the course of today. So you do want to stay here. We'll be speaking to people, different kinds of people in different places in the world, and just try to get to hear what they think about this whole subject, and if indeed this thing makes sense.
Great. I wanted to say that I don't know what trending means, but yesterday apparently we were trending. That seemed to mean something very
You're kind of old.
I kind of get the idea that it meant a lot of people were following us, and apparently we hit 7 million impressions online. So there's been a team of young bloggers who've been helping get the word out, led by Noah Miller, who's here, who's been kind of guiding the team. Thank you guys, you did an amazing job. The whole point of World Vasectomy Day is never to sort of start off just to like maximize the number of vasectomies that get done. It's really to start the conversation and to show that we know that we need the conversation. The conversation takes long. And even if it's young people who are starting the conversation and young people participating, that's okay, because maybe it'll take 5 or 10 or 15 years before you're ready to get a vasectomy, but you need to start thinking and talking about your reproductive health choices right now, and that's really what it's about. Let me start, because we're a little bit behind. I was told there was somebody who was coming, Dr. Kibar was coming later in the day. She couldn't come in the morning, but if someone is here from NCPD, I think they were going to say a few words. If not, they can come up later, but if you are here, please come up. If not, we'll bring up Dr. Boniface Sebikali. He wants to introduce and welcome everybody. Dr. Sebikali is based in Chapel Hills, North Carolina. He works with IntraHealth. I think he's Director of Medical Services, and their organization is in 35 countries helping train doctors around the world. So Dr. Sebikali and IntraHealth have really been principal partners in all of this and helping guide me just so I meet the right people and speak about the ideas in a correct way. And here, Dr. Sebikali, why don't you stand? You can stand, you can sit, and you can greet the place.
Thank you, Jonathan. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Hey, you had to be energetic. How are you again? Good. Okay, thank you so much. So today, I want to say a few words. Distinguished guests, distinguished Kenyan and international vasectomy specialists here with us, respected colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. So it's my privilege and the honor to address you on behalf of the IntraHealth. As you've heard, IntraHealth has been working with Jonathan and his team since, when did we start discussing this? The beginning of the year?
Our first conversations were down at International Conference on Family Planning in Bali. Yes. That was the first time, and then we later on I took it up when you guys had your event called Switchpoint, which takes place in April in North Carolina.
Thank you. So I would like to express IntraHealth thanks and gratitude for the government of Kenya for hosting this important day, which is now celebrated for the first time in Africa. This is the fourth day, World Vasectomy Day, and this is the first time that we have it in Africa. So it's very important for Kenya and very important for Africa, the whole world as well, to have this day today. So I would like to thank the organizers, especially Jonathan and his team, and all the Kenyans, all the volunteers. We have a lot of people who have been involved in this day, and all the donors as well as sister organizations. He mentioned JIPIGO, he mentioned FHI 360, he mentioned some of these organizations, sisters. I want to thank them. I want to thank all eminent doctors involved in vasectomy around the world, and also our IntraHealth team in Kenya, all the vasectomy users that made this fourth World Vasectomy Day the success it is today. It's personally touching to see all the honorees, doctors, specialists today here. You heard they are around. Some of them are now busy with providing vasectomies around here. So it's an honor for me to be with them. And their presence today is a great demonstration of their dedication and interest in making the world a better place for all, especially for future generations. Today is a celebration day honoring the men who make outstanding informed decisions to contribute to family planning. It's not a day to celebrate the highest number of vasectomies. It's not the issue here. It's not the number of vasectomies we've done in Kenya today or during the week or around the world. But of course, we can be proud of the progress made each and every day. But we all know that increasing access to vasectomy is not easy and a quick fix, especially in low-income countries such as our countries here, Kenya and the others, where the prevalence of vasectomy is less than 1%. You should know about it. 3 years ago, in March 2014, we met here in Kenya. We were in a Fairview Hotel in Nairobi to discuss progress and lessons learned in the provision of the permanent methods of contraception in low-setting countries. So, as you can imagine, the meeting was dominated by female sterilization. Why? Because we didn't have enough information, enough data about vasectomy, of course. So it was a problem. So one of the recommendations we made was to have a special day. And we have started having kind of a vasectomy group. Jonathan knows about it, happening, having meetings in Washington, D.C. And we recognized during the meeting, while male sterilization is included in the method mixed in the national programs in most of the countries in sub-Saharan Africa, it was acknowledged that the level of the preparedness for information about the vasectomy provided was low and in some instances non-existent. So we have a long way to go. But vasectomy is not only a high effective contraception option for men, it also changes the conversation around the family planning from the woman issue to the couple issue. As you will see with my presentation in a few minutes, I have a presentation where I will show you some information. You see across the world that we see that high vasectomy rates come hand in hand with a greater equity and high socioeconomic development. This means investing in vasectomy is the right thing to do. For instance, in Canada, 1 in every 3 couples using contraception will rise on vasectomy. You should know. So, in the US, for instance, in 1 in 9 couples. Those are numbers. You see these numbers in a few minutes. Today is a day of opportunity to raise awareness around vasectomy and initiate individual and couple discussion on male engagement and share responsibilities for family planning. As those who know what's going on with the family planning around the world, you find out that the overall modern contraceptive use is rising throughout the world with the effort made in different countries. But vasectomy needs to rise with other methods and stop being marginalized, especially in low-income countries where pregnancy often carries high risk and serious complications, including maternal death. So it's a time for policymakers, donors, program managers, leaders, family planning advocates, champions, vasectomy users to step up and address the gender inequalities and also dispel myths and misconception on vasectomy through communication campaign, through community health workers, and increase access to vasectomy services through skilled providers. Personally, I believe this is possible to make vasectomy as accessible, as affordable in low-income settings as it is in developed countries. I think we still have a long way to go, but we can also make it. Thank you so much for your attention.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So I think what we'll do is we're going to be having several panelists come up and talking about this, but my first person I'd like to invite is the co-founder of World Vasectomy Day and also the man who did my vasectomy, Dr. Doug Stein. Doug, come on out. Doug is just the most passionate vasectomy provider I think you could ever imagine. I was making a film at the time about my own sort of experience and process of making the decision to get a vasectomy. And I was in New York City where I live, and I met this doctor who was Dr. Harry Fish, and he said to me, if you want to know about vasectomies, you need to get down to Florida and talk to Doug Stein. He's so fanatic, he buys billboards, he puts them across the highway, and he lets everybody know. So on the highways in Florida, there's big billboards that says, you know, advertising vasectomies, and he personally, in Florida and around the world, has done, I think, 39,500, and now a few more here in Kenya. But thank you, Doug. Doug's been incredible. He's been the main supporter of World Vasectomy Day from the beginning, continues to be, brings a team of people here to do training, and is going to be overseeing the vasectomies today. So, Doug, welcome.
Thank you, Jonathan. Jonathan introduced me as co-founder, but I'd rather consider myself assistant founder. It's really Jonathan's energy has infused into me and made my job of doing vasectomies and my whole life much more interesting. So I am a urologist, and I did general urology for about 17 years, and then got so much fulfillment out of doing my vasectomies, number one, and number two, there was a question of what I would call suboptimal access, even in the United States, that there were men who, especially men of low income, who simply couldn't afford a vasectomy or access a vasectomy or get a vasectomy through the county health departments without there being too much red tape. So I tried to simplify that and became the vasectomy services provider throughout my small geographic area, which is just Florida, and that's been very rewarding. There are still doctors who don't do that, and part of my job is to try to inspire them to also partake in this special government program called Title X. But with Jonathan, it's been a rewarding experience traveling around the world for World Vasectomy Day. But we actually did this a little bit beforehand because one of my colleagues, who I hope is introduced, and I'll introduce in just a minute, founded an organization called No Scalpel Vasectomy International. And I think it's that group which made, in my involvement with that group, which made me interesting enough to Jonathan, that Jonathan created the actual World Vasectomy Day. So No Scalpel Vasectomy International, maybe is Ramon here? Ramon, if Dr. Suarez can come out, was formed by a Filipino-American doctor who kept going back to the Philippines, and the lines of patients got longer and longer for medical care. And he realized that it was just a very high population growth rate in in the Philippines that he started this. So we started going to other developing countries, and that's where the whole, and Jonathan thought that this was pretty interesting, and that was the origin of World Vasectomy Day. So we were going to talk about what is a vasectomy, but maybe we'll put that off for a minute or two.
Right. And just before we talk about what is vasectomy, I think it's important to get a feeling of, just like you caught the vision from Jonathan, you're a scientist, so you kind of understood that. Let's get a feeling of somebody else who caught the vision, but this time around not a scientist. Let's bring out Zach.
Zach is here. Yeah.
Come out, Zach.
He ran away. I met Zach while we were driving around. He was our driver for our road trip, and I think he heard so much about vasectomies somewhere along the way he decided to get one. So Zach is he was listening. He always had funny lines to make, so I knew he was catching everything, even though he was quiet. But Zach's courageous. Every year there's one person who just sort of appears and seems to be the one who kind of steps up. So Zach, you want to just introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hello, Chris. My name is Zakaria Kagiri, and I'm 45 years old, and I'm married with 2 children. Yeah.
Zach, when you heard about this whole vasectomy thing, haukufikiria wanaenda kung'oa engine?
Already, they had 3 or 4 conferences and seminars, and I was attending them, so yeah, I understood each and everything.
And all those sciences, the terms they use, they didn't scare you off?
No, yes, first I thought I was being castrated.
Yes.
Then I thought, no. Then after some
and you woke up and you found you were not castrated?
Yeah, no, yes. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. And Zach, if you had, we are still getting to understand this, but if you had one thing to say about that whole experience, how was it?
Which experience?
Just you learning about this and being open to vasectomy.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing, because if a woman can take it, why not a man? Because women go a lot of pain and use so much resources, time, and now if they can go through all that, so I decided, yes, let me do it.
Okay, so if a woman can do it, how about you? That's what Zach says.
So actually, the very first year when we did the World Vasectomy Day, I had first thought of the idea here in Kenya, in Busia, and I had said at a certain point, within a year, we would have an event somewhere in the world. I didn't know where. It ended up being in Australia at the Royal Institute of Science, and I had said I was going to find 100 doctors in 20 countries who would participate. We were going to set out, I think that first year we said, we'll do 1,000 vasectomies. Anyhow, I ended up in Australia. We were there. We all went there to participate. And we were just looking for men who wanted, just like here, we were mobilizing for men. And we found one man in particular who was fantastic. He's always with us at every World Vasectomy Day. So let's look at a video about Chris Wren. He's the Zach of Australia. So we're going to play the first video of Chris.
So I want to introduce you to my family. Just over here is Claudia. You going to say hello, Claudia?
Hello.
James.
Hello.
My beautiful wife Jodie.
Hi.
My eldest daughter Charlotte.
Hi.
And this is Claire. Say hello, Claire.
Hi.
Exchange in beautiful downtown Adelaide. Chris, how do you feel?
Fine.
Excellent.
Good, thank you.
Good. Time to get to work there, Dr. Stein.
I decided to get a vasectomy because Jodie and I had already replicated ourselves twice, and I wanted to take responsibility for our contraception.
Hearing about World Vasectomy Day actually made it faster. So we sort of went, okay, well, here's our opportunity to do this now.
I reckon the day was super exciting. I was super excited for the entire day. I was really surprised about some of the questions I got up front too. Some of the questions were, why are you doing it publicly? Why are you doing a vasectomy? And surely you can do something else rather than do it publicly. But I thought it was a great idea to promote education and gender equality. Isn't that right, Cordy?
Yeah.
Happy World Vasectomy Day!
Anyhow, Chris, I think, is on Skype right now from Australia. Does that come on out? Are you there, Chris? Give us a few moments.
Australia is far.
He's there? It's far away. Yeah, we're waiting for the internet. Is it working back there, guys? Audio. Anyhow, so every year we always, like I said, we try. Hi,
there's
Chris.
Hi, Chris.
So, Chris, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Oh, you're our first Skype call of the day. I think it's going to work out really well. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm really happy to participate.
I wanted to. I know it's a little dark, so you probably can't see us, but I'm here with Zach. He's doing what you did 4 years ago. I just want to introduce you to him. If you had any words of advice or encouragement for Zach, who's very courageous to take the first step here. I know in Australia, vasectomy is quite common, but in Kenya, it's really not as accepted. So he's particularly brave, I think.
As I understand, look, first of all, congratulations. Congratulations on making a really important decision. It's perfectly fine. I had no problems whatsoever, and I was up and about in literally minutes.
Thank you very much.
That very same day, I was loading the trailer with cans and bottles. I think it's a great decision, and I think it's really important to spread the word. I also like to congratulate the World Vasectomy team too, because it's an excellent cause that I 100% support.
Thank you.
Zach, if you had a question for Chris, just one question before you go through it, what would that be?
Pardon?
Uko na swali yote unaweza muuliza Chris?
No, I don't have a question, but it's good to know we are sailing on the same boat, and if I need anything, maybe I have somebody to hold my hand and support me. Thank you for having you, Chris, by my side.
Fantastic. Zach is a courageous one, Chris, eh?
It's okay. So, Chris,
You're very, very welcome.
all right, Chris, we'll be talking to you next year, I'm sure. Maybe 1 year you're going to come and meet us. Next year we're planning to be in India, so it'd be great if you'd show up.
I would really love to do that. I would love to join you in India. I'll look forward to it.
Excellent. Well, thank you all. Thanks for calling in at this time, and we'll be speaking to you soon.
Okay.
Thank you.
All righty, we're ready.
Bye.
I think.
Thank you, Zach. A round of applause, please, for Zach, our fast patient.
Okay, bye, Zach. Good luck. You're in good hands, as they say. So, let's bring up the panel now, and we're going to have the first conversation about some of the myths and misconceptions about vasectomy, and so kind of just to get more into the specifics, because it's very particular. Every country is different, but there's also a lot of similarities from place to place. But we're going to be bringing up, again, we'd like to bring up Dr. Izugbara, Dr. Chimaroke Izugbara from the African Population and Health Research Center. So let's give him a round of applause as he comes up.
Also on stage, let's have Dr. Sebikali joining.
So Dr. Sebikali, please come up from IntraHealth. And we're going to just start with you two. And while we're here, we might as well bring up Kaza as well. Dr. Ramchandra Kaza come up. We're going to just have a general conversation about some of the ideas. Dr. Kaza is one of the 5 physicians who've come from abroad. They're here this week. They've been doing some training. They've been doing some vasectomies. But more importantly, they've been speaking with the ministers here, and medical school and medical students to talk about how do we create a sustainable program. World Vasectomy Day is great. We have this one day, but the real goal is to try to create a permanent program and a sustainable program. And each one of these men have done a lot of work in the field and continue to do. But let's just start with who wants to jump in and sort of give their first talk. You want to start, Dr. Sebekali?
Okay, sure, no problem. Can I have a microphone? I have some data. I don't know, there was a possibility to have a projection. I don't know, it's possible.
Yeah, we can put it up. As we're putting it up, and I think even as we address the whole misconceptions, just help us understand, Dr. Hari, what a vasectomy first is. Because I know there are so many of us either watching from across or here who may not quite get it.
Good question. What is the vasectomy for all of us? Vasectomy is, as you know, one of the family planning methods for men. What is it? It's really a simple, very simple procedure consisting in a puncture, external puncture of the skin around the place to have access to the vas deferens and to be able to, when you see it, to be able to
okay, in English.
Say again?
Just do it in English because you just lost us when you started talking about vas deferens and all that.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. It's a tube that conducts from the testis to the prostate when you have ejaculation where it's a conduct. So you identify the conduct and to be able to isolate it, and you can isolate it, and when you have it, you can ligate it and or cauterize it. And after, now there's no communication between the testes and also the prostate. So you have still have the sperm, but without the sperm is not there. So you have the semen without sperm. That's how it is. Yeah.
You want to jump in? I saw you shaking your head and agreeing and all that.
Well, I am primarily a researcher on family planning issues and quite very interested in vasectomy, particularly around the continent. And I've been working on trying to understand why the uptake of vasectomy is not as rapid as we want it to be on the continent. So I know it's an effective method. I know it's something that is increasingly at a global level receiving reception. And in Africa, as we speak, only about 0.01% or thereabout of men actually are using vasectomy.
And we'll get to why it's just that number, whether they're scared or something. But Dr. Ari, let's talk about from where you are, before I come back to Dr. Sebekali, what do you think is the biggest hindrance? He's just mentioned that only just 1% are willing to go through this. From where you see it, why do you have such small numbers?
I think there are many misperceptions, misconceptions, and that's the reason why the figures are so low. And they are actually deep things inside men, that anything that you do around the generative organs, is likely to affect their performance, be it in the form of libido, be it in the form of impotence, and or in any other way. People have lots of misconceptions, including the fact that somehow it might affect their urinary passage. So, and then it's also linked to castration, possibly because of the agricultural background, because agricultural animals are quite often castrated for various reasons. So they carry the example over to themselves, and they think that this is probably what is going to happen to them. But essentially, vasectomy involves the closure of a conduit. There's a conduit carrying sperms from the testes to the urethra. You close off that conduit by a small surgical procedure, and the approach is through a very small puncture, and is done under anesthesia so that nobody feels the pain. Right?
All right. Great. Dr. Sebikali, I know you've been going through your notes, but just building up on what he said, please.
Yeah, that's what I want to add to something related to Africa in general. He talked about the culture issue and also the gender issue. In general, people think here and in our areas in many countries that family planning is a women issue. That's one of the problems as well. They think it's a women duty. And then another thing is also people think that having as many children as they can, it's a matter of the power, matter of the resources and so on. But it's not. You know about it now because we can end up with the poverty because you have to feed them we have to provide them with their education and so on. Every man, every person here, I'm sure it's all of us, we want our children to have a better life than ours. If you cannot have that objective, cannot have that goal, it's a problem. You have a problem already. I wanted to add something else quickly.
Yes, quickly.
The other thing I wanted to add, I found out in the places like West Africa, 3 years ago, we conducted a kind of assessment with the Population Service International, PSI, in Benin, and I was with someone from PSI. We talked to a group of people, including physicians, and some people told us what they feel. They have anxiety about anything about surgery to do with the surgery. They think it's death in their culture, which is nothing. You heard about it, what is it? Vasectomy, it's done. It's a simple operation procedure done under local anesthesia. So it's not death at all.
Right.
And you've seen people, you saw...
and talking of
Isaac.
seeing people on that side, Zach is having his vasectomy right now. Yeah. So we'll be getting to hear from him later. But Dr. Ari, before we continue, you mentioned about the misconception and you talked about the small number. Let's just very quickly watch a small video that will kind of give us a true picture of what are some of these misconceptions, especially about vasectomy.
What? Vasectomy?
Yeah. Vasectomy.
Vasectomy.
It's like castrated.
Watu wanaweza sema pengine fulani amerogwa vitu kama hizo.
Yeah, vasectomy, I know it's just a means of family planning, but deeper into it, I don't know much.
It's a minor surgery that is done on the male gender does it. Once it's done, there are no consequences, I can say.
Like the tying up with the tubes of the male what are they called again?
A man's vas deferens.
The vas deferens.
The vas deferens.
Yeah, basically it's a way of controlling fertility.
Here the challenge is we don't see that much because men tend to have the superiority, more the chauvinism that I'm not that in a position to go to a clinic to get advice on how I can plan my family or advice on how I can control myself to avoid maybe having like more than 6 kids or 7 kids. Men always have the tendency of, we already know it all. We are the know-it-all guys.
So they need to be empowered to get this information elsewhere, through a structured conversation, why men need to take responsibility for their families.
We need to have our men prepared and educated and empowered with knowledge about vasectomy, because vasectomy should be done and it is important and beneficial to the family as a whole.
And yeah, vasectomy is the way to go in the new world.
All right. So do we identify with some of those? How many of us thought it's witchcraft? Oh, okay, you guys are fairly smart. Okay. Did you identify with any of those points that were raised there? Did you watch one and say, yeah, I think that's me? Yeah? Yes? Okay. We have notes. Dr. Sebekali, please.
I wanted to add some more reasons as well why the vasectomy is so low in Africa. On the provider side, we heard about the population of what people think about it, but I want to bring up the provider side, our side, providers ourselves. We have a problem with the knowledge as well on our provider side, and there are also a few providers who can provide vasectomy. So we have a very low numbers of people trained in providing vasectomy. And another thing also, you can look at the donors in general. We know donors support family planning program, but less support to vasectomy. Let me give you an example. I was talking about the assessment we did, for instance, we conducted in West Africa, in Benin. When I went to the mission to give them a debriefing about the data, what we found and so on, we were thinking about the feasibility of the vasectomy, of the having vasectomy as a part of the program. And I was told by the mission that no, vasectomy is not a priority here. So that's how it is as well. So it's another problem as well. And sometimes when they start programs with the vasectomy, sometimes it's kind of the pilot. It doesn't go anywhere after. We needed to make sure that it doesn't stay as a pilot. So we have those problems on the side, the providers' side, the donors sometimes. And also another thing I wanted to add.
Let me just jump in before. Let's talk about the providers. Izugbara, you work in this space, and we can consider you a provider of sorts. Give us, just help us understand, why don't we have more people like yourself wanting to be part of this?
Well, just before I come to that, I mean, just to say that the sources of the misconceptions around vasectomy come from different places. I mean, women are also a source of it. Sometimes men want to undergo this, and women say, well,
There's some women in the house today. Let me hear, show of hand, are there women who are happy to have their men take a vasectomy? Okay, not all hands went up. Are there women who would not want their men to have vasectomy? Okay, where's the middle? There are women who didn't raise their hand. Let me hear from the lovely lady here. You didn't raise your hand. Give us a thought of if your man says they want to take a vasectomy, what would be your thoughts?
Okay, right now I wouldn't know how to answer that because I'm not married yet. But I think after getting the number of babies, I'd feel I'll be able to support. Why not?
Why not? Let's hear from another lady. If your man says today, I'd like to take the procedure, what would be your thought?
Again, I think I would think about the number of children that I'd had and the number of children that we wanted as a couple and see if that matched up. And if so, I think it would be a great option. It's very effective.
Are there women who just will not like the idea of their man going through the procedure? We are cool with it. So Izugbara, it seems like the women here are not like the ones from that part of Africa. Sorry about that. They are actually happy to have their men take the procedure. Jonathan?
Let me just take this moment because we wanted to, first of all, Zach is done, so Zach, would you come out? See.
Round of applause for our first
When I first arrived in, how was that, Zach, by the way? How do you feel now?
I feel just like the way I was feeling, no pain or nothing.
Excellent. Well, there you go. First one. Thank you very much. We'll be in touch with you in the coming years, Zach. We need you, and probably keep driving for us today. He can drive a car, right, Doug? He can drive, so we're all good. I just wanted to just say one thing. When I first got to Kenya the very first time, I had a letter of introduction from IntraHealth saying that I was coming to participate in the project World Vasectomy Day, and I got to the customs, and they took out the piece of paper. The customs agent said, World Vasectomy Day in Kenya? And he looked at me, he says, good luck. He said, you'll never find men who are going to be willing to get vasectomies because we don't do it here in Africa. That's what he said. And I didn't know if he was right or not, but I wasn't going to give up. And I started going to have meetings. And Along the way of having meetings, of course, I was taking Uber. And in driving Uber, of course, I spent a lot of time in cars, so I got to talk to a lot of Uber drivers, and I got their opinions about what is, about the whole idea. So that was my first contact with Kenyan men, were Uber drivers, and we'd like to show a video of some of the Uber drivers that we met along the way. I've been in 183 Ubers, so I've met a lot, but this is just a tiny little sampling. So we're going to show a movie about our Uber videos, as we like to call them. So let's take a peek.
I've been driving Uber for the last 8 months. My son is 1.5. So at times it gives me a challenge because I'm not able to find my son awake by that time. I walk out when he's asleep. I get in when he's asleep.
I have one wife and one daughter. But she's aware we can add 1 or 2 so that we can plan how to raise it. Yeah.
Familia yangu tu niko mimi na mtoto mmoja, mtoto ako na 7 months. Sitaki mwingine juu nikiongezea mwingine itakuwa ni shida.
It's hard having a family in these economic times. You have to work hard and extra hard to give your children the best in education, in everything that they need.
With having too much children, you will cause a lot of troubles, a lot of stress to the children.
Mtu mwenye hawezi kujikontrol, ile kitu inaweza msaidia juu saa zingine analeta viumbe hapa anawaleta kwa shida.
It will just help to plan about life. With a plan, you can do anything and you can go anywhere.
We've been giving our wives so much responsibility with the family planning, the needles, the pills, and as we all know, they have serious side effects in the long run. So as men, if we call ourselves real men, we should step up and get a vasectomy.
We need sound. I think I have the better mic. I was just going back because I was like, we need better sound when we're recording in cars. But anyhow, that was the feeling when we were there driving, and you could see that I would ask the drivers the same 3 questions, which I would ask you guys to sort of explain about, because the reality was I would ask the drivers the same 3 questions. The first one was how many children did they want, or how many did they have? What would they consider a complete family? And it was around 80% said 3. And around 15% said 2, and then a few wanted 4, and a couple wanted 1, and 2 people wanted a football team. But they weren't going to get a football team and still get their kids through school. And the second question I'd ask all the men was, how important was it to them to have control over the number, as opposed to just let it be the responsibility of women? And every man said they wanted to have some part of the conversation. It wasn't something they wanted to just leave to women. And the third point that everybody made, when I'd ask them this question, which I think is a universal question, I would always ask the men, how important is it to you that the quality of life of your children be better than your own, that you're able to provide for them things that you were not able to receive? And every single man said, that's why they work so hard. Right. So with those 3 things, family size, defined, men wanting to be involved, and their commitment, their love for their children as a motivating factor for everything they do, I have no doubt, I didn't doubt in my mind that we'd find men who would be considering vasectomy. So this is really, it's just a matter of talking and having programs to really engage men. So I just wanted to get some thoughts and comments from you guys.
The point I was making, initially, was that in studies we've done across Africa, sometimes women say their men will begin to cheat if they obtain a vasectomy.
Right.
But there is actually very little evidence to prove that. The other misconceptions we found around the continent is that men themselves say they feel that they will begin to grow breasts and begin to look like women. They will have diminished sexual satisfaction. They will be unable to achieve powerful ejaculation and sexual release. And there are people in this room who are living proofs that those are all
misconceptions.
And misconceptions.
Right.
Yeah.
Dr. Isubara, let me just jump in because I wanted Dr. Kaza to give us the experience from India, because we've talked about the African context and why it's very hard in Africa. But Dr. Kaza, before you give us the experience from India, I'd like to hear your view about the role that providers play, and then you can give us the Indian experience.
It's probably one of the most difficult things about creating a vasectomy program is to create number of providers. You know, it's a chicken and egg situation. When you create a large number of providers and they don't have cases to do, they lose motivation, they might lose skills as well. And on the other side, if you don't have providers and you have done a demand generation, then it becomes difficult to provide service. But nevertheless, at some point you have to find an optimal plane. And to my mind, and as we have done in India, to my mind, creating providers kind of precedes creating demand. And why I say that, you do take some time to develop materials for publicity, and you have to go around the country creating the right kind of publicity material. And that particular time can be used to create providers.
What can Africa learn from India? Because we are grappling with these very small numbers of men who are willing to take this procedure.
I think as of now, as I understood in the last few days, I was in Nairobi, what I can see is that the program is roughly here at the same stage our program was in 1991, 1991. And that is, vasectomy we have a history of vasectomy. This is nothing new to us. We have a history of vasectomy, but then we had a massive fall, and it fell down to close to 1.8%. And the question was how to dig it out of the ground and again revive it. So exactly the same situation out here. Here maybe you don't have a history of vasectomy, but you need to create it. So there is a lot of creation required. You have to create publicity materials, you have to create providers, and then get on with the job, district, county by county, and then it will be possible. In fact, I'm quite confident it is possible because what I could judge in the last few days, there are enough men wanting vasectomy. Yeah.
Right, and we'll get back to going forward. I'd like to give a chance to Sebikali, and also Isubara, you'll also have a last point. Then before we move to our next Skype that is starting in just a few moments, I'd like to give a chance to someone in the audience to raise any question that you might have had in the course of this conversation, especially about misconceptions, vasectomy, and the African context. Sebikali.
What I want to add to what the doctor said, it's, for instance, when Jonathan said the person he met said, oh, you're going to Nairobi, to Kenya, to organize a World Vasectomy Day. Good luck. I disagree. I disagree it's possible. I would say my time when I was really doing vasectomy all the way back when I was in my country before I left to went to US, I was doing 4 vasectomy per month. 4 per month. So it's a matter of the creating demand creation. It's a matter of the sustaining your program. It's a matter of the having providers skilled, well-trained. It's a matter of the having support and supporting those providers and also motivating those providers, and to continue with also the users that satisfy the users. It's important. You can use the users. They can help us. When you hear, for instance, Isaac talking, or you hear Chris talking, it's important to hear those people who has gone through, can explain what it is and how they feel at their home, their life, and so on. Those are convincing people, can really help you. So you can use all the channels, communication channels we have, posters, campaign, community workers, satisfied clients, and also champions, people who are with you. And now you have technology, you have e-health, m-health with the mobile, you have a social networks. There literally we have a lot of things we can use. So it's a matter of the supporting the program. It's possible, it's a kind of if you want to do it, we can succeed. It's possible.
Right.
So there's a sleeping demand there.
Right.
The problem, another problem I want to highlight is also about how our training is organized as a physicians, as nurses, and midwives. There is emphasis, because it came from all the way back when we started our education system. There is emphasis on women and children. Of course, they are vulnerable groups. No emphasis on the men. So providers don't know what to do with men, what they can do for men.
But at least the World Vasectomy Day has started having that conversation about men.
Okay, we come to that.
So let's have Isabella just make a point, then Dr. Kaza, you'll wrap up this session, then I'll just give a chance to a few questions from the audience before we wrap this up, okay?
So I just want to make 2 quick points, and those 2 quick points support the issues that they have raised. In a study that was done with about 4,000 providers, observing them provide family planning services, only 2 of, I don't want to mention the country, but it's in Africa, only 2 of them actually offered vasectomy as an option to the couple when they presented. So there is an issue with the preparation of providers when it comes to family planning counseling. And then the second point is, in our studies around vasectomy too, in Africa, men and women ask us, if this is something that is good, why don't governments stand up for it, the way they stand up for contraceptives and preach condoms and all that? So there is also that gap between generating demand, which needs to come from the institutional processes and systems in the country.
Right. Dr. Kaza.
The way we went about it in India is we had a successful program, and I think one of the most important things to do is an advocacy with both the politicians as well as the bureaucracy, because these are the men in power, they have the funds, and unfortunately they have always been looking at the female part of the program, and there's a major need to change their psyche, and it requires a lot of advocacy, because female program is linked with various other things which I don't wish to discuss. So therefore an advocacy is required. That's step 1. And step 2 is to create build a base of manpower who will provide services. And step 3 would be to create enough IEC material so that it can go around. And step 4 is to find that man who's going to walk the trail, who's got a fire in the belly, who fights, who stands up for a cause. Now you have to look around and find, there are many doctors who have that kind of fire in the belly, who's going to go around the country training the people, talking to the men. He has to be your champion, he has to be your icon. And once you find such man, he is sufficiently inspiring for others to follow. And the moment you do that, find 3 or 4 places in the country which will do enormous work. We did that in our country. We had 4 or 5 places where history, you can believe, my father had a vasectomy after my younger sister was born. So you can imagine how old I am and when he had his vasectomy. So therefore, you find such states where such a history is there, and you'll find people who are ready to take up the program, create areas of success there. Nothing begets success like success. So create 4 or 5 areas in the country where successful programs develop, others then compete and catch up, and that is your tipping point. That is the time when you're going to get into the program.
Right, fantastic. Let's now take a few questions we might have from the audience from the conversation we've just been having here about what vasectomy is, any misconceptions, any concerns you might be having, and any questions? Can have the lights this side? Good. Just tell us where you are from, what your name is, and shoot your question. Tell us who you want to answer the question.
Okay, my name is Gloria Milimo. I'm a health reporter at K24 TV. My question is, who is eligible for vasectomy? Can a diabetic undergo this process? My second question is, how is it, the uptake of vasectomy in Kenya, and the prevalence rate here in Kenya, and what are the major challenges in terms of scaling up the uptake of vasectomy among men of eligible age?
Thank you. We got all the questions. Who wants to take first? Sure.
Let me start with this. Let me start with the statistics in Kenya. In 2008, the DHS was conducted, of 24,000 women who were interviewed, only 1 woman said she was relying on vasectomy by her husband as a means of family planning. So that gives you an indication of where we are in terms of uptake of vasectomy. I don't know if that begins to give you a picture of where things are. That of 24,000 women who were interviewed and who were using family planning, only one of them was relying on her husband's vasectomy as a means of family planning.
Okay, Dr. Sebikali, just address the issue of diabetes because we need to take a call in just a minute.
Okay. I want to say, to respond to the question about who is eligible. Any man, any family who has reached the number of the children they want to have can have vasectomy. So there is no barrier there. Anybody can have vasectomy if they think they have reached the number they want. It's where they want to go. So when you look at what we call the WHO eligibility criteria, medical eligibility criteria, there are some areas where you can have a caution, you can have a delay, if there is anything that you think you need to sort it out, but it doesn't mean the person cannot have the method. It's still possible, but it could be delayed if there is, for instance, infection at the place. The person needs to be cured from this infection. So it could be delayed. Just an example I gave you. Or there's a tumor or something need to be treated before we go to the vasectomy. So anybody any man, any family that has reached the number of the children they want to have can have vasectomy. It's a matter of what I said, the delay or caution, meaning have to be careful, for instance. That's it. That's what I would say.
So I think we have to close up this session. We're going to keep moving along. That was fantastic, guys. Thanks so much. Look, if there are more questions, they're going to be around. And as the day goes on, feel free to ask them questions. Keep tweeting. Keep getting the words out. We really want to keep this thing moving. Thank you both, all three of you. And we'll be talking to you later, I'm sure, during the day.
Round of applause to our doctors, please.
I wanted to say that this year, in the previous years, all of the funding for World Vasectomy Day came from mostly my friends, my family, who did not disown me, and Dr. Doug Stein, and a few other doctors who came through. And then this year, for the first time, we started to reach out for institutional support and organizational support, and out of the blue, there came a group out of the UK that was through a man named John Charnock Wilson and another gentleman named John Gilbo. And John was a vasectomy doctor himself and worked at a clinic called the Arthur Elliott Smith Clinic, and they offered a very generous donation this year to help the event. And we have John on. The thing that we decided to do with his group was to give out some awards for people who we think were very special. So I'd like to introduce John Gilbo. He's based in the UK. John, good morning. Good morning, John.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us? I can hear you.
Oh, good. Well, good morning. How are you feeling this morning, John?
I'm feeling very well. I'm sorry I can't be with you. I used to be at school in Nairobi when I was a kid.
Well, then welcome home.
And I'd love to be there with you all.
Bonnie, this is John Gilbo. John, were you a physician as well?
Yes, indeed. I've done my own share of a few vasectomies, like 5,000.
Whoa.
When we started, everybody said, like they would say about men in Kenya, that no man with lots of red blood would ever have a vasectomy, and yet it took off in Britain. That was a long time ago, but the same way it can take off in Kenya, because men can see you can have the red blood and still have a vasectomy.
John, in all that period, what would you say is your biggest success when you look at all this time?
The biggest success, well, certainly on a UK basis, the fact that we were right there at the beginning when almost nobody, like in Kenya, almost nobody had had a vasectomy in 1969-70 when we started. And then we started doing it. And once we started doing it, and a man who had a vasectomy went and had a boxing match and won his rounds, and then was drinking in the bar afterwards, and they said, wow, you've had a vasectomy, you've just won a boxing match? Wow, it must be okay. And so gradually, in Britain, the community got to know that vasectomy was a good thing to do, and it didn't change you as a chap at all, and your sex life was just as good as ever. That's our greatest success.
Excellent. So, John, could you talk a little bit about the award that we're giving out today and how we thought about it? And I'll introduce a little bit of George, the man himself, but I wanted to just hear from you first.
Yes, okay. Well, basically, when we looked in the money, our clinic is a not-for-profit clinic, and we made a bit of money. We heard about World Vasectomy Day, and we thought we'd like to give some money to support it. And when we gave the money, we talked to Jonathan and a few other people, and the idea was created that we should have some awards, an annual Elliott Smith Awards in 3 categories: for the doctor who had done most promote it, for a publicist, somebody, and we've got somebody from the Philippines that you'll be hearing about, who publicizes it, who's a layperson, and for a patient whose values and reasons for getting a vasectomy represent the highest levels of consciousness associated with World Vasectomy Day. So that's how it came about, as a memory of this chap, Elliott Smith, who founded our clinic way back in 1970. And I can tell you that his principles were that all vasectomies would be well counselled, entirely voluntary, and delivered with respect and dignity. And that's what World Vasectomy Day stands for. So the recipients of this year's award have been chosen because they demonstrate that very ethos.
Thank you very much, John. And to hear the winner of the Family of the Year, let's have George Mboga and his family on stage.
There's the music.
Fantastic.
Round of applause to George Mboga.
I met George in 2012 in Busia. He had come 2,000 kilometers by bus. He'll tell his story. We're going to be showing a video shortly, but I just wanted to bring George on, and maybe George, before you sit, you can talk a little bit about yourself and how you came about how to be this character.
Ruth as well. My name's George Mboga. How did I meet Stock? First of all, I didn't know what vasectomy is. I come from a family whereby my father had 4 wives. So I'm the 4th house, A, B, C, D. So I'm the D house. I'm the elder son. Both parents are deceased. My father and my dad, both of them are dead. I had dreams in life, but I didn't realize this because it was a huge task for my dear father and mother to rear us, 25 children, house A, B, C, D. So, when I married my wife, I took 10 years not giving birth to a child. Not that I was not able biologically, I was very functioning. But looking at the history in my family, I gave it time. And then we made a decision with my wife, we will have 1 child, be it a girl or a boy. God loves both sexes, so it never bothered us. So when our 10th year came, we gave birth to 1 child. So after that, the family planning methods we were using, they had bad effects on my wife. One, she was overbleeding when she was using the family planning methods. Her legs were swelling so much at times, and a bad backache. So I just thought of myself, why should my wife be a pharmacy, chemist? We went to a family planning whereby things were inserted to her body. She used the pills. So then I was looking for a way of family planning which I myself could accept. In fact, where I was staying, I went to different hospitals looking for male family planning. And even the doctors I was asking, they were getting scared. It is women are doing this. Why are you doing this? So then they discouraged me in a way. But I went up to Kisumu from where I was. I went to a marriage stop to ask, is there a family planning method for men? Happily enough, I met Dr. Chieng, who is with us here, and he told me people of no scalpel vasectomy were coming to Kenya. So I traveled 20 hours on a bus to Kisumu in 2012. That's where I met Stock, and the dog Stein is the one who did vasectomy to me.
Wow.
Thank you so much. We're running short on time, guys, but I wanted to say that, you know, in talking to George, we went out to visit with him out in Western Kenya where he lives with Ruth and his daughter, and we had a beautiful day and a half we spent together, and we were talking, and I was trying to think of some way to kind of honor all that he'd done, and we've made a decision that what we were going to do is provide him a scholarship for his daughter for her year in school. So that's how we're going to keep their family going. Thank you so much, guys. We're going to, I'm not sure what our next thing is, but it says wrap it up.
We're wrapping it up.
I wrapped it up, but it doesn't say what's next.
John,
John,
we never say goodbye to John. John was still there. Sorry, John, we forgot about you.
Yeah, well, I just want to congratulate George. Fantastic. You're a trailblazer, and I hope that many men in Kenya follow your fantastic example.
Excellent. Well, thank you, John, for everything. Thanks for your help. Thanks for Elliott Smith Awards, and we're going to continue on. So we're going to put I was starting to film right away when I met George. I mean, literally, we were there filming, and we're going to look at a video that we did of George and his family, just a short piece. And we're going to put it up right now.
We met with you at Busia in 2011. By then, I was at a place called Isbania. So I traveled 800 kilometers up to Busia when I met you. Having many children, people see it as a way of maybe later on, if they grow up, they will help you. But if you look at the trend of things, the way things are going on, then having many children is putting a big strain to the parents. Let me put these things in order here. A vasectomy was an act of love. I did it to my family so that to keep it a little bit small so that I can take care of it. Because if I have one child, I think I cannot work so strenuously to get the daily bread.
All right, so that's a bit of the story, but let's hear it from Ruth. Ruth, how was your experience in all this process? George has been doing all the talking.
You got to put the mic up. You want to speak?
Pardon?
How was your experience in all this process and how the decision was made? Just give us a feel of that.
Because of what I was undergoing, it wasn't easy. So as we started as a family to make that decision, I joined hands to my husband, and we made that decision as a family. Because of what I was undergoing, it was tough, as he has explained. As per now, I'm happy, of which I can tell my fellow women to sweet-talk their husbands and join me in this victory. As per now, I'm not undergoing all those problems. I'm happy. Yeah.
And Ruth, when you told, obviously, to your friends and your close family, especially the women, how did they react to this?
Their reactions were not positive. They were negative because they worried. They were saying, why make a decision for going to undergo that vasectomy, and you have one kid, and your family is still young? And that one is not common in Kenya. It is very wonderful. I told them that's a family decision. You have to join hands and make that decision work out.
Fantastic. Congratulations again and a round of applause to the Mboga family for taking that bold step. And like you heard earlier on, it was, other than the health conditions, it's also a financial and economic issue. But we'll get to that in just a bit. For now, though, let's go to Ethiopia.
Yeah, we've been, during the week, people have been calling and saying they're having activities that they're doing in their own countries about vasectomy programs, creating their own programs. We don't have the resources to make much happen. It all really depends upon the donors and generosity, but a lot of times just organizations and individuals, doctors who take it upon themselves. We'd like to go visit with Ethiopia, with Yulu Fikro from Ethiopia, I think, is online right now. Let's see what's going on in Ethiopia. They've been having some trouble. I don't think we're going to see anything because I think we can only hear.
Ailu, can you hear us? This is Bonnie.
As some of you may know, there's been some conflict in Ethiopia, and it's made some of the technology a little more challenging than usual. No. All right.
And Jonathan, probably as you wait for that call, I get the feeling when Zach came here and everybody was surprised, oh, it takes that long to just do the process. Could you just give us a preview of how long it takes and what it involves?
Well, I think they're already up to 8 or 9 vasectomies. So a vasectomy takes, in the hands of a skilled doctor under optimum situations, it could be 8 minutes, it could be 10 minutes, it could be 15 minutes. But it's never much longer than that. If it is, there may be, sometimes some are a little more challenging. But usually 8 to 10 minutes, a vasectomy is done, doesn't cause any pain. Afterwards, maybe you have a day or two that you're supposed to take it a little bit easier, but everything going according, you could be back in action within 72 hours. They say you could be making love with your partner.
Is there a lot of blood involved? Or you, as somebody who's gone through it, tell us.
No blood.
How do you know?
I didn't see any blood anyhow, not on my case. No, it doesn't require any stitching, doesn't require any cutting. It's really the simplest thing. I mean, if you compare it to a tubal ligation, a vasectomy is a really very simple procedure, and it's something that we'll, it really has no excuse for a man not to do it. It doesn't change anything, it just puts to rest any concerns you'll have about getting someone pregnant.
And somebody mentioned a bloodless vasectomy, bladeless. Give us a sense of how many types are there if there are different types.
Say that again?
Different types of the procedures. Do you have just one type or?
I'm not a doctor, so I really shouldn't talk about it, but basically, yeah, there are some different ways of doing it, but at the end of the day, it's the same thing. You're separating the vase one from the other. There's 2 vases. They separate them and they make sure they don't get back together as best they can. There's slightly different techniques. Some use a needle, some use a spray applicator. Maybe later on we can bring out some of the instruments and see. If some of you had been watching us in the last week, we've been doing some live vasectomies online, so teaching people to see how it is. So quite a few people, journalists, have gotten to see it. Obviously, for sort of propriety reasons, we don't show it right now.
Right. And Jonathan, I'm still putting you on the spot, by the way. When you went through the process, how easy was it to break this to your family and tell them, hey, this is what I've decided?
No, it was very easy. I had talked so much about it beforehand, because in fact, I'd say, sometimes I joke and I say World Vasectomy Day happened because I was avoiding getting a vasectomy. And at a certain point, I was saying, I'm not going to get my vasectomy until World Vasectomy Day happens. That gave me an extra year to avoid it. And I'm like a lot of men were resistant. I was, not everybody, but I was one of those who was resistant. I had called up a friend at a certain point, girlfriend, and I said, I got a question. After I get my vasectomy, will you still consider me an alpha male? And she was silent on the other side of the phone, and I was like, oh. And then she said, alpha light. So it wasn't one, I had to come through with my own limitations, right. But after a while, once I had the vasectomy, I'd never think about it anymore. It's really become just a fantastic option. We never think about it. My wife and I, we just don't have that problem. So, first, okay, so we just, I don't think we were able to get through to Ethiopia. Is that correct, guys? I think we had a little bit of technical problems. I spoke earlier in the week with them, and there was a little bit of problems. We could have tried phone calling, but let's just keep going along here. So let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
How many children do you have?
2.
And how old are your children?
3 and 2.
And how large a family size do you want to have?
That's why I've stopped.
You're done?
Yes.
And how old are you?
31.
31. And right now, if I may ask, are you, what, is your wife using family planning method?
Yeah.
So, you know, we have 5 fantastic doctors here today. How amazing would that be if we could get our co-host here to take the plunge today? No, what would get you to do a vasectomy?
Well, certainly for me, I think it's an economic question, and the size of your family, it's based on what you can afford. Mm-hmm. And if you look at Kenya, for example, it's easy to have children in the first years of their lives, but then when they start going to school and things like that, then it becomes a problem. So a lot of people just have kids, and then when they get to 3, 4 years old, they start going to school, you realize, oh, my family is too big, I can't afford. What would get me to do it would be the economic side of things, saying that my wife doesn't need to worry about going through the family planning process, but then I have I'm getting part of it by actively participating, not just writing the check or giving her money to go to her gyna.
Well, it's okay, but you could do it today. That's quite a bit of a roundabout.
I'm thinking about it. It took you 4 years, 2 years?
Yeah, it took me a while.
Yeah, give me another year.
Okay, so at World Vasectomy Day 6, we'll be having you on the stage. That's going to be great. That will
Mission
be a
number
first
1.
move. So what do you think is the key for us to try to build more? You know, right now we see, I think we're up to 8 or 9 men here today. I think there's going to be, I think around 40 signed up, and more are coming actually, just coming in just off of the radio and the television. What do you think is the key to making a vasectomy program sustainable here in Kenya?
I think from a sustainability point of view, first would be getting the demand, getting men to want this, because we might have a facility, we might have providers, but we just don't have people willing to do that. So that is the first thing, getting the men to say, we want to be part of this. But also, Jonathan, I think also the bit of getting providers, players, government, hospitals, health workers, family planning organizations to be part of this. But I think that's just my thought. Let's get a feel from the audience and get what would get this fire burning. If we were to take this message further, in your view, what is the biggest opportunity? Where do we need to start? I'll come near you. If you have a thought, feel free to just put up your hand, tell us your name, and raise your issues. How do we, sorry. How do we get this process going? How do we get providers, government players, health workers, and men to get this going? Yes, sir.
My name is Frank. I think the first most important thing we need to do is start a conversation on vasectomy as an act of love and not as castration, the way most people believe it to be. And starting that conversation will actually enlighten more men so that they can actually consider it. And I think we are already doing it, and we are on our way there.
Fantastic. Frank has said something very valuable. And we talk about vasectomy, we talk about the health of the woman, we talk about economics, but he said it's an act of love. I never thought of it that way. Any other person who has an idea of how we can get this going? How do we get people to understand how big this is? Yes, again.
Gloria is my name. I think first we'll need to demystify the myths and educate people about vasectomy and the importance.
You've talked about demystifying. Let me just put you on the spot. What do you think is the biggest misconception about vasectomy?
Okay, most people say what do I say? I think I answered that when I was there. So most people argue that every African man is born a polygamous man. So like once he decides to stop giving birth with one woman, he will definitely jump to the other. But these are just myths. Like having more children will sustain your lineage and all that. But come to think of it, the economic bit of it, are you able to sustain the number of children you as a man want to further? And what are the economic implications to the government, not just yourself, to your relatives, the burden you leave behind and all that? I think once we educate people about this, we're good to go.
Bonnie, I think we have to go to Australia. We're going to meet with Nick Demiduk. Nick was the first doctor who co-partnered with Dr. Stein from Australia. He's based, I think, in Melbourne. Are you with us today, Nick? Nick? Where's Nick? So Nick, he's called Dr. Snip. He actually has that as his link. And there he is. Nick, how are you this morning?
Very good, thanks.
You're smiling, or at least that's your default photo.
Nick, this is Bonnie here. How are you doing today? Dr. Snip.
Hello.
How did it go today?
Oh, excellent. I had 23 patients today.
23 patients. Oh, wow. How many? You know, somebody was asking how long does a procedure take? For you to do 23 in a day, how long does it take you to do each vasectomy?
Normally I book 20 minutes for each vasectomy, and sometimes they'll go in 5 or 10 minutes. Sometimes the first patient this morning took me an hour, the second patient took me half an hour, and then every other patient took about 10 minutes. So it was just one of those days.
What makes a patient take a little longer than another?
They might have thick scrotal skin. Their testicles might be quite high up, and it's very hard to bring them down far enough to get the tube. They might have had an operation to bring down their testicles when they were a child, and all of those things can really make it difficult.
Nick, you've talked about 23 in just a day. Give us, what are the attitudes like? How are the men responding to the whole vasectomy question?
Well, it varies a lot. Some people, probably every day, I do 1 or 2 people that don't want any children, and they do that for a number of reasons. A lot believe that there's enough, the population of the world's big enough, and if they want to have children, they'll adopt in the future. Some people have got a new relationship, and they might have had children with previous relationships, and they don't want any more. Sometimes they're getting into their late 30s and 40s, and it's becoming more dangerous for women to take the oral contraceptive pill, risk of stroke, high blood pressure. And so the men believe it's their duty to step up and take responsibility for family planning in the family. Sometimes it's purely economic. They might have what we call a blue-collar job and not have enough income to support more than a few kids. Sometimes they'll have 3 or 4 children, and they've decided that's definitely enough.
Nick, give us an average age of your patients today.
Probably about low 30s, 30 to 35.
Interesting.
30 to 35. Bonnie.
I see what you do there.
That's starting to sound very familiar. Nick, thank you very much. We've been here early. We're going to have a long day here. I know you had a long day. We want to thank you again for all that you've done. Support World Vasectomy Day. And hopefully you'll come and be with us next year when we go to India.
No worries. See you then.
All right. Thanks, Nick. So I know there are lots and lots of questions that you might have that maybe you didn't get asked here. So what we're going to do, we're going to give you 30 minutes of break, get a coffee, go to the bathroom, but more importantly, our doctors are here and most of the people who are speaking up here are still in the audience. Get to have those personal questions that maybe you thought you didn't want to bring them up on stage. You can have them answered and then we meet back here in 30 minutes, okay?
Excellent. And we need to be precise because at 12 o'clock we're going to be speaking with the Minister of Health in India, and we want to make sure we're here to be able to do that because the Skype calls are quite precise, even if the rest of it is quite flexible. And we'd like to, maybe we'll talk to some of the men who've gotten their vasectomies later as well, but everybody take a little bit of a break. It's been already a hectic morning.
Right.
But thanks all. Great job, everybody.
Thanks a lot.
Take
See you in
care.
30
Bye.
minutes.
Bye.
Hello, can you hear me? So if you're still outside, please come in. We're about to start. And we wouldn't want to start the next video without you. So please take your seats. Yeah, please come in, take your seats. We're just about to start in just under 3 minutes. We still have quite a bit of space at the front, so you could just walk down so that the people who come after will get seats at the back.
Does that work? Yeah, that works. How you doing?
Good, and you?
I'm always a little stressed at these things because there's a lot of moving parts here. One of the things that we did this year, because we're always really emphasizing that it's not just about vasectomies. You know, yeah, actually, when this is all over, I'll be dancing.
Okay, cool. So, Jonathan, we're just about to screen a 7-minute video that will set the scene for the next set of conversations that we'll be having here. So, I'll just make a last call. If you're still on the corridors, please come in because we want to start this video with you.
Yeah, I wanted to say one thing. The first year we did World Vasectomy Day in Australia, and I wasn't thinking there'd be a second year because I really had just thought of it as a one-year event when I first started it. It did really well, but I was definitely not committed to going for a second year. And then Dr. Stein, he was enthusiastic. A lot of the doctors were supportive. We decided we'd try a second year. And so we started the second year. We went to into southern Florida, which is home base to Dr. Stein. And just around the time of World Vasectomy Day happening, which was early November, we got a message that India had declared World Vasectomy Day as an official event. Lo and behold, you know, it's like that moment when India declared as an official event totally changed World Vasectomy Day. That was the first time I thought, whoa, this actually could become a global event as opposed to just my sort of like crazy ideas. Right. And in those days, you know, we started to work really hard to get more doctors involved, to get more countries, but it was really India that was kind of made it official.
Right. And we're hoping that at the end of the conversations here tonight, we'll get a lot of buy-in from all the spheres of influence that you represent, from the health workers, family planning groups, the government, academia. If we could get all those groups involved, then this conversation will go higher.
Yeah, it's been, you know, at the end of the day, people ask, you know, who's our audience? You know, who are we trying to reach? Which is a really important question. And there's two audiences, of course. There's an audience of men and women whose families are complete. They're ready to embrace the idea of vasectomy. That's great, you know, that's a fantastic thing. But really, as we know, it's young people who really move things. We don't expect and we don't think that it's appropriate for a young person who hasn't even started his family to be getting a vasectomy. There are some who do, but for the most part, it's really just about getting them involved in the conversation.
Right.
And that conversation has been going on online in an amazing way. I just was told, again, that we're trending.
Right.
And explain what that means from a CNBC perspective.
So we don't have a CNBC perspective of trending, but what we try to do is have conversations online. Times have changed, and everybody is speaking online. And so that's why we have given you, there's free Wi-Fi all over the room, and what we try to do is there's a lot of people who would want to get this message, but they're not in Nairobi, they're not here. This is the easiest way to get them talking, to get them asking questions. So when you raise your questions online through our hashtags, WVD 2016, we're able to have those questions addressed, as well as have people get answers even though they might not be here.
Or I think it was an act of love.
Act of love is the hashtag.
An act of love.
Hashtag act of love, WVD 2016. Let's get the conversation going. Let's keep training.
Yeah, and you know, when I was considering where to do, people have asked also, another question is, how come Kenya? Why did we come to Kenya? And you know, in fairness, there were quite a few choices. And we weren't just thinking of Africa, there were other countries in the world. Mexico is extremely enthusiastic, and Colombia is enthusiastic. In the Philippines, they've been really active for a long time. But at the end of the day, we were guided towards East Africa because there's been a lot of work going here. A lot of the organizations are supporting family planning efforts here. And we were just kind of at that moment where we were really like thinking of the place. And I decided that it would be in Kenya because there was just so much effort and energy here. And also because Nairobi's like a hub, both into Africa and to the rest of the world. It's innovative, it's got interesting, cool technology, so it was a great place to work. But look over here.
All right, so time to screen our first video. And what this does, it really does set the scene for the next conversations that we'll be having this afternoon. Let's dim the lights.
Imagine hunger and wasting a lifetime searching for food. Imagine overcrowding and spending a life securing resources. We could have had Nobel winners and Gandhis and more, but we couldn't end up being human. This was a calling for a young Indian surgeon. NSVSI presents The Journey of NSV in India. In 1976, this young surgeon completed his post-graduation in surgery from the institute. He was trained under Dr. Epichat at Bangkok for NSV. In the 94s, the NSV journey started with training in Velcore in Tamil Nadu. Dr. Dhananjay was one of the first liners in Tamil Nadu to carry forward Sir's work. This year also saw another training session in the West Bengal at his alma mater, the University of Calcutta. In 1997, this young surgeon was employed by the UNFPA as a project advisor. There were more than 5 lakh kilometers to travel to propagate no scalpel vasectomy, and the world's second most populous country to cover. The journey took full swing in Andhra, where over 13 courses were done. Dr. M.L.N. Reddy was one of the first liners who helped on the way, continuing the dream in Andhra. 98 was full of training sessions in various districts of the country. These included Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Maharashtra, Haryana, and Orissa, along with Sikkim. Many great people joined in to help for this cause. Among them was Dr. Banerjee from West Bengal, Dr. Shyam Singla from Haryana, Dr. K.M. Singh from Uttar Pradesh, and Dr. Pradhan, who later passed off his work to Dr. Pasan in Sikkim. In 99, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, and Karnataka were covered. Dr. G.S. Jagadish took over the baton of NSV in Karnataka. The year 2000 was in cessation of works in the state of Karnataka and Bihar, where the flag of NSV was held aloft by Dr. Manoranjan Jha. The year 2001 covered the western part of India, while the training program continued in the central parts. Dr. R.P. Sharma took the baton in Madhya Pradesh. The thrust was now shifted to districts of Gujarat and Rajasthan. Here Dr. Shukla from Gujarat, Dr. Sadasukhi and Dr. Kuldeep Rathore from Rajasthan helped to raise the flag of NSV. It was now time to cover the mountains. In 2002, NSV reached the valleys of Jammu and Kashmir and Jharkhand. Dr. Subhash Abrol took NSV to the northern borders of India. By the end of 2002, NSV was all over the place. It had been 3 out of 4 weeks a month of traveling for 5 long years, and those 5 lakh kilometers, they were done right, and trained over 5,000 NSV providers. In 2004, it was time to recognize and continue forward the army of NSV surgeons. 19th of April 2003, NSV SI was born. It was chaired by the man himself and brought together by his unquestioning Shishya, Dr. Baljit Kaur, a straight trainer of Punjab. The NSV logo emphasized the male as being equally responsible for the planning of the family, and was soon incorporated into the NRHM logo as well. The first meeting took place in Le Méridien in New Delhi in 2003. The second meeting of NSVSI took place in Kumarakom, Kerala. The society decided to meet up as frequently as possible to get together and catch the latest on NSV. The conference was blessed by Dr. Lee himself. In 2005, another international CME took place in Gangtok, Sikkim, which was dedicated to late Dr. S.K. Pradhan. Another reunion took place in Amritsar in 2007, a discussion on female feticide. Without any more delays, we give you this man, our teacher, who did the impossible by pure hard work and dedication, by whose vision it has all spread, and we have all come together as the NSV family. Dr. Ramchandra Murthy Kaza, the father of NSV in India.
Here we go. So let's bring onto the stage our 2 guests from India. First, Dr. Baljit Kaur and Dr. Ramchandra Kaza, who you saw is the father of the NSV, no scalpel vasectomy in India. They've been here with us since Sunday and have been tireless supporters of our efforts here in Kenya. Obviously, they're also been fantastic just in their own country.
Right, and I think also what we're learning from this and all the steps and milestones achieved in India is just to say that this can happen anywhere. All right, so that was just to show you that there are people who are doing it and they're having some level of success. Welcome, karibu sana.
Here we go. Would you guys sit down? We're just wondering, just straight up, do you have a, we're trying to reach Dr. Sikdar, and not having great success yet. And I'm wondering if we should call him by phone, or do you think he would have, we could Skype him? Okay, so do you have a phone number that we can reach him on? You already have the phone number. So my advice is we should try calling him, and if we don't get him, well, we'll try later. He's a busy man. We're very fortunate. We're having a little trouble reaching him, but in the meantime, why don't we just get started? And I'd love to hear, I just wanted to say the most impressive statistic that I heard this week, and the one that gives me a lot of hope for Kenya, was that Dr. Baljit, when she started in Punjab, where she works in reproductive, she was telling me that in 1999, or not too around that time, it was a very small percentage of men, maybe 1% or a little less than 1% acceptance among men in Punjab. And now that she's been working there and building a coalition, a team of people, and tirelessly promoting and campaigning and mobilizing, at a certain point, the vasectomy had gone over 30% acceptance, which is probably one of the highest rates in the world, just to give you how strong she is. And we just saw quite a bit about Dr. Kaza, and we heard from him earlier. So let's just start with Dr. Kaur, Dr. Baljit Kaur. Please share with us a little about your experience.
Very good afternoon to everyone. It's so wonderful being here. My voice is a little compromised. I personally think, nothing is impossible. You just have to go to people and tell them. Like I was telling, since the day I've landed here, the first person we met at the airport was a security guy. We spoke to him. He didn't know about vasectomy, but they were very anxious. And there were women, security guards, they all came up, me and Doug Stein, we were talking to them and they were very excited to know about it. The second person with us was the guy who drove us in the Uber. We spoke to him, he didn't know about vasectomy. So we...
Is this reaction surprising to you? We seem to have a lot more people know about it, but we don't have a lot of people wanting to take it.
No, I think we don't have reached people and we don't have people know about it. People may have known the word vasectomy, but they don't know how easy it is. If there were more people who could tell just like this, that there's going to be no cutting, no stitching, no pain, they could just walk off the table, drive their car back home, drive their two-wheeler back home, go back to work, resume the normal work, resume normal sexual activity, they would have no change. There's no reason men don't come forward. That's all is our experience in so many years. And that's what I can tell you here too. And in one of the dinners here with some eminent doctors and people in position, someone said that men here will not come forward. Right. And I just have one question to ask you. Have you got on to talk to every man and tell him, if you have done that, and then you tell me that the men are giving excuses, I can believe, but we haven't done that so far.
Okay. She's mentioned a very important point about men wanting to be, and if indeed they know. And I'd like us to start a different kind of conversation and just try to figure what is the role of women in all this conversation as we talk about vasectomy, and just what are the gender issues that we face as we go about it. Now, Dr. Baljit, give us your experience before I come back to Dr. Kaza about what are some of the challenges you face, and what do you see as the role of women in the whole conversation?
I don't know. I wasn't born the day challenge was born. So I personally I don't think there is anything like a challenge. Like I was running a reproductive health center where men and women would come forward, but obviously more of women were coming when I got started and Sir trained me for the first time. But what happened is whenever we got a couple, my staff was good enough to inform the couple. And the moment the couple was informed, I can tell you 100 out of 100 men decided that I'll not take a tubal ligation for my wife, instead I'll take it. So it's just that you got to go and tell them. And women
This man is precious to me, and by operating on him, you are causing damage to him. I cannot allow this. So I think there is some degree of spousal resistance. I'm not very sure whether that thing operates here in this country or not. It must be a country-specific phenomena, but there are certain issues of that kind.
Okay, very quickly, let's have Jonathan just make a point before we show you a video of other views from women on what they think about their role is in this.
What I wanted to say was, first of all, we're going to have a bit of a panel discussion about some of these issues as we go forward. We had hoped to talk to Dr. Sikdar. We're having a little technology problems. Maybe we'll catch up with him later. Explain who Dr. Sikdar is and why we were so eager to have the conversation with him. Maybe you could give a little insight on who he is.
Dr. Sikdar is actually the person in charge of the family planning in India. He's the highest person. Beyond him is only the political minister. Otherwise, his designation officially is Deputy Commissioner of Research and Analysis Wing. So he's a very important person. I hope he comes through in some form. But he is the person who supported this NSV program for a very long time now, well over a decade, even as he was in a junior position. And he's responsible for many of the successes that took place in the NSV program. And he still continues to support it. Of course, the acceptance rates go up and down for various reasons. But as an official, he's the most important official that we need to be in touch for the family planning program in India.
Give us an idea. We've been talking, and we were honored and excited to bring World Vasectomy Day to India for 2017. We're talking about a fortnight. Of the first week would be mobilizing and training, and the second would be providing services, kind of culminating on December 5th as the actual global celebration. Tell us a little bit what we might see if we all make it to India next year.
Yeah. The moment, just as you told earlier, the moment you had declared that we're going to do a World Vasectomy Day, India was already ripe with the vasectomy program. So the government decided that we would do the World Vasectomy Day, and we've been doing it for the last 2 years. And this year, government decided to do a fortnight for vasectomy, in which, like, the first 1 week we do the community mobilization, and all our communities at work to see that men are informed and more are told. And the second week, the services are being provided. So that wise, this year, we're going to be doing a World Vasectomy Day in the format of a fortnight, and which would conclude on the 5th of December. And the next year also we decided to do it, like Government of India by policy has taken a decision to do a fortnight every year, just like we do the World Population Day and we celebrate all other health days across the world.
Fantastic. It is interesting to see that India has indeed taken this. But Jonathan?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to, everything here is so informal and so impromptu, as I think you've all discovered. We are just kind of doing our very best here. It's a long day, but we really wanted to thank the both of you. You guys, like I said, the moment India declared World Vasectomy Day official day, and I know you had a lot to do with it, and I know you had a lot to do with it, it really changed our spirit. It has been the single most kind of infusion of energy for us that made me, as soon as that happened, I knew that we were real. Like, that was the most important thing. And so bringing World Vasectomy Day to India, I think that's going to be the moment in which it explodes, because India needs to be at the forefront of this, and you are in terms of your history, and we're really excited about that. I cannot believe what it's going to be like to work with both of you for a whole year. It's a real honor just spending these few days. I know it's not all been easy. We're doing our best. We have a lot of people working very hard. But I was just handed these two little tokens. They don't even have anything in them yet, but apparently it's coming, so don't open them up and see. But this is our way of thanking you guys, just to say, every year, as part of that awards that we gave earlier, there are 3 components to a successful vasectomy program. Obviously, you need to have the government supporting it. But at the end of the day, you need doctors who are mobilizers and teachers. We need mobilizers to go out and speak with the men. And of course, we need men who accept it. But at the heart of it are the doctors who provide services. And there are almost 1,000 of them worldwide now who have joined on to World Vasectomy Day. Every year we want to grow and have more of them. But to honor both of you for all you've done, just take this as a token of our appreciation. Eventually there might be something in it, but it's the heart is deep. So thank you guys all. Thank everyone. Could we give a hand of applause
Round
for
of
them?
applause. Thank you.
What?
It's been a great honor for us to be here. And where is Doug Stein? Excellent. Where is Doug Stein?
Where's Doug Stein? Doug, please come out, Doug. Oh, Doug. Doug's in the middle of a vasectomy.
So we got to wait till he comes out because I've got something for him.
Doug has one more slide, but I'll tell you what we'll do. Why don't we do this? We'll start the video. If you guys would sit down,
Yeah,
we're gonna start the video, and then we're gonna have our next panel. We're gonna be inviting up a few other people to come up for a panel. But before we do, let's watch.
Yes, sure. So the panel that we'll be having next, and like I alluded earlier on, we want to just find out what is the role of women in the whole vasectomy conversation, and what are the gender challenges when we talk about vasectomy. And this next video just captures a few of those for you.
For a long time, the woman has been the one bearing the burden of family planning. We've been the one having to take the pills and doing contraception. But I think now it's time that we've started having that discussion as a couple.
Sex is a two people thing. So if I can do it, why can't you do it for me?
These other methods are not 100%. Women play a very big role in family planning, family sizes.
Maybe you are taking pills in the morning or everyday pill, you forget.
It's not only women who should think about family planning. It's not just a woman's responsibility.
So if you love me and I love you, why do you think it is crazy to take responsibility?
Discussion around family planning has to be something a couple really discuss together, because then it becomes a decision of the family rather than one-sided discussion.
I would really advise my partner to step in for me.
I think it's a good idea if you decide to do vasectomy.
Once he does the vasectomy and it's effective, then I can relax now and we won't have to worry about unplanned pregnancies. So I would take it as a tremendous act of love and support.
And like I said, it's an act of love.
What was that?
It's an act of love.
An act of love, yeah. I mean, we just went around, of course, we sent our cameraman out to find beautiful women and of all parts of the country, and it was not hard to find. It's a country of really beautiful women, souls of men. Everyone has been so supportive of us.
Right.
Doug is finishing up the vasectomy he's doing right now, and we'd like to actually talk to some of the men. But before we do that, if they're really ready, because we've been struggling with some of the Skype calls,
right.
But if this one is really ready, I just got a call from Marie Stopes in Madagascar just around a week ago. They actually made a logo of in their own country. They couldn't do it in black, they said, because it was bad luck. But I don't know if we have the logo. It'd be nice to put it up. But if not, let's put Melissa Cockcroft. But I think there are a couple of doctors working down in Madagascar right today from Mary Stopes' office. So can we get them on the Skype?
All right, we'll be trying to get to Melissa in just a bit, but the vox pops that you listen to of the women, and that's why we got the phrase "an act of love," is what we just want to jump in just a little bit. Doctor, I'd just like you to stay on because this is a conversation that I'd like you to be part on. But I'd like to invite on stage Finn Nyame, Karutu, and Irene to be part of this conversation. Round of applause, please, as they come. So we'll send away Dr. Kaza for a moment because it's time for the ladies to speak, right? Dr. Kaza, you could do a vasectomy or two while we... Welcome, ladies. I'd like you to kindly introduce yourselves, then we'll get to it.
Okay,
Okay, my name is Faustina Finyame. I'm the country director for Marie Stopes, Kenya.
My name is Irene Kendi, Programs Coordinator Kotu and former Sono Vice Chair.
She's a powerful lady, eh? And of course, Dr. Baljit is here with us. You didn't get to introduce yourself. Let's just do it.
Introduce myself?
Yes.
Okay, I'm a medical doctor and I've been practicing no scalpel vasectomy since 1999. I'm a trainer for no scalpel vasectomy for Government of India. We've trained several thousand doctors in India from all across the world too, and so many from Ghana, Kenya and other parts. So more into service as well as community mobilization. And currently I'm the program manager for the family planning for India.
Fantastic. Great. Ladies, we have had quite a lot of conversations in the morning, and there are a lot of issues that were raised by the men, but also there are a lot of issues that the women said they had a view or a thought about it. I'd like just to start with Finn. Give us your view of what is the role of women in the whole vasectomy conversation from where you sit.
I think what we see in Africa increasingly, and especially here in Kenya, is that women are part of the barrier for men accessing vasectomies. They have a lot of anxieties about it. They feel that, is my husband still going to be able to perform in the same way? So as a service delivery organization, our role is to make sure that the information gets out there to the women so that they become champions, so they become the advocates. They can talk to their husbands about it, and then they can really help them to make that decision. So I think that for the role of women here is to make sure that their men know that this is an option, this is an act of love, this is something that actually he can do for their family, and really ensure that, you know, they create the kind of family and community that they want. So it's about empowering the women to empower their husbands.
Irene, your view on that?
Personally, as an advocate of gender equality, I think on the equality perspective, and when people come together for marriage, it's about sharing responsibilities. Family planning being one of the responsibility. When it comes to issues of how many children you want, it's about sharing responsibility. And personally, if I have my man and I don't need more kids, we have seen the effect of family planning on women. And as a man, actually, I really respect the man who was here with the family. That is an act of love, responsibility, loving and caring. He's such a gentleman. Because if your man doesn't stand by you, doesn't want to help you carry the burden, that is not a man, definitely. So, and also we need equality. You don't need to argue. If I'm your wife and I say, I don't want to undergo family planning, take the responsibility as a man. If you accept it, I can do anything for you as a woman. If you don't accept it, we have nothing to do between us.
Way. So the men, if you want something from your woman, get a vasectomy. But I'd like to pause this, ladies, for just a moment because Melissa Cockcroft is joining us right now on Skype from Madagascar. Melissa, good afternoon.
Hi there.
We can only see your hand, but we believe you're there. How is it going there today?
Yeah, really good. We just finished our press conference. We had a lot of journalists here, a lot of questions. It went really, really well.
What is their attitude like, and what sort of questions are you getting?
Most people seem to be afraid. They don't fully understand what vasectomy is, and they feel like it's castration. So there's a lot of, I guess, lack of knowledge and awareness about what exactly it is.
And Melissa, what age groups are you getting these concerns from?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
What age groups are you anticipating to go through the procedure today, and are you getting the concerns from?
Well, the concerns are coming from both men and women, equally, I would say.
And you just caught us when you're having a conversation about the role of women in the whole vasectomy question, and we've just identified that women also offer a barrier to advancement of vasectomy. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, I think that's true. I think when they want to have a good relationship with their partners. They want their husbands to be happy. They want to have a happy family life. So for sure, you can understand some women also are afraid and maybe also don't want their husbands to do a vasectomy.
All right, I'll leave you to it. Many thanks to Melissa Cockcroft from Madagascar. They're doing vasectomies there. Like you've said, even in Madagascar, people thought this is castration. It's not. And we're hoping that at the end of the day, we'll get better numbers in regards to how many men have come through. Melissa, many thanks and congratulations. Continue. Have a good day.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Bye.
All right, and there was a man at the end of it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just get back to it before we bring back the next speaker. And ladies, we are agreeing that there are this barrier, and it's coming out as an act of love. But Finn, let me find out how big a deal is the economic question when we talk about vasectomy. Are women seeing it as a good enough reason for the men to go through the procedure?
Absolutely, and I don't think it's often explained well enough to women. You know, family planning makes sense to any community, any home, and any nation. You know, if Kenya is really going to reap the benefits of the population dividends, we really need to institutionalize contraception, family planning, vasectomies. And so I think women do understand that most women want their children to have the very, very best in everything, whether it's education, clothes, whatever. So knowing that this is our monthly income and we can only afford this much, and by having more and more children, this is going to limit our ability to do that, they make that decision. They've been making that decision for a very long time, with or without their husbands. But now it's time to make that extra step to making sure we really involve the men and let them also take charge. I think men also appreciate the economic benefits of vasectomy.
Right. Dr. Baljit, from your experience, you've done hundreds or thousands of vasectomies. Is the economic question what really drives conversations and what drives women and their men to come for this?
Honestly speaking, if anybody is going to opt for any contraceptive method, it's only because of the economic divide. It's because of the economy that he's going to look after. But being a doctor, I like to emphasize on two things before I close. You see, we're all talking about vasectomy, but what vasectomy is registered in the mind of a common person is either whatever very crude castration that you were talking about, but even if it is not that, if it is a procedure that's happening in the operation theatre by a doctor, it's about cutting and stitching and having some complications. We need to tell them there is something like no scalpel approach to the VAS, where there is no cutting, no stitching, no pain. And that is the magic thing that's going to work. The second thing that I would like to tell before I pass it off to you, it's important for men to know that immediately after taking their procedure, they are not sterile. They need to use additional contraception for 3 months. And it is there where the whole magic has to happen. Because in those 3 months, if the wife gets pregnant and the husband says, I got a vasectomy, where did you get pregnant from? That's the important thing. So that's one counseling aspect. One is about telling them that there's a beautiful procedure available. And second is telling them to use additional contraception for 3 months, come for semen analysis. And I tell you that at the end of the day, it's just that I wish to limit my family size and give better education and economics, definitely.
Thank you for giving that last instruction of the 3-month check. But let me just bring back Irene as a woman leader in this society. What do you see your role in driving this conversation? Because we do agree this is an economic issue.
Okay, when it comes to the economic issue, it is vasectomy is very economic because let me address the health side of it. We've seen women again suffer the side effects of family planning methods. We've seen women get hospitalized and their men settle big bills. You go back to the society for addressing for a problem or a sickness in quote that could be prevented, because we say prevention is better than cure. And I haven't seen men who have undergone vasectomy having any side effect, but for women, May it be the pill, may it be the no plant. Even the no plant itself is very expensive. Every form of planning is expensive. Let's go to the other side. You've seen when men die, there are women all over, especially when the man is rich. The women are all over. These are his skins. You are a wife, you never saw these kids were alive. I think also men who are here, vasectomy is very important because when you don't want kids, your wife or girlfriend will not bring kids that you don't know where they come from.
So no random kids when you die.
Even when you're alive, we've seen men bring up children who doesn't belong to them anyway. And you are not sure whether these kids, some kids looks like your doorstep neighbor. So you're like, are these kids mine or they are not mine?
Right.
To avoid such atrocities, go for vasectomy when you don't need these kids. And when your wife brings children, that you will be sure these kids are not mine. Kick her ass and tell her, madam, these kids doesn't belong to me. And you will not have issues in the society.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Erin. I'd like Finn to just have in a minute the absolute final word as what is the role of women, especially like you leading organizations like the Marie Stopes, in advancing this? What sort of commitments are we likely to see going forward as we wrap this?
I think, World Vasectomy Day is always a day that's, comes with a lot of excitement, but we don't want the excitement to stop today. So as an organization, we are banging the mantra and making sure that, our men really feel that this is an act of love all year round, not just on World Vasectomy Day. So we provide services free through our outreach program. If a man comes, he's ushered very, very quickly, seen quickly, so that he
ticking, and these things are made of marble. Marble is meant for pure eternity and coated with gold. So I hope that you, So
this is beautiful. This is what the time is in India?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to keep this.
You're going to keep this time.
We're going to keep this time.
Yeah.
It's much better than our awards.
Oh, that's right.
That's
really nice.
Well,
you guys are
incredible.
elegant. That's really terrific.
This has been, how many vasectomies have we done so far today?
I think we're on about 14, 15.
15 vasectomies. There are lines of men behind, and this is a beautiful thing. I know in India we're going to have we need a microphone. Oh, here it is. Okay, I'm reading all of this. Here we go. Actually, thank you guys. It's really beautiful. It's been beautiful having you here. Both, it's really an honor. Everybody here. Could we bring out the other doctors if they're not doing vasectomies? It'd just be a chance. Thank everybody.
Yeah, let's have all the doctors who are doing a lot of hard work behind the scenes. If you could just come on stage, we appreciate you for a moment.
Yeah. Maybe we take a little picture with everybody here. It would be a good opportunity. We have to keep using our microphones. I'm sorry if we haven't, because actually, you might hear us, but apparently it won't make it onto the live stream. But this is beautiful. The best part of, I always looking for a job that I can learn in. And I've been working with young people here, and I tell them the best kind of job is the one you get paid to learn. And this is what makes World Vasectomy so fantastic, that we're all learning here together. So Doug, you want to introduce everybody?
Well, this is Dr. Mbogo. He is Mr. Mbogo. Okay, he is here. He's a Kenyan doctor who's very eager to learn about vasectomy. He's been with us every day. Well, why don't you tell you a little bit?
Yeah, I'm a clinical officer working in Nairobi County Health Office. I'm interested in training. I'm also in VMMC coordination. That's why I'm here.
Good. And today, he's sterilizing our instruments for us. We put him to work right away this morning. So he's been a great addition to our team this morning. And
well, one of the things that we learned when we were here is there's the program, the Clinical Officer Program, which is in the Kenya Medical Training Center, which is a perfect place to start a whole vasectomy training, which is great to have you here. You don't have to be, in some parts of the world, they're not doctors who do vasectomies. In some parts of the world, they want them to be urologists. But here in Kenya, you can be a clinical officer, and I think it's a fantastic program to really start kickstarting programs. Let me also introduce Charles Ochang, Dr. Ochang, who is he's also a vasectomy receiver, and maybe the person why we're all here too, because he's so generous and always supporting our program. Let me put him on.
Thank you, Jonathan. How are you, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, my name is Charles Uching. I'm a medical doctor, vasectomist, and vasectomy acceptor. Today is a very important day for us. You've seen our visitors who have come from very far away. I hope you've met them. You've met Dr. Baljit from India. Yeah? a very important lady. You've never seen a lady doing vasectomies on men, but she does. She has done thousands in India. She has even trained very many doctors. Yeah, we have Mr. Jonathan here, the co-founder of World Vasectomy Day. My trainer is here, Dr. Dockstein, who has done almost 40,000 vasectomies in Florida. Yeah, so for the men who fear, just know that if you don't want to do it, just know there are men who are committing themselves to their families and doing lots of vasectomies outside here. And then you have Professor Kaza from India, who has done trainings for almost 5,000 doctors on vasectomies. So you guys, you should know that you are very blessed and you're privileged to hold this occasion. You are the first in Africa to have it. So you should clap for yourself and clap for us too. Thank you.
Yeah, we have a very young doctor here from Kenya, and he'd like to say what he has to say.
Hi, how is everybody? My name is Dr. Sadbir Singh. I'm an M.Med student from University of Nairobi. I'm doing my M.Med in obstetrics and gynecology. And we want to welcome everybody who has come here and told us something small about vasectomies. We really appreciate the legacy they are establishing here, and we would like to take forward the legacy from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all our doctors.
Just one thing, all of you, I expect to see you, I hope to see you in India next year. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, you just got an invite to India next year. Thank you very much, doctors. Great. Before we move on to the next stage, we've gotten a lot of support from the Nairobi County government, and I'd like to bring up on stage Madam Teresia Mukuna, who's the Health Minister for Nairobi County, to just give us a few thoughts.
Yeah, and also at the same time, it would be good if we could bring up Dr. Maina, who is representing the Ministry of Health. Dr. Keegan was our first person to bring us here. I believe Dr. Maina is here. If he is, we'd like you to come up to the stage as well. If you're not, is Dr. Maina here? Raise your hand, Dr. Maina. Nope, he left the room. All right, well, still we have here from the County Health. One of the things that we learned in organizing World Vasectomy Day was we started off at the top, and we continued.
Oh, there's Dr. Maina.
Oh, Dr. Maina. Excellent. So our first meetings was with Dr. Keegan. No, actually, the first person I met with was Dr. Muruguri. Then I met with Dr. Kyoko. Then I met with Dr. Keegan from the Ministry of Health. And we've been meeting with doctors. And then we ended up working as well with the County Health. Because one of the things that we learned here is that they're of devolution, which is the decentralizing of government services, and that was the key. As soon as we found a way to work on that county level, all of a sudden everything started picking up. And what you see today with all of the mobilizing, because originally, like I said, we were thinking if we can get 20 men on World Vasectomy Day, we'll feel that we've succeeded, so we're able to create the event, but in fact I think there's 20 men back there waiting already, and we're going to be passing 30, 40, 50 men today and going on to do more tomorrow. But I just would like to hear a little bit from the County Health and from the Ministry of Health, just their thoughts and ideas on the program and the future of male engagement and family planning in Kenya.
And I think, Jonathan, as I speak, let's also have Irene Mamaya to just join us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know it is afternoon. My name is Teresia Mukuna, working in Nairobi County Health. I'm a health promotion officer, basically giving key messages and educating the community on the importance of health issues. In this issue of vasectomy, this is a good procedure, and in fact, when I consider about the gender, male and female, we should take equal responsibility. Why do I say this? It's because in a home, we have to assist each other. If your wife is not favored by the hormonal, the other contraceptives, why should she strain and risk her life when the man is there and there is an option of vasectomy? The vasectomy is safe, and it is just a matter of cutting off the sperms which cause the fertilization. And if you really love your family, why should you risk the life of your wife? Because you can't take the responsibility. For in gender, I believe in equality.
Thank you very much, Teresia. Let me just bring in Dr. Maina. What are the it's very good that we see there's support from the county government. But from where you see it, what are the possibilities in terms of partnerships going forward now that we understand the role that vasectomy plays?
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Just hold the mic closer to you so that the people on Skype can hear us.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm happy to be here on this day. I've been sitting in the audience for quite a bit of time and listening to the various presentations and panels that have been going on. Of course, for us as a ministry, we know that these are some of the, vasectomy is one of the methods that are in our method mix. If you see our guidelines on family planning, you will see that we have an entire range of methods, and vasectomy is one of them, and it is well highlighted in our national guidelines. So I would really say that this is something that is of importance to us. We know we made progress some time back, but over the years, we have noted that there was a decline in the permanent methods overall, affecting also vasectomy itself. But in general, we know that if we have a lot of more awareness, then we shall be able to reach out to more men so that they take up the vasectomy as a method of family planning. And this is one of the things that we've been working on as a ministry, together with the county governments, because we know that services are devolved to the counties, but we know as policy for the ministry is that we need to involve the men in decisions regarding the family planning and the family sizes that they desire. So this is well enshrined in our policies, and we shall continue supporting it as a ministry, our role being a provision of policies and guidelines. And I can assure you that our policies and guidelines support the full range of family planning methods, and that includes the permanent methods like vasectomy. And of course, we have a lot of collaboration with the county governments because we know that's where service delivery actually is. And this is one of the areas that we have continued to work in close collaboration with the county governments, as well as partners. We have a lot of partners who support us in provision of family planning services. So as a ministry, we have a big role in terms of coordinating family planning services.
Thank you, Dr. Maina. And before I bring Irene, Madam Teresia, let's talk about the role of leadership in driving family planning, because we hear leadership in driving a lot of things, but not family planning. What do you see as opportunities between, say, the World Vasectomy Day, other organizations, and the county government in driving this? What do you see as the opportunities that we can leverage on?
What I would say about drive of the services, we need first to empower our community with information, because there is a lot of myths and misconceptions outside there in the community, whereby the community believe that maybe vasectomy is castration. Yeah. Vasectomy, when somebody is done, will not be able to support. I believe if we use the male champions who have undergone this to give that information, it will be well understood, and the community believes much when they see it has succeeded in one. Next, a lot of empowerment on the information on how the procedure is and how it works and how it doesn't harm. I think it has been overlooked. We are not giving that information to the community. And also, I think empowering most of our health workers on this procedure for vasectomy, because I believe mostly it is performed by the partners, the marriage stops, and even in hospitals, but even at the grassroots where family planning methods are offered, like in health centers, in the dispensaries, we are offering that. I believe those health workers who can be competent because they are qualified, if they are trained and offered that opportunity to perform those procedures, it is as simple, which does not require much.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Finally, let's hear from Irene, from your role as a youth leader. What do you see as your role going forward in driving the family planning agenda now that you have a lot of influence amongst young people?
Personally, I think education is the best way to go. Most of the people are not informed about vasectomy. If you go to the grassroots, to the rural areas, with the people who have been to school, those who are exposed, both locally, internationally, we know about it. But it's all about going to the grassroots, getting champions to go back to the rural areas and educate the people. Because this is Kenya and this is Africa, and you know about male chauvinism, misogynism, you know about it, and it's all rooted in Kenya, whereby one person will go to the grassroots and the one who brainwashed men, because someone came and brainwashed them, that this is castration. And it's all over in their brains. It's all about us, the young people, to go out there and educate them that this vasectomy, it is totally different from castration. Right. And also, we have men who have undergone vasectomy. Again, I refer to the guy who was here, the gentleman who was here. If he goes back to the village, he will empower a lot of men. Again, you know, life begins at 40. I'll urge my young people, my fellow young people who are here, if you're established through school, you have a job, start having your kids now. At 40, go for vasectomy and start building empires. That's what we'll call driving the economy of our nation.
Fantastic, fantastic thoughts coming from Irene. And you know, it's very important because when we listen to Dr. Nick in Australia, he said the average age of people coming for vasectomy was actually 35, which according to the UN, that's a young person. And like she said, it's all about starting early and planning early to get this. Thank you very much to Irene, to Teresia and Dr. Maina for making time and for your submissions today. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Let's give them a round of applause as they take their seats. Great. So, this continues. I'd like to just call back on stage Jonathan as we try to set up the next Skype. And we're still trying to interrogate the different roles of the different members of society as far as this goes. We've talked about women. We've just seen the role of local government and the local authorities in this, Jonathan. So it is a movement that is taking different approaches today.
I had mentioned earlier that we were trying to make contact with Dr. Sikdar, who is the Minister, Reproductive Health Minister for the country of India. If I understand correctly, he's on the phone or he might be on Skype. Let me know which one it is so I can queue it up for that. I would also, if I could ask the people in the back, there's a woman named Monica Kerrigan who has been incredibly valuable for us this year. She's been like an angel who's helped us going. I just like to get her queued up. I know her day's going to start early. She asked if we could Skype her earlier in the day. But let's speak. Okay, so is Dr. Sikdar on the line? Hello, Dr. Sikdar. No? Not yet, not quite yet. So, what would you like to say?
Dr. Sikdar is there?
There he is. Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Sikdar.
Good afternoon. How are you? And greetings from the country of India.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sikdar. This is Bonnie in Nairobi today, and we've had a lot of wonderful things coming from India. What is the secret?
Secret is India is always a mystery, you know. So unless and until you come to India, you will never find out the secret.
We already got an invite from Professor Kaza, so we'll keep our promise and come.
That's very good because we're coming next year to celebrate World Vasectomy Day there, and I hope you're ready for us.
Yeah, we are ready. We are welcome. We are very hospitable people. Whoever comes over here, we always receive them in open arms.
How big a part and how important a role is vasectomy play in the family planning options that are offered in India?
Could you please repeat the question? I just couldn't hear it properly.
Yeah, I was curious to know how prevalent is vasectomy in India compared to other forms of family planning?
Okay, so if you really want to know how India is taking the vasectomy program ahead, is that just day before yesterday, on the 16th of this month, we had the national workshop for male participation and especially vasectomy in India. And this workshop was held after a gap of 8 years. And it has never been held. where all 36 states of the country, and it was not just the participation of the states, it was the participation of all stakeholders. Most importantly, our vasectomy surgeons, 2 to 3 surgeons from every state of India came and participated in the workshops. We deliberated throughout the day on various aspects of vasectomy, how we can really re-emphasize vasectomy and how we can bring it back to the forefront, as just like it was there in the Halcyon days back in the 70s or 80s.
Are we going to be able, next year, how many doctors would participate in a World Vasectomy Day event in India?
Okay, it depends on how many you invite. People are waiting to be invited, actually. Though what we have done this year, it's around 70 odd doctors from across the country came in together in this particular meeting that I just talked to you about.
And Minister Sitka, what can African governments like Kenya learn from the Indian example in terms of just putting a vasectomy on the agenda?
First of all, we have to really make it clear to everybody, the clients, as well as our healthcare delivery system professionals and our frontline workers, to really perpetuate the advantages of vasectomy over other forms of sterilization, like female sterilization, and even other forms of contraception. So that is something which we have to do, and we did it very well in the past. But what has happened over the last few years, somehow it went out of the glare of the national government, and since the national government was not very proactive, even the state governments really became disinterested. So basically, the focus has to be given by the national government. Once the national government takes it up proactively, the states actually all fall in line, and that's probably the first action that you have to take to really bring it back on the national scenario. Secondly, is that together with the promotion of the vasectomy, what you have to do as a program manager is to have a dedicated pool of service providers for vasectomy in the country. And really, we are working very hard in that respect, and we've got master trainers across the country, and more people are being trained in NSV now. Basically, it was a dying art. Most of our providers were retiring, so we thought maybe that we'll lose the skill that we have acquired over the last 40-50 years. So now what we have done is now come out with a structured training plan, and we are funding it through the national government so that more and more people can really come forward and get trained in vasectomy and then provide services to the clients.
Excellent.
Fantastic, Dr. Sitka. I think we'll leave it there, and thank you for making time to speak to us. We are coming to India. Thus, doctors better get ready for us. 2017,
we'll be there. We're really excited to work next year. I think through India, we believe we're going to be able to reach the rest of the world. So the 5th year is going to be in India, and that, I think, is going to be the beginning of a whole larger explosion of acceptance of vasectomy around the world.
Thank you very much. But then I just want to add one more thing. It's not just the celebration that we had yesterday about the whole day's workshop. We have really gone on very systematically. The first time in our history, we are going to celebrate a vasectomy fortnight this year from the 21st of November to 4th of December. And we have divided this fortnight into an initial week of mobilization, where our frontline workers will go from place to place and enroll clients who want to get the service done. And the second week is probably the service week, where we will provide dedicated service providers at public health facilities for provision of this service. And we are going to make this a yearly exercise. Last year we had only a week. This year we have taken it up to a fortnight, and we really think that with this sort of push from the government and the state governments and all of us working together, vasectomy will come and regain its glory that it used to have once upon a time.
Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for your time. We'll be seeing you very soon.
Jonathan, how many? Yes, Doug.
Okay.
Round of applause to Alan.
Ellen, how are you feeling?
Amazing.
Was it painful?
Not yet. It was a little bit nervous, but it was really a good experience.
No, say that again. It wasn't painful.
It wasn't painful.
Okay, I'm asking for somebody in the crowd.
Let me ask you a question. How many children do you have?
I have 2 children, a son and a daughter.
And how did you find out about the World Vasectomy Day and the opportunity to get a vasectomy today?
I heard on the radio yesterday morning. Then I just made up my mind today. I woke up, took a shower, and just came over.
How was your wife's reaction to this plan? Does she know you came here?
I told her sometimes back I'm considering doing a vasectomy. So she was very much okay with it because I didn't want her to use other ways of family planning. I just made a decision myself to take that.
All right, well, thank you so much. Very courageous of you, and thanks for coming out and talking with us. I'm not sure what is our next...
yeah, but we could get... How many patients have we had so far?
I don't know. Doug, does anybody know how many patients there have been? Can anybody tell us? I know that there have been around 15 or 16 patients. Doug, are you doing a vasectomy right now? Yeah.
Come up, Doug.
Come on out, Doug, if you could. He's just signing the charts here. We don't know how many people there are. I think you could see just from the radio show, we had been, when I was driving around in the Uber cars, I noticed that every morning there was the show, Mike Kageni show.
Right.
And I love the topics and the way he discussed things, so I made it my mission to get on his show, and I wasn't sure if he would be able to participate or not, and then yesterday all of a sudden it's happened and it just made a huge difference. So you can see even somebody listened to the radio yesterday,
Right.
he had been thinking about it, and that's just what turned him over.
And we are still trending, so remember the hashtag is Act of Love. Let's share this message with a lot of people in Uganda, in Tanzania, and everywhere else who might be watching. Does anyone want to react to Alan's testimony? He just went through that. Any question?
Yeah, we can bring them out if you have questions. And I just want to remind everybody again that there's the health fair outside, men's health fair. Take advantage of that. I know men are not as good as we should be about visiting doctors, so we have the doctors visit us. So while you're here, go out. We brought a DJ, so you can
DJ Hassan.
DJ Hassan is a famous DJ here, just so there'd be music, so you can go to the doctor with good
with a bit of music.
But anybody, please, any questions? This is a good time to ask questions. I know there's
Dr.
some
Stain is here with us, so he's happy to take any of the questions that you might
Here's
have.
a good time to ask about vasectomies. We probably, a lot of you might have asked, but Doug has been impressed by the fact that there are a lot of people who still don't know what a vasectomy is.
That's right. I was on the plane coming over here with a 45-year-old man. He was originally African, born in Togo, but he was raised in France, and he's lived in New York City. He's a media specialist. Right. And I asked him what he did, and he said, I'm a media specialist, and what do you do? And I said, I'm a vasectomy doctor. And he said, you're what? And I said, well, I'm a vasectomy doctor. He said, what's that? What's a vasectomy? And I thought he was joking, but now I've decided that I'll never be surprised or assume that anyone knows what a vasectomy is until they reveal to me that they do. So we have a big job ahead of us, even to educate Americans about what the process is.
Doug, just walk us through how many types we've had as couple-free vasectomy. How many types are there, really?
How many types of?
Vasectomy. How many types of procedures?
Okay, well, there are 3 steps to any operation. How you make it so it doesn't hurt, how you get to your target, what you're going to fix, and how you fix it. So it's really a 3-stepped answer to that question. And we have someone ready on Skype, so I'll be brief. We use a little spray applicator, which I'll be happy to show in a few minutes when we're done with the Skype call, to apply anesthesia rather than a needle. And as Dr. Baljit said, we use a tiny little opening with no knife, and then we lift the vas up, and there's a variety of different ways to divide it. But all we're trying to do is prevent sperm from going through, so it's not rocket science.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Doug. We have a Skype call. Shrijana is on Skype. Let's have her come in. Good afternoon, Shrijana.
Hi, how are you?
Very well. This is Bonnie in Nairobi. Give us an update of what's happening there.
Well, hi everybody. This is Rizana from Nepal, and I'm representing Maristop International here in Nepal. Today we just celebrated the 40 years of anniversary of Maristop International together with World Vasectomy campaign. And I'm just in my room, so but there are so many camps, vasectomy camps going on in our country, Nepal, and we are providing free vasectomy services through our camps, and we have trained doctors over there. And also, we also provide free vasectomy services through our Maristop clinics here in Nepal.
Srijana, give us a sense of what numbers are we talking about in Nepal, say, in a month as far as vasectomy goes?
In a month, if we get total like about 50 to 100 people coming for vasectomy services to our centers. And during our camps, because our camps are seasonal, like it means our vasectomy season start from September till November and December. So people who are the migrant workers, they come back during this time, because in October we have our festival. So people come to Nepal to take the vasectomy. So Mary Stopes coordinate with the local district health post or doctors over there, and we organize a camp during that time. And in our camps we provide maybe more than 100 people per day for a vasectomy service.
And Srijana, just what sort of government partnerships do you have, or partnerships with other bodies in driving the vasectomy campaign there?
Since like vasectomy is free of cost in Nepal, so even government is very helpful and very supportive. But due to the lack of proper human resources, proper trained doctors and equipments and technicians, they coordinate with us in Maristopes. People from the different district, like we have the 75 district, and we get requests from the different district, like district public health office, to coordinate with them to organize different camps in rural Nepal, where there is lack of proper health facilities in Nepal. So we also provide camps over there as well, and we set up the camps in the health facility, government health facility, and we assist them with the equipments and trained doctors. And also we do some marketings and promotion to aware people about the free vasectomy service going on in their areas.
Many thanks. We leave it there. Srijana from Nepal, driving the campaign there. Thank you very much.
Most welcome.
Goodbye. I'm going to give Bonnie a little opportunity to have lunch. I'm going to sit down here with Carolyn Karutu, who is chief of party with the just take advantage here. I really wanted to say that when we got here, I really didn't know very many people. In fact, I knew just actually nobody, now to be honest about it. And I just started to meet people who I thought I could really help us and promote our program. And I was getting a little stuck. And then one day I was at the IntraHealth office feeling a little bit desperate that how is this going to work without people from area who really understood sort of guiding us, so we knew who to speak to. And I was introduced to Caroline, and Caroline's been our friend and really made this possible in so many ways. And IntraHealth has been fantastic. There are a number of people. Hopefully we'll get everybody up here on stage, but I just wanted to introduce Caroline and talk a little bit about what IntraHealth is doing in terms of supporting men's, well, anything with family planning and other public health endeavors.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Jonathan. This is very exciting. I wasn't sure how this was going to turn out, so it was a surprise, and a very good surprise. So IntraHealth in Kenya and worldwide, as Boniface said in the morning, we're very much involved in family planning. We've done a lot of family planning work. In fact, how IntraHealth started, it started as a family planning training organization. So we've been centerfold in terms of family planning. So in Kenya, most of our work as far as family planning is concerned has been around training of healthcare providers to provide family planning services. So in fact, in the last couple of years, we've been doing a lot of work around what we call long-acting reversible contraception methods. This is your implants and your IUD kind of methods. And as you know, it's all women who uptake these methods. So I'm really excited to be here to talk about male involvement and male engagement in family planning.
How do we get, I think I'm running out of juice here. How do we, hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? No, no. Here, I'll try this. So my question is, it seems that most of the funding goes towards women when it comes to family planning. What do you think we can do to start getting more resources for men?
I think what you've done is actually a very good step. We've started with mobilizing a lot of our sister organizations like Japaigo, Mary Stops. They're all here and they're all following up and seeing how much sensitization that you've done over the last maybe 4 months has gotten so much traction in this field. And at that same time, I know the donors are also watching. You know, you are online, we are talking about it. And I think the whole thing is starting the conversation. We really haven't had this kind of conversation. There's a lot of conversation around female reproduction and how do we limit women from having more children, but never involving the man. And we say, oh, bring the man to the health facility, but then we don't have a health facility that is friendly for the man. Most of our health facilities are very female friendly. So having this conversation, having the government involved as you've already done, and having them represented here is one way to keep this sustainable going forward.
With the female contraception, there's a lot of costs involved and a lot of private enterprise investment in terms of developing commodities and later distributing them, the cost of them. You know, it would seem to me that vasectomy is quite cost effective, a good way for a country that's developing to be able to, not only from a social perspective, but from an economic perspective, that it's a very viable option. Could you talk a little bit more about, and you guys are very involved with training doctors and training, talk a little about how you could imagine a program that would train doctors to become vasectomy providers, or even not doctors, like clinical officers.
I think for Kenya, it's really easy because I believe it's Dr. Maina who talked about having policies. Kenya already has policies that support family planning methods, including vasectomy. So we do not have to start from scratch from creating a policy. For training, you always need curriculum. All our training curricula, you talked about training of clinical officers. The clinical officers curriculum actually has family planning and also vasectomy included in it. So we do not have to start from scratch, which is always develop a policy, then develop the curriculum. That is already there. It's about building the manpower. We need the manpower that actually doctors like Dr. Ochieng, local doctors, who know how to do, who can show the practicality. How do you do this? Because right now, in a training institution, what will happen is the faculty or the lecturer will talk about, this is a vasectomy, it's done this, but the practical bit of how do you do it, that is what is lacking. So with mobilizing, we need to mobilize so that we can have people that can do it, but number two is getting that mass of trainers. So I think the first step really is to create trainers, because we have the basics already. So if we create a team of trainers who can move from one institution to the other, showing how you actually do a vasectomy and mobilize around that, so that imagine today, as we're doing all these vasectomies, if we had students here watching and learning how to do it, as we have that one doctor, I forgot his name, the clinical officer, who's watching and learning. If you had like 10 of them, then you'd live here with the people who have a bit of the practical skill of how to do a vasectomy, and that's what we lack. We do not want people to 200 kilometers in a bus or 20 hours. It was more than that, yeah? 20 hours, so that must be a lot of kilometers, I don't even know how many, to get a vasectomy. Because then you get more people doing it if you have the services closer to them.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Caroline. Thanks for IntraHealth. Thanks for all your office has been really generous. We actually planted ourselves there, and we were kind of like, we were growing as we grew. We kind of outgrew the office, but you guys never, your hospitality was beautiful to the very end. So thank you so much for everything. We will, we may be still bothering you, but I think we'll be heading home pretty soon now. So thanks so much. Look, this is the moment, you know, we were talking about mobilizing, you know, how difficult it is. And I'd like to bring to the stage the man who was in charge of doing the mobilizing. I hope he's here, Nimrod Silla, if he could come out. This is a guy who's, the reason why there's so many guys here is him and his team. Davey's here as well. They really did a fantastic job. Come a little closer into the light. We just wanted to thank you really so much. I have to say the biggest concern when I told people like after I'd heard that thing about like good luck to get men, and I was nervous, and even this week we went out. I mean, it's a long process, and we would spend a lot of bit of time doing it. But Nimrod's been out there on the front lines. Maybe you could talk a little bit about what you saw, what your experience was trying to mobilize here in Nairobi.
I think it's so interesting in Kenya that we have a lot of cultural backgrounds, and but I thank God in Nairobi people are really learned, and those still myths and misconceptions are very common in Kenya. But we have male champions who've been there doing lots of family planning, community mobilization, and they're the guys we used. We also use guys we call community health workers, guys who are really based in the communities. What we did, we had to train them first, give them facts, and try and dispel a lot of myths that I know even most of us still do have. That has really worked the magic, and we also had billboards and a lot of communication going on social media. That really worked for us. But I discovered in Kenya, one-on-one is the best way. If you try and mobilize where men are so many, it's really crazy because there are a lot of myths and misconceptions, and a lot of, guys really influence each other negatively. But when you really get a man on the side, you really get to understand more, and they're able to really understand what vasectomy is all about. That really worked for us. Yeah.
Could I ask a question? What do you think is the key to, how important do you think it is that we build on the momentum, that we've started the interest, we've done all of this, there's probably never going to be quite this much attention placed on it. How do we keep it going? How do we keep the mobilizing happening? How important would that be?
I think, for me, if the government takes up, basically because we have the community health workers who belong to the government, for me, if they took up to make the conversation going in the communities, because they have a lot of meetings with the chiefs and stuff, if the conversation goes on in the communities, I think that would really help us to make it a norm. Like today, having a HIV test is common. So for me, I think vasectomy, if we keep the conversation going, even through social media, I think the younger guys would be easier in the next 10, 20 years to come.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's getting started now, and then it takes time. What in terms of when you go out to mobilize, how much of the time do you spend with the men? Do you also have to speak to the women? Do you speak to them as couples? What has been the way you've organized it?
Okay, one, it depends with the community you come from. Like in Nairobi, most men are the ones who work. And women, there are places where women are housewives. So the community health workers talk to the wives. If the wives are somehow convincing to their husbands, then we use the wives to reach to their husbands. But if the men kind of are more approachable, then we go directly to the men. And families that we're able to find them together, maybe in the evening, that's the best place to get them. So it just depends with the community, basically, yeah.
So great. Well, Nimrod, really thank you. I actually, it's so frustrating now or exciting, either way you look at it, just at this point, looking how it's been in the last week with all the attention, it would be so perfect if right now we were starting. This is the time to launch actually a sustainable program because everybody's getting it now. And if we wait a year, it'll be like we got to start all over again. And that's big frustration. I just hope that with the government, with the stakeholders, and with the donors, we can keep it going. The beauty is the expensive part is launching the campaigns. Now that we've got it, it's word of mouth. That's not expensive. And the vasectomies themselves are inexpensive as well. I think this is a good time to ask questions. I mean, there's so many people out there. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask right now, and now we can see you better. Anybody have a question? Anybody thoughts about how is it doing, or what other ideas, how we can get this out there? How do you guys think that we could get more people to involved going forward? Have you guys talked to anybody? Is anybody there thinking about getting a vasectomy? And just as importantly, is anybody thinking about going out to the health fair? Make sure to take advantage of those services there. But are there any questions? Raise your hand if you have a question. Don't be shy. Yeah, there's a question. You want to come? We'll go down and ask the question down here. Hold it. Come on out and talk to me, guys. We're allowed to do that. We break the fourth wall. Come on up and come on up to the stage. Yeah, just come up. What the heck? Here's your chance to shine. No shyness here. Here we go. I see you're from PS Kenya. Oh, actually, come on, closer to the light. Come into the center. I wanted to talk about another one of our supporters. This has been PS Kenya. They handed us, they were distributing 5,000 condoms today because for a couple of reasons. One, after you get a vasectomy, you need to keep using a condom for 3 months or 30 ejaculations, whichever comes first. And come on closer. And also, you have to, they've also really been, they were actually out helping to mobilize. They helped us strategize in the communication. So thank you, PS Kenya, but talk to us.
Good afternoon. My name is Cyrus Mandela. I work with the PS Kenya. I'm here just trying to think as a layperson, asking a question about vasectomy. What I want to understand, after undergoing a vasectomy, how easy and how possible is it to reverse it, just in case of any eventuality, in case of any calamity? Those things do happen, and at times people lose families. How easy is it to reverse? Is it reversible? Secondly, sexuality. How is it going to affect my sexuality? How is it going to affect maybe my relationship with my wife, intercourse? Will it affect my volumes of semen or during ejaculation? Men are asking that question. Will it affect that volume? Is it going to reduce, and how is it going to happen?
Excellent
question. Questions, I want them addressed.
Yeah, those are two really good questions. I can answer the second one, and we'll get somebody to answer the first question. And Doug is very good. That's the most, obviously, the most common questions that we get. The number one is, how will it affect your sexual performance? How will it affect your pleasure? And then, of course, is it reversible? So I can tell you, there's no effect on the pleasure that you either receive or you give. It doesn't, I had no notice in terms of how it affects your ejaculation or your orgasm. It's not relevant to that. So none of that is a problem. And in fact, Doug can talk a little bit more about that, but he's done couple of studies. Here he is. Doug, come on in and talk about the studies you've done with, that you've done in terms of, he was asking two questions. One is about the common questions, which is how does it affect your pleasure or sexual pleasure and your ability to perform? And then the second one is how reversible is it?
Yeah, those are very common questions. The first question, how does it affect your ability to perform? We polled our own patients. We sent out a questionnaire of 400, and we got 100 responses back. 25% response rate is pretty acceptable. We did that twice. These were questionnaires that were sent anonymously to 400 of our patients, and the questions were, since your vasectomy, tell us about a change in your, on the first line, there was sex drive, and then there was ability to attain an erection, quality of erection, sensation of orgasm, maybe one other. And the potential answers were much less, a little less, no change, a little more, much more. So when these questionnaires came back, we pulled all the results, and about 92% of men, on an average, said that there was absolutely no change. And in some of the categories, men said that their sex drive was a little bit less, or they said that their erections were a little bit less, but more men said that they had experienced an increase in their sex drive and an increase in their the quality of their sexual response. So we tell people that chances are 90% that they're not going to notice any change at all. Maybe 10%, 7% that they'll notice a slight change, and if they notice a change, it's for the better. That's part of the answer. The second answer is a published study which polled thousands of men and their partners after a vasectomy, and that published study showed that the men had no change. Actually, though, for the women, they were actually more pleased with their sexual responses with their partners after their partners' vasectomies. Now, that may be just the fact that they no longer had to worry about being on other forms of contraception, but most women have a very positive response, even a sexual response, not just a social response, to their partners having vasectomy.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Just a final bit of it.
But there was the second question on reversibility.
A layperson will think, once the tubes have been cut off, during sexual intercourse, then there will be no ejaculation. So how will you respond to that? And will it affect the volumes, of the ejaculum?
Can I use my diagram?
Yeah, it's okay.
All right.
So, yeah.
Let me see if I can do this without slipping. I don't know if the audience can see this really well. It's a pretty big diagram. But anyway, most of the semen is made by the prostate and seminal vesicles. In fact, 95% of the semen is produced from up here. All a vasectomy does is interrupt the flow of sperm from the testes into the rest of the reproductive tract. So since sperm are only 2 to 5% of the semen, men don't notice a change. Certainly I didn't, my vasectomy was done 27 years ago. And certainly no change that I could ever detect. I'm still chasing my wife around. She wishes I wouldn't, but seems to be great.
So I think we are at a point where we need to take a lunch break. I think everybody's probably hungry. I think it's time for a break. Thanks, everybody. Are we showing the thank you video? Yes or no?
Yes.
Is that a yes? I heard a yes. Okay, so we're going to show one last video. After the video, it's going to end. Everybody go take a break, and we'll all gather afterwards. We still have a lot more to do, and I don't know if we're behind schedule or somehow caught up, but it doesn't really matter. Let's just watch the video. One of the things we wanted to
There was a question about reversibility, which I shirked. Should
Oh.
we put that off until after?
Well, we'll talk about reversibility. You can talk quickly. Why don't you say quickly?
Well, I always tell people that a reversal is to a vasectomy as putting a coffee cup back together is to breaking it. How long does it take to break a coffee cup? Not very long at all, but putting it back together is a job. And that's how you should think of reversal, that you shouldn't think of vasectomy as something which you're likely to have reversed, because reversal takes longer. It requires a little bit more stamina and skill on the part of the surgeon. But fortunately, reversal is available. And that's the good thing about it. But again, this isn't an on-off switch. You shouldn't think of vasectomy. Vasectomy is something you do after you feel comfortable with the number of children that you have.
Thank you, Doug.
Okay.
Keep going back to doing the vasectomies. I think there's still 30 guys left, so we got to keep moving. All right. That may be the trick. So the thing is, when we were going around, so much of the event was about men, and we hear so much about men. There's so many things that are frustrating us about how men behave, but there's so many beautiful things that men do, and a lot of us have beautiful men in our lives, and a lot of women do. So we put together a series of thank yous from women from all over the country in different languages. So this is another video that we put together. We're calling the thank you video.
Kijanangu, babangu, baba mtoto wangu, marafiki zangu waume wote, nawashukuru na muunge ili swala la vasectomy duniani nzima.
Adwa goyo erokamano ni babawa iluongo ni Joseph Okong'ong'a nikech wuonwa osetiyo matek kendo osetera e school.
I support men who have decided to take vasectomy as a method of family planning, because it is not the number of children that is important, but it is the protection and education that you give your children that is able to determine their future.
Na niko hapa kuwashukuru wanaume kwa upendo wao, wale ambao kwanza kabisa wamefanya vasectomy, wanaonyesha upendo kwa jamii zao. Kwa hivyo nawashukuru sana.
Neanza abasajja bonna abakoze vasectomy bale nnyo okuyamba abakazi bamwe mu family planning.
Yeah, I thank all the men who are responsible with their families. If you have gone for vasectomy, I actually give you credit for that, and I thank you in the name of your partner.
Ngote amanese uamuzi wa kutagorete woko para vasectomy egera ko tangoro iburu abana bana.
I would like to congratulate all the men that have taken up the responsibility to perform vasectomy as a method of family planning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Webale
Nibegyo muno.
Chahucha sana.
Ibwega. Asante.
There we go. All right. Well, thank you all, and go enjoy your lunch break. We'll be back here. I don't know how long, but I think within the 45 minutes we've got back. We're more than halfway there, but we still have a lot to cover. So don't come back late. And for you men, go out there and take advantage of the healthcare services being provided today, and enjoy your break.
something about the Mexican thing that is so appealing to, because the audience that looks at that is women mostly. The women. They like the women. Women want that. I don't know how.
It can be done. There was.
I'm just asking. Here's my question. The reason I'm asking: why try to raise money if you're not serious? Why want to do something like deal with soap opera around family planning?
Yeah, like those actually what show?
Never seen it.
I think it's on the third or fourth season. Pretty successful.
No, you get 15 seconds of saying like
I'm not talking until I see somebody out.
We need to go.
I don't got the energy to talk. Hello, is anybody out there? Are you guys still eating? People in. We're on strike up here. We don't talk without an audience. There's got to be a quorum. Now,
You're live in 10 seconds.
live. Hi, George. I got an audience of 8. The beauty is, of course, out there in the real world, there are probably another 10 people. Nicholas. Nicholas. Calling Nicholas to the stage. Can we get the people in here before we start going live? Because there's really no point to go live. Put a video on. Show some.
Can be even harder. For too long, men have let women carry the burden, but times are changing. World Vasectomy Day is a special event that honors the men who choose to participate in family planning, the families that support them, and the doctors who provide these services. That's great news, but what is a vasectomy? A vasectomy is a form of birth control for men that requires less time than a good shower, but provides a lifetime of protection. Without even using a scalpel, the doctor separates the vas deferens and then seals up each end. This prevents sperm from entering into the seminal stream and fertilizing a woman's egg. You'll still produce the same amount of semen, but without sperm, there's no chance of a pregnancy. Can you just use a condom? For sure, but it turns out 18 of every 100 men who use a condom as their primary form of birth control get a woman pregnant within a year. With a vasectomy, failure is less than 1%. You do the math. And what do you call a man who uses withdrawal? Daddy. Why not just let your wife take care of it then? Maybe because her choices are more expensive, more painful, and less effective? Or maybe it's just time for you to step up and show a little love. You'd think every man whose family is complete would get a vasectomy. But there are whole countries where less than 1% choose the option. So why are men so resistant? Lack of good information leads to fears like it will make me dumber or weaker or even decrease my sex drive. While the real truth is, not having to worry about pregnancy can actually increase your pleasure. Some countries don't even have a word for vasectomy, and others use the same word for vasectomy and castration. But the common misconception everywhere is that a vasectomy makes you less of a man. Really? Having more children than you can take care of doesn't make you powerful. It makes you exhausted. Your manhood is not determined by how many children you make, but how much love you give the ones you have. For some families, that might mean 6 children. For others, none. We don't judge how many. We just want every child to be welcome. Courageous men don't run from risk. They share responsibility. We don't give in to fear. We get a vasectomy out of love for ourselves, our children, and our partners. And if that love includes concern for the planet our children will inherit, you should know that a vasectomy lowers carbon footprint 28 times more than a lifetime of reducing, reusing, and recycling. With 1,000 vasectomy providers in over 40 countries and more joining every day, World Vasectomy Day is already the largest male-focused family planning event in history. And while we are proud to encourage men to consider a vasectomy, we don't measure our success just by the numbers of vasectomies done, but by the quality of the conversations we help launch. So join us on World Vasectomy Day for what we believe is the most important conversation of our lives. Vasectomy providers in over 40 countries.
Contamos con 1000 médicos que participan.
Yanafanya upangaji uzazi duniani mzima katika historia.
So I want to introduce you to my family. Just over here is Claudia. You going to say hello, Claudia?
Hello.
James.
Hello.
My beautiful wife, Jodie.
Hi.
My eldest daughter, Charlotte.
Hi.
And this is Claire. Say hello, Claire.
Hi.
Exchange in beautiful downtown Adelaide. Chris, how do you feel?
Fine.
Excellent.
Good, thank you.
Good. Time to get to work there, Dr. Stein. I decided to get a vasectomy because Jodie and I had already replicated ourselves twice, and I wanted to take responsibility for our contraception.
Hearing about World Vasectomy Day actually made it faster. So we sort of went, okay, well, here's our opportunity to do this now.
I reckon the day was super exciting. I was super excited for the entire day. I was really surprised about some of the questions I got up front too. Some of the questions were, why are you doing it publicly? Why are you doing a vasectomy? And surely you can do something else rather than do it publicly. But I thought it was a great idea to promote education and gender equality. Isn't that right, Claudia?
Yeah.
Happy World Vasectomy Day!
What? Vasectomy?
Yeah. Vasectomy.
Vasectomy.
It's like castrated.
Watu wanaweza sema pengine fulani amerogwa, vitu kama hizo.
Yeah, vasectomy, I know it's just a means of family planning, but deeper into it, I don't know much.
It's a minor surgery that is done on the male gender does it. Once it's done, there are no consequences, I can say.
Like the tying up with the tubes of the male vasectomy. What are they called again?
A man's vas difference.
The vas difference.
The vas difference.
Yeah, basically it's a way of controlling fertility.
Here the challenge is we don't see that much because men tend to have the superiority, more the chauvinism that I'm not that in a position to go to a clinic to get advice on how I can plan my family or advice on how I can control myself to avoid maybe having like more than 6 kids, 7 kids. Men always have the tendency of, we already know it all. We are the know-it-all guys.
So they need to be empowered to get this information elsewhere, through a structured conversation, why men need to take responsibility for their families.
We need to have our men prepared and educated and empowered with knowledge about vasectomy, because vasectomy should be done and it is important and beneficial to the family as a whole.
And yeah, vasectomy is the way to go in the new world.
In 2011, by then I was at a place called Isbania. So I traveled 800 kilometers up to Busia when I met you. Having many children, people see it as a way of maybe later on if they grow up, they will help you. But if you look at the trend of things, the way things are going on, then having many children is putting a big strain to the parents. Let me put these things in order here. A vasectomy was an act of love I did to my family so that to keep it a little bit small so that I can take care of it. Because if I have one child, I think I cannot work so strenuously to get the daily bread.
For a long time, the woman has been the one bearing the burden of family planning. We've been the one having to take the pills and doing contraception. But I think now it's time that we've started having that discussion as a couple.
Sex is a two people thing. So if I can do it, why can't you do it for me?
These other methods are not 100%. Women play a very big role in family planning, family sizes.
Maybe you're taking pills in the morning or everyday pill, you forget.
It's not only women who should think about family planning. It's not just a woman's responsibility.
So if you love me and I love you, why do you think it is crazy to take responsibility?
Discussion around family planning has to be something a couple really discuss together, because then it becomes a decision of the family rather than one-sided discussion.
I would really advise my partner to step in for me.
I think it's a good idea if you decide to do vasectomy.
Once he does the vasectomy and it's effective, then I can relax now and we won't have to worry about unplanned pregnancies. So I would take it as a tremendous act of love and support.
And like I said, it's an act of love.
Good afternoon, everybody. You enjoyed lunch? Great. So we're just about to jump into the next set of conversations. The room may not be full, but we have audiences across the globe, so we have to start now because we need to keep up with their time as well. So we're getting into, and Jonathan, the vasectomies are continuing. When we broke for lunch break, we had about 50 patients who had gone through. Obviously, that number's gone up. We'll be giving you those numbers later on. So it's still open. You can still sign up, and let's get this done. But Jonathan, obviously, when you hear the number 50, it excites you because this is what you do. But give us a sense of you being here in Kenya. How has that been like?
Oh, hello. Okay. I was saying that when I first got here, it was tough. You know, I didn't know exactly how to maneuver. I didn't know the response. You're starting something completely new. There really hadn't been a tradition with vasectomy, and it's been a conversation. So the key to it has been finding good partners, obviously. That's always the key to everything. You're only as good as the team that you put together. So we've put together a really strong team. Right. It started with going out to find sponsors, right, or even just supporters here. There are a lot of the stakeholders in the country. So it's been, IntraHealth has been one of the great supporters, and Japaigo has been a great supporter, and Gender Health was a great supporter. FHI 360 has been, they're going to be sponsoring the 4th panel today. IPPF has been, they helped sponsor the health fair. FHOK is providing services. Mari Stopes is providing services today. You know, it goes on and on and on. It's really been every family, nobody said no from the family planning world, none of the stakeholders, and that was the beginning. And then really down to the government levels. On the ministry level, it's been supportive, and we're going to be meeting Dr. Josephine Cabarro just shortly, and she's the head of NCPD, and she's been probably I'd say probably the strongest supporter here. Right. And then there was County Health, and all of those people have been fantastic. And we spent a lot of time in Nairobi, and everybody kept saying, don't just spend it in Nairobi. Right. And I was like, yeah, I'd love to make this a whole Kenyan-wide effort, but the reality is it's a global effort, and Kenya was our portal both into Kenya and to the rest of the world.
And so with all those partnerships and relationships that have been built, what do you see the future as being, especially from the Kenyan perspective?
Well, what I hope is that, you know, it starts with demand. If there's interest from men to get vasectomies, then the rest will fall into place. So we have to keep the demand going. The best champions for vasectomies are men who've gotten them. There are going to be 50 men probably today who get vasectomies. To give a little perspective to that, that's probably a good more than have been done by Murray Stopes or FHOK in a whole year. So it's a real significant number here, and that's just in this one day. Right. I think to keep it sustainable, you're going to have to start with building demand and then making sure that the service providers, and you don't need a lot of them because the demand's not that high, but they want to be really high quality, so they got to practice.
All right, and so that's just a sneak peek of what has been the Kenyan experience, and obviously from today we expect it to grow bigger, but I think it's time to bring up Dr. Josephine.
Say again?
I think it's time to bring up Dr. Josephine Kibaru.
No, first we're going to start, I think, with the video.
Right.
So let's show the video. We went out on a road trip. We went with a couple of friends from IntraHealth, first with Isaac Munene and with Judy Carrier. They were kind of our guides, and we got to meet a lot of health providers and Ministry of Health. So let's look at the video, and then we'll take it from there.
The main contributing factor
why men are not really keen on family planning issues is that they see it's a female issue.
The resistance is from that
Fear.
as customary fear. You see that you are no longer a man.
We only believe that men don't want to be involved in family planning. And I believe it's only that people have not targeted the men with a message to hear their view. Nobody has engaged the men.
If I went there on the streets and talked about, I've heard this thing, men would start looking at me like there's nothing. So how prepared are you to deal with that attitude?
We are seated at the true center of our country. So there are things that we need to talk about. First of all, we talk about our families. Because if you are in a mixed group, different cultures, you think about your family and talk about
The idea is to move to making sure that vasectomy is one of those, just the same way we talk about, oh, I went to get some pills, I went to get some injectables. No one laughs at that because it's so routine and so common within the community.
There are health facilities like this, they need health workers, but also a system needs to be put in place. Who are going to be the committee members? Who is going to be the health worker? What is the plan of recruitment? What is the plan of retention?
Even now, people are wondering, why do you only have one child? Many children in African society are bringing a bad burden to we Africa.
Community involvement is really key if we want something like vasectomy that is so foreign to us to become entrenched in our communities.
It's a better option when it comes to the health of the person. If you love your wife, if you love your family, you do this for them.
We need sustained advocacy. And if we can do that, then we can have more clients coming up rather than now moving from every county.
If every family had a size that they love and they want, that they're able to take care of, then you can imagine that it will be able to take care of itself.
Wow. Wow is what I wanted to say. Interesting. Round of applause, please. That was, and I think it was great to see a lady guiding the men through what happens in vasectomy.
You know, it's not. There are men who said they would prefer to get a vasectomy from a woman, just because.
Understandably.
Yeah, understandable. And you know, look, women have a huge influence in men. You know, if they feel confident, if the women give the men the confidence to go ahead and do it, it's really powerful. And obviously there are a lot of powerful women here in Kenya, both wives and mothers and daughters and leaders in government and leaders in industry. And these are the people, you know, it's a collaboration between men and women. One of the things that I've realized, and it's not just a Kenyan thing. In fact, here's an interesting thing that I learned while I was here, and it was a study that Dr. Josephine Kibaro's office did, NCPD. They did a study to look at male engagement in family planning to try to figure out how to change that a little bit. What was the source of it? What was the reasoning? And if you would ask most Kenyan, you know, just what you think is the reason, they're going to tell you it's Kenyan men, you know, it's cultural, it's all those reasons. Well, apparently, the single biggest reason that men gave for not participating in family planning was they didn't think family planning was their responsibility. And when they asked why they didn't think so, it was because of all the campaigns for 50 years that have been geared towards women.
Right.
So it's understandable that men didn't think they had a responsibility because none of the efforts really insisted upon, or at least most of them really were focused on women. And let's be honest about it, in 50 years ago or 60 years ago, all there would have been for family planning really was condoms. So it really was a male, or at least male and female had to take that into consideration. When the pill was developed, and then all of the other commodities of the last 50 years, there's been so much marketing effort geared towards women, and that I think, you know, you as a business journalist would really appreciate what that means when you have billions of dollars commerce to be made, and then millions and millions of dollars of marketing.
Is it because of the return on investment? Why is it easy for a partner or a sponsor to put money on a campaign targeting women as opposed to men?
I think women are more receptive. There was one, we met a priest in I think in Kayole, and he got up in front of everybody. It was a group of men. We were discussing the issue of male acceptance, and the doctor got up and he said, let's be honest, men, we don't have the same tolerance for pain. Women are used to suffering more than us men. And he looked at the group and he said, if men gave birth to children, there would never be a second child. And all the men agreed. Like, they all started laughing.
Right. And of course, I think also that it builds to the fact that a lot of the gentlemen we were interviewing here today were saying the process is actually painless. So for the men out there and you're wondering, it's zero pain. Just nervous, but zero pain.
In fact, I had built up, when I was getting my vasectomy, in which I actually filmed it, I was really nervous. I built up all this drama about it, and it was over so quickly. I didn't have a time to, took me years to get it, and then the whole thing takes like 5 minutes and you're done, or 10 minutes and you're done. You're like, oh, that was it? That's what I was so resistant to?
I think we have...
Okay. Hey, we have a patient who would like to join us. So
yeah, sure.
Come on out.
Have a seat.
Oh, he's even got a USAID t-shirt. Amazing. Here,
what's your name, sir?
My name's Charles Omada Njuguna.
Charles, how did you he's been trying to convince me all day to get a vasectomy. How did you get to decide that?
It's quite challenging.
Okay.
But being a professional, I'm a clinical officer, specialist in reproductive health. And I have 2 sons. And I've seen my wife go through the problem associated with family planning methods. The complications, the bleeding, loss of libido.
Right.
And when she's off the family planning methods, there's this fear of her getting pregnant when she's not prepared or when she's not ready.
Right.
And I think the best way is to have a vasectomy because it's less invasive and you can get quick recovery as compared to her having to go for bilateral tubal ligation.
Right.
Which is rather invasive, requires general anesthesia.
And also the cost.
Yes, and also the cost.
Right.
Yes.
Charles, when you went through that, obviously there's a load that was lifted off your shoulder. How do you, what changes going forward for you?
To begin with, sex life will be good.
Well, men don't like condoms. That's and contraceptives, right?
Yeah.
So obviously you've scored in that area. What was the reaction of your wife when you mentioned that you were going for the procedure?
She was happy. She was pleased. And she took it positively. Actually, she was encouraging me this morning.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't get that encouragement this morning, so maybe if I got it before India. All right? But many thanks, Charles. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Did you just get your vasectomy now, or are you about to get your vasectomy?
He just did.
Oh, again?
He just finished? Oh, he just finished his vasectomy. Oh, well. Oh, he did it okay. Well, you seem very fine. I think it's pretty, the biggest concern always is, he didn't...
You were talking of women motivating.
Oh.
He's got a vasectomy from a woman.
Oh, he got his, there he did. Not only did he get motivated by a woman, Dr. Baljit is the doctor who did the vasectomy. Hey, Dr. Baljit, how many vasectomies have you done? No count. She doesn't count. She lost count of them.
Yeah. How was it having the procedure done by a woman doctor?
Actually, she's very experienced. I saw her do it the day before, and she does it so well.
Fantastic. Round of congratulations to Charles, our latest patient. Thank you, Charles.
Is Dr. Cabarro here? If Dr. Cabarro is here, please come up to the stage.
Sorry, I can't see him, but Dr. Josephine Cabarro, if you're here, this will be your moment.
This would be the moment here. Nicholas, is Dr. Cabarro here?
Okay, as we wait for Dr. Kibaro, I think we'll watch another video on the community and the role that religion plays in the whole vasectomy conversation.
Good morning, all. I thank God for you. We used to know as family planning is for women.
Men are the people who are being looked. Government right now is supporting a lot of youth and women. And so men, they feel that, okay, we are neglected.
When we introduced family planning in this country many years ago, it was seen like it is a woman's affair. Men were not really featured and captured so much in it.
It's my first time to meet and to be the first to attend such meeting that talks about men.
And this issue of family planning is for women. 50 years, that's been a long line. Women, family planning, women, family planning. So now when we bring men family planning, let us say vasectomy, it's like boom, a light. Then this light, what is it about?
I'm talking about vasectomy. I know some of you have heard it, some of you don't know. People knowing you're a pastor and you have done vasectomy, they have a lot of things to ask. If you do the vasectomy, men, you remain healthy. Whatever you are doing, sexual relationship, it's okay, and the life will go on. But biblically, the planner was God. Family planning is from God.
So actually, one of the things we've done in the past when we reached into it, like last year we were in Indonesia, and there was a lot of concern about, it's probably the largest, I think it is the largest Muslim community in the world is in Indonesia. And there was a lot of sort of sense of resistance. And actually, over time, we were able to find that it was really important to bring in the religious community. And we did that in Indonesia, and we ended up having a relationship with the imam, who was living in a small area, a village in central Java region. And it was a guy who had started, the imam himself had gotten a vasectomy, and that made it a really powerful, they were just great mobilizers. So I think a thing that we would like to do now is show you the video that we did about this Muslim community, imam in Indonesia, and how powerful that was in terms of starting a movement of vasectomy inside Indonesia. So if we could show the Wonosobo video, that would be great.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wa man ahsanu qawlan mimman da'a ila Allahi wa 'amila shalihan qala innani minal muslimin. Qul Allahu ar-rahmanu ayyama tad'u falahul asmaul husna. ولا تجهر بصلاتك ولا تخفض بها وابتغ بين ذلك سبيلا.
Kalau pagi bangun jam 3, habis itu saya sholat malam. Saya bantuin istri, saya nyalakan api. Kalau istrinya lagi masak, saya yang nyuci. Saya sangat bersyukur, terima kasih saya dikaruniai anak 5.
Nggak apa-apa, mana kelihatan kecil.
Istri saya waktu itu masih memakai kontrasepsi, itu ada kebobolan ternyata. Seorang suami sayang istri, saya partisipasi saya beranikan diri untuk vasektomi. Nah di situ, makanya para warga sini, para masyarakat Bogoran, jadi terinspirasi semua, terciptalah Pria Utomo menuju sejahtera.
Dampaknya nanti kondisi badan dan nanti kekuatannya pengurangan atau enggak?
Oh iya. Nah, saya pun kerjanya udah biasa, itu tukang dolok, enggak ada perubahan. Terus itu kawan-kawan saya itu yang udah vasektomi itu.
Saya sudah membuktikan bahwa memang masih kuat, makin saya mantap lagi mau vasektomi.
Keluarga berencana mengenai pengabdian kepada Allah, kepada Tuhan, ini di bidang ibadah. Tokoh agama itu di mana-mana dibutuhkan, karena di mana-mana juga membutuhkan pencerahan. Oh ini ada pertemuan rutin, kelompok KB pria beserta nanti diisi pengajian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kita syukuri punapa ingkang sampun dipun paringaken dhateng kita sedaya. Mergo nikmat saking Allah punika kathah sanget ingkang dipun paringaken dhateng kula lan panjenengan sedaya. Bilih kula panjenengan sedaya ugi kedah bersyukur ingkang arupi keluarga. Kita kagungan anak niku saking rahmati Gusti Allah ingkang kedah kita gulawentah dipun didik kanthi sak sae-saenipun. Keluarga kita kedah nggadahi perencanaan kados kabeh menika mboten namung ibu-ibu tok tapi bapak-bapak nggih kedah ngraosaken rasane kabeh jebule kayak yang ini. Saya sampaikan pada masyarakat dunia, bagi laki-laki atau kalau kalian itu sayang terhadap istri, buktikan dengan mengikuti vasektomi.
Mendukung hari vasektomi sedunia.
Ini adalah bis unit pelayanan Muyan, dapat digunakan untuk melayani pelayanan kontrasepsi KB, IUD atau spiral, kemudian vasektomi.
Ya, karena kan sayang istri. Sudah tidak akan menambah lagi.
Nanti dari kalangan muslim pun itu bisa memakai, bisa menerima, merubah kodrat dari yang puasa itu insya Allah nggak ada. Vasektomi itu nggak ada pantangan, jos gandos. Moga sebelum jenengan dioperasi nanti dilakukan, pokoknya kita berdoa bareng. Masya ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Syadila wali walahrin waradallahu dan marsyad Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Vasektomi nggak sedikit loh. Manfaatnya besar untuk keluarga, untuk ibu khususnya.
Nggak terasa. Nggak apa-apa ya Pak.
Keluarga berencana itu
memang dari pemerintah memang udah digalakan. Kalau menurut saya itu tinggal kepribadiannya. Orang masing-masing itu punya rasa tanggung jawab terhadap istri apa enggak.
Masalah kesehatan penting, bukan untuk orang Islam saja, orang Kristen saja. Masyarakat membutuhkan.
Wonosobo mendukung Hari Vasektomi Sedunia. Oke.
So that was our trip to Indonesia last year, and that was our visit to a community with imams. We're here with Kevin. Kevin just had his vasectomy. If you have some questions, either one of you. He just finished. He just got off the table. By the way, this is Dr. Josephine Kibaro. She's from the director of NCPD, National Council on Population and Development. And we've been going through the day so far. It's been going fantastic. I think they've done over 20 vasectomies so far. There's another 30 men waiting to get their procedure done. Everything's been going. We've been Skyping around the world, and we're just talking to some of the men after they've had their procedure. So Bonnie will ask some questions. And if you have any questions, we'll find out from Kevin.
So first, Kevin, congratulations. But just give us, how was the experience, really?
Thank you so much. A little before I went in, I was a bit tensed, but when I got there, I actually realized it's not what I thought.
When you're tense, what were you thinking? What was going through your mind at that point?
What was going through my mind was there would be a lot of pain in it, and I would really be I would really have to be very, very cautious, otherwise a few things would have gone wrong.
Like what was your biggest fear? What was this one thing that you feared can go wrong in the process?
My biggest fear was now we've chopped off something that we ought not to have done, and it's irreversible.
Did they chop off anything?
No, they didn't.
Okay.
No, they didn't.
How did you get to this decision, Kevin, that you decided, I want to take the procedure?
I've wanted to, I've been having it in my mind to just have a lean, neat family that I can
How many children do you have?
3.
3.
I have 3 children.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. So now you do not have to worry about getting kids anymore. But was your wife part of the process, and how was she feeling about it?
Sure, she was part of the process because for a couple of years I've been seeing her go through a lot of pain with the contraceptives, and I thought, why not relieve her of the burden of the backaches, the headaches, the excess menstrual cycle. And that's how I arrived at it. I also wanted just a small family that I can put my focus in and...
Right.
Yes.
So this was your act of love.
Exactly.
Dr. Kibaro, probably you have a question for Kevin. Just use mine.
Okay, not really a question, just to congratulate you for making that very important decision.
Thank you.
So is your wife in the audience?
No, she's not. She's out working somewhere. But she's aware.
She supported this fully.
Exactly.
So why do you think having a small family is good for you?
We are living in tough times. You only want something that you can work with, something that you can give your best and your all. There's no need of having a chain of kids when even the little you have are not getting the best. Yeah, so you'd rather work with a number that you know you can give your all and your best.
So obviously for you, this was an economic decision. You were planning for the future, and you said, at least with 3, I can provide. But more than that, it's going to be crazy.
Yes, yes.
Ah, fantastic. All right, thank you very much, Kevin. And congratulations again to Kevin. He's taken a bold step and an act of love, having taken the procedure. Thank you very much. And congratulations, please, to Kevin.
So, Dr. Kibaro, I had a real quick question for you. Is when I first came to you with the idea about World Vasectomy Day, what was your first thinking?
Yeah, maybe, Jonathan, I go back to the family planning program in Kenya. Basically, male uptake of any method is very low. So when you came and discussed with us what had happened in other countries, you'd introduced this idea, I was very interested because NCPD and just concluded a study which showed that men, the reasons why men are not involved in the whole aspect of family planning. So I thought this is an opportunity to just discuss with men. What is the problem? What can we do better? What can we do better? And finally, you know, if we can have men understand that they are partners, you know, in this process, and they are really key partners, because like I told you that time, and I keep reminding everybody, this is a patriarchal society. Kenya is a patriarchal society. Men make all the major decisions in the family, so why not make this one as well?
And Daktari, when we were discussing earlier on, we were just looking at the history of family planning and the campaigns and the resources that are put, and we realized for many organizations and partners, it was easy to put funds in campaigns targeting women over the years, as opposed to men. Before even we talk about the demand, why is it easy for initiatives to put resources on initiatives that target women and not men?
I think, you know, generally, like in Africa and Kenya, Africa and Kenya also, there has been the issue of gender, you know, gender equality, gender equity, and issues around women empowerment. So these, any aspect or any initiative which is leading towards empowerment of women tends to attract, you know, a lot of attention, a lot of sympathy, and likely more funding. So I think that would be the primary reason why that was the trend.
Actually, I think that one of the people who helped introduce me to you is Monica Kerrigan, who's been a real big supporter of World Vasectomy Day. And I think we have her right now on Skype. So let's talk to Monica. Oh, good morning, Monica.
Good morning, Jonathan and Kenyan colleagues.
You know, we're sitting here with Dr. Kibaro. It was a perfect timing right now. And I think you were the one who actually first introduced me.
Yes, and I want to thank Dr. Kibaro for her incredible leadership and support of family planning in Kenya, and really expanding method choice and working with the counties to really explore their family planning issues. Congratulations.
Thank you, Monica. It's a pleasure to see you.
Dr. Monica, what were you now a little bit about? How come you got so interested in what we were doing here with World Vasectomy Day? Because you really have embraced this project with so much enthusiasm, and I have to say that everybody should really honor this, that Monica's been the person this year who kind of took us to that next level and introduced me to all of the institutional people. That was the first, and I met you at IntraHealth at the Switch Point, but you've been just so fantastic ever since.
Well, thank you very much. And actually, I really, for me, my passion and commitment is because of the great work that the government and the NGO sector and private sector is doing in Kenya. When you see their commitment to family planning, it makes you want to do more. And again, on the way to the London Summit on Family Planning and FP 2020, Kenya has been one of the first commitment makers, and certainly I believe one of the best innovators to expand access to family planning. And when I look at how you have launched World Vasectomy Day 2016 in the country, it's just been, I'm just so proud of the work that people have done, and especially a big shout out to the government and the private sector and the NGO community and men and boys for coming together and sparking the conversation. I joined the call a little late, but I do want to say that I think one of the things that we're learning in FP 2020 is the importance of reaching out to men and boys. And women and girls do carry the burden of pregnancy and HIV and STDs. So they're very much a part of this conversation still, but it really is important to expand the conversation and create much more dialogue between couples and youth about the issues of family planning.
I had one last question. You always use the word disruption. It's your favorite word, or you often use it. Talk about what you mean when you say disruption as a sort of a tool for about positive.
Well, thank you so much, Monica. Have a great day. Are you going to the FP 2020 meeting now?
I'm going to go in a few minutes, and I will be,
In average education, they're not aware about vasectomy.
Thank you, James. Dr. Harry, please.
Okay, let me start with the whole issue of awareness on, maybe I start by saying family planning in general and vasectomy in particular. I think the family planning program has had challenges over the last several years. As you know, when HIV/AIDS was declared a national or a global emergency, a lot of funding to the family planning program or population programs in general went down. So the available resources for concerted or continuous engagement in terms of public education and so forth really did go down. And that may be where we lost the game in terms of continuously engaging and educating members of the public. In terms of whether vasectomy, what it costs and whether it's available in Kenya, yes, vasectomy as a method is available in the country because in the Ministry of Health, they do have what they call a long-term, a strategy to increase long-term uptake of long-term methods. So there is a concerted effort to educate and avail methods which are long-term rather than the short-term methods like pills and injectables and so forth. But the issue, of course, is related to the knowledge, the understanding. There are myths and misconceptions around vasectomy. Like you had the young man who was here was being asked what were his biggest concerns, and you hear chopping, so you wonder what is being chopped. So myths and misconceptions around vasectomy really have had quite a significant role in reducing the uptake, and that's why we are here today, this World Vasectomy Day, to really talk about it openly and say there's nothing being chopped. It's just one of those methods which are quite safe and can be used by anybody. How many doctors are trained, I may not have the figures at my fingertips, but there are many doctors in this country who are trained in vasectomy as part of their training. But also you realize the number of clients available for this method are very few. So in terms of experience, we don't have very many doctors who really have had a good enough exposure by having been able to offer this method to many clients to have the competency and the confidence. And that does, of course, reduce their skills. So part of what is happening here today is we have colleagues from other countries who are working with our local doctors to try also and build their capacity so that, even when they leave, we still have a pool of doctors who can do this. And finally, whether it is available, yes, it is available, like I said, in public health hospitals. It's supposed to be free, but there are not many people taking it up for reasons I've said, and also there aren't that many doctors just on standby to offer the method.
Thank you, Dr. Harry. And talking of doctors, yes, sure.
Well, I had a question, it's a term that I heard from your office, and maybe you could explain it in terms of family planning and population, and there's been this term demographic dividend. And I would just be, could you explain to us what a demographic dividend, because I mentioned it to a few people and they said, oh, India is going through a demographic dividend and it happened earlier in Korea, and explain what it is, what it means for Kenya, when are we going to have it, and what do you have to do to prepare for it?
Okay, demographic dividend is an opportunity for a country to reap economically from the population which a country already has. Kenya currently has a very high population of young people, those under 15 years. So when a country is preparing to reap dividends, we need to have a situation where the working age group, 15 to 60, that age group is bigger in terms of percentage of the population compared to the under 5s and those over 65 who are also, kind of dependents. So for a country to be in a situation where we say there is a bulge, it's when the fertility goes down. Fertility is the number the number of children a woman delivers in her lifetime, and also mortality, the death of their mortality and fertility have gone down. And Kenya is actually moving towards that demographic transition because, as you know, infant mortality has gone down over the last 10 years. Mortality for children down. Fertility has gone down. We start now at about 4 children per woman, from almost 8 children per woman in the 70s. But those are the components mean to be in place. And for Kenya, the projections show that we would be able to reap the dividend by 2038 if we actually put all those things in place. And that's why you're seeing the government doing a lot of investment in the young people, expanding the university education, and especially the technical and vocational training institutions. That is in preparation to really see how the country can reap the dividend. Like you said, those Asian tigers did. They invested this, they did this in the 60s and 70s. That's why they are reaping their dividends now. South Korea and some of the countries like Indonesia were at par with Kenya in the 60s. But they put their act together, especially in reducing fertility by strengthening their family planning programs.
Right. Thank you, Dr. We'll need to put a pause because John McCormick is on Skype right now. Let's go to Ireland. John, good afternoon. How is it? What time is it there, by the way?
It is 12:30.
John, I just wanted to introduce you to the audience here. There are about close to 1,000 doctors who've signed on as World Vasectomy Day participants. Dr. McCormick is based in Ireland. You can see he's a doctor. Are you doing your own camera work?
Yeah, I'm doing my own camera work here. I'm trying to hold it steady.
Yeah, that's good. I hope your hands are steady when you do vasectomy. There you go.
Yeah,
that's
a bit
excellent.
better than this.
So how is it going for you there in Ireland?
Yeah, it's going pretty good. You know, the Irish guys are pretty accepting about getting vasectomies. They're pretty open about talking about it with their mates whenever, or their friends, their colleagues, once the time comes and they get reassurance. We're not quite as good as countries like Canada or Australia, and the UK are possibly marginally better than us in terms of numbers getting it done, but conservatively couples who are saying their family's complete are getting a vasectomy. And I would say that in the last year, I've seen more and more men that don't have any children deciding to get a vasectomy because.
So what are some of the reasons acceptors are giving you for taking the procedure?
Oh, I mean, the common thing you hear that is that my wife has done enough. She's had 2 kids, 3 kids, 4 kids, whatever it is, and it's now my turn. And I'm quite happy to get this done. Another one is that she's had a couple of cesarean sections, she can't have any more. And another one is that she's done all these hormonal contraceptives like birth control pill, toys, implants, and they don't work for her, and I do not want my wife to be taking those, so I'm getting this done. Less and less likely you'll find medical reasons that the partner can't take contraception. So if they have iron overload for hematosis and they have coils and they don't get heavy enough periods, that's a problem. If they have breast cancer and can't get pregnant again, they're less likely. But it's normally the guys who are taking responsibility.
I had one question. Are there any men there we can speak to right now, or are you by yourself?
No, I'm by myself at the moment, and anybody I asked for today to go on Skype, they all shied off. They're on Friday.
All right. Well, listen, thank you so much, John. Keep it up, and thanks for all your support over the years, and let's keep going. Maybe we'll get to Ireland and do World Vasectomy Day there someday.
Thanks, guys. Good luck with the rest of the day, and thanks for everything you're doing.
Thank you. And Jonathan, you know, in the process of this, there's a lot of questions that keep coming. And I'd like to just bring up Dr. Stein again on stage. Just give us an update of how the day is so far and what sort of interactions he's having with the patients.
Doug, are you here? Doug could be doing vasectomies as we speak. If Doug is here, come on stage, Doug. We'd just like to get an update. Look, I see another table. I think there's so many men coming in.
The numbers are
I don't know if you noticed yesterday, Dr. Kibaro, but we got on the radio and then we were on Citizen TV and more men started calling up. And so we were worried at one point if we'd have enough men to fill the day, and now more men are just showing up, taking advantage of the fact that there's so many doctors who are skilled here, they're doing training, and it's free, which helps as well. I had a question to ask you.
Yeah.
A lot of family planning, there's a lot of costs involved. There's a lot of commerce involved with family planning. Vasectomy doesn't have any. Do you think in some ways that makes it harder to get support for it? I mean, how could we create a sustainable and scalable vasectomy program in this country? What can we do next? We built the interest now. We know there's interest. How do we build a sustainable program?
Yeah, I think the starting point for male involvement in family planning really, from where I sit, is more information so that men can seek for services with confidence. Because most of the time, especially in Kenya, men tend to receive information secondhand, either from their wives or their spouses and so forth. And that doesn't really empower them a lot in terms of making decisions. So if we can actually, within the strategy of long-term methods, really concentrate on engaging the men, making them...
So men are just slow.
They're not slow. They just take time to make the decisions. But you know, once it's made, yeah? So, and men usually don't take decisions. They are here in the room. They can disagree with what I'm saying. Men take a decision when they are convinced. Right. And once they are convinced, really, it's a go, you know, right. It's a go. And I think that's where we need to reach if we are going to have a sustainable program. That's one aspect. The other aspect, of course, is we need to scale up the training. You know, more doctors all over the country available so that if somebody does make a decision to have the service, then they go somewhere and they actually get the service. It's not postponed. You are not sent to another center or to another doctor, you know, so that it's available on demand, because tomorrow the decision may change.
Okay, let's just bring Dr. Sten because he has to go back at the table. But how many procedures have we done so far?
Well, the physicians are not, but we don't have a check sheet. Now, in the back, they have a check sheet because each patient is listed with his name, how many children he has, by how many partners has he had those children, how many children with his present partner, how old is his present partner, and what is the age of his youngest child, was the last pregnancy intended, and what sort of contraception were you using. So we've got very nice sort of reproductive health data. We could add more columns just so that you can get a sort of a feel. So we'll have average age, average number of children, all the things that people like to... I always tell people during our last trip to Haiti, we did vasectomies on 132 men, and those 132 men had 723 children.
Wow.
So, you know, you can get some averages there. Excel does a wonderful job calculating totals and averages.
In terms of just the timelines and procedures, so after a patient has come through for the procedure, give us what happens next, and is there a follow-up, and how do you keep in touch?
Well, some doctors do ask patients to come back to their offices. I serve such a large geographic area that it would be unreasonable for me to, because most of the guys are just fine, and I think the no-show rate for those would be ridiculous. But they do like follow-up. So every patient is called the next day. Sometimes it's 2 days later. But every patient gets a personal call from me. How are you doing? Do you have any discomfort? Is there anything I can provide for you? Okay, stay with the tight undershorts for one more day. You don't have to wear it to bed anymore at night. And how's the little opening in the front looking? Most of the time it's stuck. I can't even find it. So, but they really appreciate the call. And in fact, when they do Google reviews, sometimes they say, you know, it was really an easy procedure, and what impressed me the most was that the doctor called me the next day.
Right.
So it's a nice investment that a doctor can make, and I encourage the doctors around here to have that personal touch and show that they care about their patients enough to call.
And doctor, I know we've had a few testimonies from some of the patients, but give us a sense of what are some of the interactions you're having with them, and what are some of the highlights you're having?
With the patients today, well, it's a little bit hard to engage the patients if we have some of the other doctors here are observing. So you're sort of caught between describing what you're doing to the doctors who are observing, and it's a little bit hard to engage the patients because we're hesitant to raise our voices back there and interfere with you. And I'd have to bend over and say it directly because it's really pretty. These little walls do not prevent sound from going through them, so we can hear you really, really well back there. So there's not much time for engagement.
Fantastic. We have to let you go. Thank you very much, Doug.
You're welcome.
All right. So now, Dr. Kibaru, we're still on these conversations, and we've been looking at this. There's one thing that came out that we want to grow our numbers. There's elections, and we've had politicians tell people, get more children, get more votes. Is that a factor that you face as far as a challenge in not just vasectomy, but family planning interventions?
Yes, I'm sure many of you have seen it on TV or heard it on radio. Politicians are telling their constituents they need more numbers. I mean, there's misconception around numbers. Because you see, when we talk about family planning, we are not saying, we don't limit the number of children a couple can have. They're expecting to be responsible enough to have the number of children they can be able to take care of. So if a couple can afford 4, if they can afford 2 or 1, really that decision should be vested on the couple. And when politicians tell wananchi out there to have numbers, really it doesn't make sense because one, even if they got a child now, the child will not be old enough to vote for that particular politician. And 2, we should be more concerned about the quality of population, the quality of the families we are raising. There's no point giving birth to children for other people to take care of, for you. And we know a lot of that is happening in our country. You have your 2 children, but your sister, your uncle has like 10, so you are busy taking care of everybody else. So we need really, as a community, as a society, look into ourselves and say, what is that number which would make sense to me, whether I'm poor, whether I'm middle income, whether I am, have a lot of resources, right. So that you have, each couple have pride in the quality of the family they are raising.
Fantastic. And you've talked about tribe, and I've seen a question. Before I get to that question, let's just watch this very short video, and then I'll come to your question, okay?
There is a big disparity. Very, very few girls are accessing to education. The goal of our projects is to help the community with the needs like water and sanitation, health, climate change, that's environment, and by preserving the use of the sun, that is the use of solar. So the way people are living, they don't have the big tract of land they used to live. And that affects the population increase in each of their families. The Maasai now are trying to settle down in different particular areas. One way of doing that is through vasectomy. We feel this as a new technology and a way of addressing the issue of population increase, as well as making sure that those families are being taken care of instead of keeping big families and people are becoming more poor.
All right, there was a question for Dr. before we bring this session to a landing. Let me just get the microphone to you. So we have 2 questions.
I hope you'll allow me to speak in Swahili. My name is Mwamburi Saruma, Msamaria Mwema. I'm a CHW. Mama yetu umeketea hapo mbele. Ningependa kuna muda mwingi sana ambao wanawake mmepewa wakupewa ile tunaitwa empowerment. Na muda mwingi mmefundishwa mambo mengi, mmeenda paka Beijing, mmekuja. Na sasa kile kitu ambacho kinatufanya sisi wanaume tu na uoga mwingi sana ni kwamba wanawake wameshapevushwa sana kuliko wanaume. Mkatusahau sisi, kwamba hata wanawake sasa dakika moja wanaanza sisi wanaume kama sasa sisi tulivyo hivi. Kama mimi mzee hivi ninaona uoga sana kufanya vasectomy. Kwa sababu gani? Nikifanya tendo hilo ambalo nitafanya vasectomy, ninaogopa kwamba mke wangu anaanza kunitoroka na akaniacha mimi, akaenda na watoto na akaniacha mimi bila watoto. Hiyo ndio sasa uoga wetu hasa wale wazee kama mimi. Alafu jambo la pili, sasa tunaona kwamba mimi sasa ninaogopa kwa sababu nikifanya hivyo akienda sasa ile kitu kingangu kubwa kabisa nitafuta ndogo ile ambayo itakuja kunizalia mtoto mwingine. Hiyo ndio uoga wetu mkubwa kabisa hasa wanaume sisi ambao tunaogopa. Neno ambalo nilikuwa nataka kuambia kwamba nyinyi we mwakilishi tunaweza kusema ni wa serikali na hilo shirika ambao muda mwingi mnaketi na wenzenu wa wanaume, mnaketi na serikali mahali pamoja, tunaomba uhamasisho wa wanaume. Ndio tusio na ile dhana ya kudhani kwamba sasa nikifanywa hivyo bibi yangu atatoroka. Sijui kama utafanya hivyo. Asante.
Asante sana Msamaria Mwema. You want to take that first before the next one?
Okay, asante sana kwa hilo ni comment actually sio swali. Ningetaka kusema empowerment of women sio kusema sasa wanawake wakiwa empowered wanaume wanaachwa nyuma. The main idea of women empowerment ni kuwainua. Unakumbuka kina mama na wasichana wametoka mbali sana. Wametoka mbali sana. Sisi wa Kenya tunajua vile imekuwa. So hii ku-empower women ilikuwa kuwatoa mahali walikuwa ndio wainue kidogo waweze kusaidiana na wanaume ndio tujenge taifa. Lakini sio kusema sasa wanaume waachwe nyuma. Sasa wanawake wamewapita na mpaka sasa iwe ni empowerment ya men, you know. That was not the intention. Nilikuwa nasema, you know, hata wanawake wenyewe wanaogopa wanaume wakipata hii vasectomy labda mambo ingine itaenda vibaya. So ni muhimu sana counseling ikifanywa to the couple, wote wawili. Ndio sasa isiwe ni kwenda kinyume ya mwingine. I hope nimejaribu kujibu.
Hi. Okay, my question is, the reason why we see a lot of women involved actively in family planning is because over the years we've had a lot of research into means of how women can be involved. For instance, if you have a family and maybe they're planning to have like 2 kids who will be 8 years apart, the responsibility of planning the family will fall on the woman because she has an option of an IUD. She can take pills, she can take other hormonal methods of controlling birth or of controlling the birthing process. So what measures are being taken to ensure that men are more actively engaged in this process? Because as it stands, a man will only be involved in the family planning process when they've already had all the kids they want in the family. Are there methods that have been researched to maybe accommodate men within maybe this 8-year gap? Can we have a temporary vasectomy, for instance?
I'll just answer quickly that question, because that's the last panel of the day is about the future of male contraception. And we're going to be talking about what are the options coming forward, what exists now, and what's coming forward. But if Dr. Gibaro has some answers to that, that would be great as well.
Yeah, I think I would want to leave the issue of research for mere methods to the panel which is coming up. But we know that is a challenge, but it's not like science is quiet about that. But what I would want to concentrate on is just again to emphasize the need for male involvement. You know, men to be involved in all these decisions and discussions around family planning. And I think a forum like this where we are talking openly and discussing issues, we need to have more of this. And I would encourage the media to really work with us, with institutions like mine, the Ministry of Health, even when Jonathan is not here, to continue this dialogue, you know, through like the many local vernacular FMs. Really, if we can be able to continue discussing some of these issues, calling back and answering or allaying the anxiety of the men about some of the issues, I think we could go a long way. The study I indicated of male involvement in reproductive health and family planning, the men were very categorical on the things which they would want changed, you know. So as a country, we need now to come up with a plan. How do we then intensively address those issues which they have talked about? For instance, one of the things in that report is that men are unable to access the health facilities, even for family planning or for any other reproductive health services. Because to begin with, it's called MCH, maternal and child health. So where does the man come in this? Then you go to the MCH, you know our clinics, most of you who are Kenyans. The people lining up there are women with their children, and you know, the benches, you move from one side of the bench to the other. So the men were asking us, and we now start moving, you know, with the women, with their children crying on a bench like that. So there are initiatives we can be able to change even as a government, make sure that there are men clinics, you know. Men also don't want to waste their time. They are looking for money to feed their family. So if we want them to come, we open like at 8 in the evening, you know, when they are finished, so that they can be able to pass through there, and in 30 minutes, 10 minutes, they are finished with it. Right. So we do have the thoughts of men. I think it's the programming which we have to work on.
Fantastic. And I like the thoughts that Dr. had put across as options for men clinic. I would certainly go to a night clinic other than queuing during the day. Jonathan?
I think we're great. Thank you so much, Dr. Kibaro. Really appreciate all that you've done to invite us into here. It's been a pretty hard 2 months, and but I feel like today is proof that the work was worth it, and so many people have helped pull this together, but none of it would have been possible without your embracing the whole idea. So thank you so much on behalf of everybody here.
Round of applause, please, to Dr. Kibaro as she takes a seat. Thank you very much.
I just... yeah, you can stay if you want. I know you're busy. Thank you so much. You know, the reality of it is I am not, you know, I didn't get into this field as a health provider or in the health field. I'm a filmmaker and somewhat of a journalist, but more just independent filmmaker. I've been making films all over the world, and that's what I really love to do. And so when I came to Kenya to figure out how to work here, like I said, I didn't know anybody, but I knew I needed to put together a team. You could see all the movies that we've done, all the press that's come, all the media, all the tweeting, all the incredible things that have happened. None of that would I have been able to do on my own. There's always a huge team. But there's some people who are even more special than that. And there was the first hire, you know. It's always like, who's the first follower? Who's the first one to show up? So I need to acknowledge that person. His name is Sena Koi. Sena, please come on the stage. He's the man who's been making this whole amazing thing happen. So we wanted to give him a big round of applause. Big thank you, Sena. I always like that. He never introduces himself. He says, I'm an independent filmmaker. You know, I really like that. I just wanted to know if you could say a few things about your experience and what you've accomplished. What do you think we've learned, and where do we go next?
Hello, everyone. For the last 7 years, I've been doing nothing but TV. But there have never been more exciting TV project than the World Vasectomy Day. I mean, it's been a learning experience for me. I've been pushed beyond my elasticity. I've been overwhelmed. The success is not a one-man show. It's been a teamwork. And this brought the best out of me. And I'm proud that I met Jonathan Stark. I put you into the list of my mentors from today. Thank
Put
you.
it in your mouth. Close it, close it.
I put you into the list of my mentors from today.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you so much. Before you leave, I watch him working all the time. He's got this little tablet. I don't know how he does it, but he manages to get more done. I'm always a little nervous because he'll 100 people will show up, and I'm like, okay. I don't know how he does it. He's always working, but I see him working off of his tablet, and I felt a little bit for him, so I made a decision. I figured maybe you would use this. It could be helpful for you going forward. Here's a computer to keep yourself.
Fantastic.
We can't see you there again. All right, well, good luck. Thank you so much. Give me a hug. All right, so let's finish up the third panel. Things are going great. I wanted to put on an animation video. Silas, are you here? Let's get Silas out. Silas came with me. A caller. We have a caller.
Oh, let's take the call.
Hello, who's this?
Chiquis.
Who's this? Hola. Did we lose her? What do you say, Nicolas?
There you
Levis.
are.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Claro, Chiquis, por favor.
No se escucha bien, pero ¿cómo está ahí? ¿En qué país estás? No se escucha. See, that's why we need. ¿No me
Y
escuchas?
algo para cargue la computadora.
Okay, I don't know if we hear you well. Do you hear us? I
think we lost her.
I think we might have lost.
Yeah.
Well, let's try to reconnect later. I just wanted to say that in July, a couple of us, John Currington, Michelle Lebrecht, two vasectomy providers, one's from Canada, one is working in Florida, works with Dr. Doug Stein. We went down to Mexico. We were there for 3 or 4 days. They had a conference. They brought together all of the vasectomy providers from the 32 states in Mexico, and they asked, and we committed to bring World Vasectomy Day there in 2018. And this year, there are around 287 of them who are going to be working. They're all working today. They're just starting now because it's, I think, 9 hours earlier there. And they've committed to do, over the course of the day, they're going to do around 3,000 or 4,000 vasectomies. So you can see how powerful it is in other countries, that you think wouldn't be. But Mexico is one of the strongest places for vasectomy services. There, believe it or not, the government actually drives a car to the guy's house,
Right.
picks him up in a car, brings him to the clinic, and then drives him home.
If you volunteer to do it.
If you volunteer to do it, it's free as well. So it's just the calculation in the government's part that it's worth their while to encourage family planning. They always say it's the greatest investment in development is family planning. There's no single easier way to manage the growth of your country than to at least try to manage the growth of your population.
Interesting. And Jonathan, I think we need to get to the final panel, which will set the stage for what really is the future of male contraception and vasectomy going forward. But before that, let's just watch this video.
Choosing to bring life into existence is about as important a decision as any man can make. Knowing what to do when our family is complete can be even harder. For too long, men have let women carry the burden, but times are changing. World Vasectomy Day is a special event that honors the men who choose to participate in family planning, the families that support them, and the doctors who provide these services. That's great news, but what is a vasectomy? A vasectomy is a form of birth control for men that requires less time than a good shower, but provides a lifetime of protection. Without even using a scalpel, the doctor separates the vas deferens and then seals up each end. This prevents sperm from entering into the seminal stream and fertilizing a woman's egg. You'll still produce the same amount of semen, but without sperm, there's no chance of a pregnancy. Can you just use a condom? For sure. But it turns out 18 of every 100 men who use a condom as their primary form of birth control get a woman pregnant within a year. With a vasectomy, failure is less than 1%. You do the math. And what do you call a man who uses withdrawal? Daddy, why not just let your wife take care of it then? Maybe because her choices are more expensive, more painful, and less effective. Or maybe it's just time for you to step up and show a little love. You'd think every man whose family is complete would get a vasectomy. But there are whole countries where less than 1% choose the option. So why are men so resistant? Lack of good information leads to fears like it will make me dumber or weaker or even decrease my sex drive. While the real truth is, not having to worry about pregnancy can actually increase your pleasure. Some countries don't even have a word for vasectomy, and others use the same word for vasectomy and carry 6 children. For others, none. We don't judge how many, we just want every child to be welcome. Courageous men don't run from risk, they share responsibility. We don't give in to fear. We get a vasectomy out of love for ourselves, our children, and our partners. And if that love includes concern for the planet our children will inherit, you should know that a vasectomy lowers carbon footprint 28 times more than a lifetime of reducing, reusing, and recycling. With 1,000 vasectomy providers in over 40 countries and more joining every day, World Vasectomy Day is already the largest male-focused family planning event in history. And while we are proud to encourage men to consider a vasectomy, we don't measure our success just by the numbers of vasectomies done, but by the quality of the conversations we help launch. So join us on World Vasectomy Day for what we believe is the most important conversation of our lives.
Great, and that is the act of love, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call us to a 30-minute break, then we come back for the final 360 panel. So let's go out for 30 minutes. There's coffee, break. Let's get back at 4:30. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Hey, are we ready to Skype with Dr. We're waiting on that. Just when you think that Skype, you know, being here in Kenya, the technology is like 95% there. But that's kind of true around the world anyhow. You know, it's almost perfect, but always just falls
It always
flat.
fails, right.
You can't be 100% certain. How do you think life was like before there was, how did we do it before technology?
You mean in 1995?
Yeah. How was that?
Well, there was no Wi-Fi. It took longer to get information across.
But we
I
still
think the
were-
quality of life was better.
record.
Oh, Damika, there you are. Can you hear us clearly?
Yes.
Fantastic. This is Bonnie in Nairobi, and then Jonathan. How are you doing today?
I'm fine. Great to see World Vasectomy Day being such a big success this year.
So we've been having quite a lot of conversations all day today, ranging from what vasectomy is, to misconceptions, to what is happening, to partners, where we got to talk a lot about Marie Stopes and got to talk to a few representatives. Just give us a sense of what you make of the World Vasectomy Day.
I think it's an initiative that should have happened years ago. I'm very happy that it's in place now, better late than never, I think. And I think men have conventionally shied away from sharing the burden of contraception. And I think it's high time that men came to the forefront and shared their fair share of the family planning burden. And I think World Vasectomy Day has been doing a great job in getting both the provider side of the picture as well as the generating of the demand side of the picture to come and meet each other halfway.
Now we're having a little bit of time hearing you. Probably it's our own internet, I think, is being pushed. But I had a question, which is, where in the world where Marie Stopes work is there the most acceptance for vasectomy, and what are the reasons you give for that?
From among our country programs, Bangladesh clearly comes across as the largest provider of vasectomy services. We are talking about in the vicinity of 50 to 70,000 services per year. And to answer your second question, I think the acceptance of the method in that country is attributed to early on government interventions that had been in place for decades to make vasectomy a household term. And I can also point to other countries such as the UK here or Sri Lanka, where I come from, where in the early 70s and 80s, there were large government-driven vasectomy campaigns side by side with the female sterilization side of the picture that has brought vasectomy to a very high level of acceptability within general society.
Dr. Pereira, earlier on conversations, there was a concern that a lot of organizations find it easier to put resources on interventions that are targeted at women, and that's the reason perhaps vasectomy is not as popular in some parts of the world as others. Working for Marie Stopes, is this a trend that is likely to change, and why?
I think it has the potential to change. Unfortunately, I don't see it changing in the immediate future. By the immediate future, I refer to the next couple of years. I think there are two main problems. One, as providers, as an organization that provides these services, we need to put vasectomy at the forefront more than we do now. We provide somewhere in the vicinity of 80,000 services per year across the globe, but that's compared to about 300, 400,000 female sterilizations. And I think we need to put more emphasis on vasectomy. At the same time, I think the funding sources, both in terms of out-of-pocket payments where the societies in the countries that we work in are willing to pay for this, but more importantly, I think the key donors who fund contraceptive services across the world, both those entities have to come together and create a much more prominent position, vasectomy as a modern contraceptive method.
How many countries are you guys working in right now? How many countries where you actually provide vasectomy services?
Right now we work in 42 countries, but out of those, we provide vasectomy services in less than 10.
Do you think that that's something that could change in the coming years? And how do we start a program that from one that doesn't exist?
Within the Maristops sphere, we are working to promote vasectomy in the coming years, and we are quite hopeful that our efforts will bear results. For us, starting a vasectomy program in a country that does not have one at the moment is relatively easy because we have a network of clinical trainers and clinical providers who are quite competent in this service that we can mobilize across countries to crossbreed the lessons learned from one country to many others. So that we see as a relatively minor burden compared to some of the other burdens we see across the world.
And Dr. Pereira, you've mentioned about your distribution, and obviously there's a big role for government participation in this. How do organizations like yourselves encourage government participation? Because like you said, a lot of areas where we don't see widespread penetration of vasectomy because they, in one way or the other, lack government participation. Is there an incentive, or how do we build these relationships?
In most of the countries that we work in, we maintain a healthy dialogue with the governments regarding family planning services. And in selected countries, we one of the themes that we guide this dialogue along is male contraception. Now, as you know, compared to the choice that are available for women in terms of family planning methods, the male choice has been limited. And in these select countries, we are working on with the governments to make sure that they put vasectomy services in the forefront of their family planning drives, so that the population in the countries in general get to know and get to understand and get to accept this method, so that providers like ourselves can move easier when it comes to actually taking the services to the populations.
I'd like to make maybe in the future, we could actually work together. I think it would be really great if World Vasectomy Day worked together with Marie Stopes and to bring the vasectomy programs using our approach to build demand and get a lot of attention, and then your capacity to deliver services. We would make a great couple.
Of course, I'm aware of your plans for India for next year. And we would be very keen to look at ways in which we can collaborate, and we are very keen to work with you guys.
Excellent. Look, I want to tell you one last thing. I just got a piece of paper that I think they're passing 50 vasectomies today alone here, and so we've certainly kind of helped kickstart it. But as everybody asks, you know, to really build a sustainable program, this is only the beginning. We're not able to do that. That's where working with an organization like yours and FHOK and other providers, we can actually create something sustainable, especially since the government has been so supportive of the entire effort. So that's what we need to do in the future. We should get together. I never met you, but it'd be really good to meet and actually figure out how we could do this together.
Sure, and I think, Jonathan, the piece of the picture that you are working on is as important as what we do. Because as you know, these days, everybody's got a smartphone, everybody's got access to some bandwidth, and live streaming events like these, and I've been watching the Twitter sphere for all the trending tweets that talk about your initiative today. And I think that's the kind of initiative that brings the term vasectomy closer to the populations. And I think the younger generation hopefully have a chance compared to their previous generation of growing up with the term vasectomy and growing up to be a generation that for the first time maybe see men and women sharing the burden of family planning equally.
All right. Many thanks, Dr. Damika Pereira, Marie Stopes coordinator. Thank you for making
Take care.
time.
Thanks so
for
much.
your time.
We'll be in touch.
Thank you.
All right. So we're wanted to, just because some of these Skypes are happening in real time, I don't know if John Currington is on. Is John on the line? Soon.
All right. Whilst we wait for John, Jonathan, there's a lot more people who work in this process, and I think it's just good to acknowledge them and award them.
Yeah, let's, I don't know if we can do this because she's been in charge of the Skypes, but if Sheila Gabeya could come up here, I would really appreciate it. Sheila, are you around? Drop the Skype calls or get somebody else to make this call. My daughter can do the Skypes. I brought my daughter here, but I'd like to invite Sheila up here to the stage because she deserves special acknowledgement.
She's been working round the clock to put this together. Ladies and gentlemen, Sheila Gibert.
Now, come on up. Let's give her a hand of applause. Now, honestly, seriously, Sheila showed up. We had a meeting with all of the bloggers. One day we had, I think, 12 bloggers showed up, and I didn't know who the bloggers were. I didn't know anything. I gave them a little speech, and then when we found out what the cost would have been to have the bloggers all that time, I was like, we can't afford all these bloggers. And the next day, Sheila showed up just kind of on her own, didn't ask for how much money, didn't worry about how much money. She just wanted to be there. And I was saying before about how important it is about building teams of people. I'm coming to a country, I don't know anybody. We really rely on the people we meet. Well, Sheila showed up, and this is a great lesson for all of you. There are a lot of people here, students, bloggers, writers, filmmakers. It's show up. 95% of it is show up and then practice. And Sheila has showed up, and she has practiced incredibly hard. First thing she did is she was writing. She wrote every day. I made her write sentences and then essays and then take pictures. I've had her do so many things. It's been amazing. And what I'd like to do is give her a prize for her hard work so that she can become a writer. And here you go. Here's your own computer. She's been working off of some really bad computer, and I'm always complaining how slow she is. Well, now you have no excuses. You go. Thank you.
So, Jonathan.
So here we go. And thank you so much. Keep up. Now go get the Skype calls. Keep working.
Do I also get a computer for showing up?
No, you can afford one. So I think what we're going to do, because we're having a little bit of trouble with the internet, should we get the panel to come up?
We'll try to get as more calls as we can in the subsequent sessions, but for now, we just want to set stage for the next panel, which we think is very important as it sets stage for what it is that the future of male contraception is really.
Yeah, so let's bring up Aaron Hamlin, let's first bring up the host of the evening, Dr. Marsden Solomon from FHI 360. FHI 360 have been real big supporters of World Vasectomy Day. Dr. Solomon's he showed up several times to help us out. He's been a real big friend. Thank you so much. Good, so come here, give me a hug. Yeah, come right in the middle. And he's going to be hosting the event and the session here. And I'll sit by his side in case he staggers, but I'm sure he's can do this one easily enough. And I'd like to also at this point invite up Aaron Hamlin, who is works at the Male Contraception Initiative in Washington, D.C., lobbying for alternatives. I think it's fair to say, and they're going to talk about it, and we'll be done, that we need to have vasectomy is not going to answer every problem. And condoms don't do it, and we need something else. We need science to step in and start having solutions to problems, and that's what they're going to start talking about. So I'm going to hand the mic over to, and this mic here. There you guys go.
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, so we probably also get a prize for showing up, right?
I don't think
yeah, so as what Dr. or Jonathan Stark has mentioned, my name is Dr. Marsden Solomon.
Hello.
I work for FHI 360 here in Kenya and here in Nairobi, and I'll be the moderator of this session. So this session today is about the future of male contraception, and we have two presenters, and then we have an organization called Think Place, which will lead us through a kind of a participatory brainstorming session. And then that will wrap up our session today. So without further ado, I would just want to ask whether we have our presenter, Professor John Amori. I think he will be coming in on Skype, right? So is the Skype ready for Professor Amori, who will be he'll be presenting on the happening in male contraceptive research. Is it there? Is it coming on? Okay, so as we are waiting, I'll just introduce him, and hopefully by the time I finish this introduction, he'll be up there. Professor John Amori is currently a professor of medicine and section head of general internal medicine at the University of Washington, where he works as an attending physician on the inpatient medical medicine wards and inpatient general internal medicine and men's health clinics. Dr. Amori has published more than 125 peer-reviewed papers in the area of male reproduction, focusing on the development of novel forms of male contraception and the new approaches to the treatment of men with infertility. Dr. Amori obtained his undergraduate degree from Harvard University and his MD from the University of California, San Francisco, where he has also completed his residency in internal medicine. So he will present to us on the happening in male contraceptive research. Can we have Professor Mori on? Maybe as we wait for that, we can switch. I can introduce my colleague, Aaron Hamlin. He is the Executive Director of Male Contraception Initiative, a non-profit that works to advance new male contraceptives. He is a licensed attorney with 2 additional graduate degrees in the social science. Aaron has been featured in the NPR, Vice, The New Statesman, the Irish Examiner, Salon, and others. These are print media, I believe. He's also written for The Telegraph, The Bust Magazine, and the blog Our Bodies, Ourselves. So maybe I'll allow Aaron to give us a talk on, will men accept future methods of contraception? Could you please take us through that?
Sure.
Yeah.
Can we get this presented on here as well, the PowerPoint? So the question that we're answering here, or trying to answer, is would men accept a new reversible contraceptive? And we have an answer, so we won't leave you waiting. So the answer is yes. But the overall impact and amount of that acceptability is going to depend on what we're offering. So there's actually research that looks into just this question. This was published in the journal Human Reproduction in 2005, and they asked, would you use a new male contraceptive? And here what's interesting is they were looking at hormonal methods. So we would expect that if they were asked about non-hormonal, that these numbers would be even higher. So we see this broken down by country within each category. On the left are men that say yes. We see a little bit more than half of men saying yes, that they would use a new male contraceptive. A little bit fewer are uncertain, and even fewer than that say no outright. So which factors should we be focusing on when we go ahead and we're trying to figure out what the level of acceptability would be? So we've got 4 that we're going to be looking at. We've got the method of delivery, method of action, side effects, and the pregnancy rates. So when we say method of delivery, what we mean is how is that particular contraceptive implemented? Is it something that is an oral dosage? Is it something that is an implant? When we talk about method of action, what we're talking about is how would this drug actually work? Is it interfering with sperm production? Is it blocking sperm flow? And pregnancy rates are just how well a particular contraceptive is at preventing pregnancy. We're just zooming along in this presentation. I think that's the end. Probably want to go back more towards the beginning. Okay. The one before that. So we're looking at method of delivery should be the title of this one. Yeah, it's that one. right after that. We're just zooming all around. The method of delivery, what we're looking at. With method of delivery, what we're looking at here is men that answered yes to the previous question, which is, would you use a new male contraceptive? And we have this broken down by country. And if you look within a particular country, you can see that these bars total up to more than 100%. And what that is saying is that these men are saying that they would find a number of different methods of delivery acceptable, whether that be an implant device, an injection, a gel that they're using, or a pill. But also notice here that none of these bars total up, none of these single bars hit 100%. And what that tells us is that we need to be producing a number of different types of contraceptives that have different methods of delivery so that they're acceptable for a broader audience, because no single contraceptive is going to be acceptable to everyone, and we need to recognize that. So we're going to combine method of action and side effects because they tend to go hand in hand. So a common approach that's been done is preventing sperm production, which is challenging because sperm have a long life cycle. And there are a couple ways to do that. There's a hormonal route to do that and non-hormonal. You may have seen the recent study that was stopped recently in which a male hormonal contraceptive was stopped in its clinical trial. There you had higher than expected rates of depression. Particularly, you had, within a sample size of a few hundred over the course of 1 year, you had a case of attempted suicide that was related to a study and a completed suicide that was deemed unrelated to a study. Pair that with another 2008 study with a similar approach that also had an attempted suicide, and that trial also had was double-blind controlled and also had a placebo group. So when you pair those together, you're seeing that there are some real issues that come along with the hormonal approach. Another issue with the hormonal approach is non-responders. So in this recent study, you had about 1 in 25 men that didn't respond at all to the drug, even after 3 to 6 months of being exposed to the drug. And so there's more issues with just the sperm production stopping as a whole. Even if you go and you look at non-hormonal, you still have a long delay. So again, sperm has a long life cycle, so you can still be waiting 3 to 6 months before it works, and also you have a long period before when you want to have fertility return. Additionally, these are likely require you to check your sperm count as you go along, which demands more user compliance. An intravas polymer is another approach, so you may have heard of vasogel or contraline. This works a lot like vasectomy in that you're blocking sperm from going through that sperm carrying tube, the vas deferens. Right now, the issue the researchers are dealing with is reversibility. So that is, how can we dissolve that polymer reliably? Stopping ejaculation is another one. There's some research going on in the UK as well as Australia that relaxes the longitudinal muscles in the vas deferens, that sperm carrying tube, which keeps the sperm itself from propelling itself out. Normally, with this particular approach, it actually stops ejaculation altogether. So it's not just sperm, it's disrupting sperm motility, and you can go to the next one too. These last two make pretty nice targets. Disrupting sperm motility, that is, a sperm that can't swim well isn't going to be able to go and fertilize an egg. The last one, interfering with fertilization, even if that sperm gets to the egg, it lacks the ability to fertilize the egg. What makes these two potentially nice targets is because these are occurring late in the life cycle of the sperm. And because of that, when you introduce the drug, it's more quick acting. Also, when you remove the drug, it's more likely that the return to fertility is likely to happen quickly. Pregnancy rates is something that we also have to be thinking about in terms of whether men are going to accept a new male contraceptive, because it actually has to work at the end of the day and work in the real world, not just something that's theoretical. So we tend to look at contraceptives in two frames, so short to mid-acting and long-acting. And when we think about pregnancy rates, there are two types of pregnancy rates. There's perfect use and typical use. Perfect use is 100% compliance and 100% correct use. And then there's typical use, which is what happens in the real world. If we're going to take a pill approach, then we have to be thinking more about typical use. So as an analog, women, the oral contraceptive pregnancy rate for the pill is 0.3% over the course of a year, but the typical use pregnancy rate for the pill over the course of a year is 9%. That's 30-fold higher. And so we have to recognize that men are probably going to be just as bad about remembering to take a pill as women are. And so we have to keep that in mind when a male contraceptive is being developed and we're using a pill form. And what that means is that perfect use pregnancy rate has to be really low so that we can make it so what happens in the real world is more acceptable. And there may be some techniques that we can work with on that, such as having a longer half-life and a particular drug having more tolerance to side effects so that it's more robust to missed pills. But that's something that we have to leave to the research. Injections are also going to have this issue. That is, people don't always remember to come back for their injections for their next hormonal shot. Go to the next one. Long-acting reversible contraceptives are really nice. What makes a long-acting reversible contraceptive is really nice is because the perfect use pregnancy rate is the same as the typical use pregnancy rate. And the reason for that is because we're taking it, the opportunity for error away from the user. That's one reason why the Nexplanon, the implant device, and IUDs are so effective, because there's no opportunity for user error. The Vasogel and Contraline, those intravascular devices, those are going to fall in that camp if we can address the reversibility issue. Also, just like the pill, it started as a pill as an oral contraceptive, but now we have other implant devices like Nexplanon. If we're able to go ahead and be successful with a male contraceptive in pill form, we may see a next generation of male contraceptive that's delivered by an implant device. And that, again, would take away the user error, and so that the actual real-world pregnancy rate would stay very low. So we have some takeaways here. One is we know that men want a new male contraceptive, which is nice. We can just go all through four. But some issues that we have are we have little information on acceptability. So when we're looking at side effects and methods of delivery, we really have limited data. That study from human reproduction was only looking at hormonal methods, and it didn't look at the full gamut of issues that men would have to take on. Also, it looks like there are certain non-hormonal approaches that make good candidates, particularly the ones targeting sperm motility and the ones targeting sperm fertilization, the sperm's ability to fertilize an egg. But right now, a lot of the research funding is going towards a lot of, not much at all is going in male contraceptive research, and the little that is seems to be focused a bit more on hormonal approaches. So if we want to be able to address men's needs, we're likely going to have to diversify that funding so that it covers non-hormonal as well. And as we saw from that first slide, even one particular method of delivery wasn't sufficient for everyone. So there is not going to be one male contraceptive that fits everyone's needs. And as a consequence, while we should celebrate when we finally have a new male contraceptive come to market, we have to recognize that we're likely going to need more than just one in order to meet everyone's needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Aaron, for that very stimulating presentation. So if you have any questions, I guess you keep them for now until we get the next. I don't know whether we have Professor John Amory on Skype, or we lost him. Okay then. I think we'll proceed on to invite Think Place. Caroline, is she around?
No, I think what we should, I think at the moment, we should do a little question and answer. And I asked that because we're waiting to speak with Professor Marsden, I think, Marden from the University of Washington.
Okay.
And I think they just needed a few more moments. If you guys could sort of let us know with the notes, that would really be good. I'm just curious to know, when do you think in the marketplace, now if you answered, I wasn't following all of it, but when, this generation is eventually going to be age appropriate for vasectomies, but when do we have in the marketplace an alternative to condoms and vasectomies?
So unfortunately, that's going to depend entirely on funding. So male contraception is incredibly underfunded at the moment for its research. And as a consequence, we're not going to see anything within the next 10 to 15 years unless that funding is there. Pharmaceutical research is expensive and it takes a long time. And if you don't fund it correctly, you're simply just not going to see it.
Could you tell? There was a recent study that had come out, or at least it was in the news recently, that there was a form of male contraception that had been tested. It was in the process of being tested, and then it was pulled from the marketplace, not from the marketplace, this test was truncated. Could you tell us a little bit about that, why it was, why it became such a big internet issue a little bit, and what does that tell us about the future of testing?
So this particular study, it was halted by an independent study commission. And the reason for that is because they experienced higher than expected rates of depression. Particularly, there was a completed suicide within that study that was deemed unrelated to the trial. But there was also an attempted suicide that was deemed to be related. In addition to that, you're seeing all kinds of issues with that. So for instance, out of the few hundred people that made it through the efficacy phase, 7 of those took over a year for their sperm count to return to normal. 1 of the people within the trial, their sperm count did not return to normal after 4 years. So there are some issues that potentially can be overcome with hormonal approaches, but it's just a rough road to take.
So, the kind of the chatter on the internet was that it was like men can't take it. That in fact that the implications of it were very similar to what women experience with their own family planning commodities. So I'm curious, is that true? Was it worse than most? Was it, it kind of like the way it was dismissed was men just don't have it in them to handle the discomfort of family planning options?
So it probably bears repeating that an independent safety commission stopped the trial. It wasn't a bunch of men from the study that got together and decided to stop the trial. So that's really, so could you repeat the other part?
No, I was just curious if it was real to the problem or if it was just that men are wimps.
So as an analog, if you look at the worst case scenario for women in terms of attributable death risk from taking the pill, you look at the group of women from 35 to 44 who are smokers. There, the attributable risk of death over the course of a year is a little bit better than 1 in 5,000. Here, you have a study that contained just a few hundred men over the course of just 1 year, and you're seeing an attempted suicide. Complement that with another 2008 study of a sample size of just a few hundred, and you see another attempted suicide. So if we're seeing attempted suicides at rates with this small of a sample size, this should really lead us to worry and potentially be worse in terms of serious risks to one's health, potentially death, than we're seeing even in the worst case scenario for female contraceptives.
Yep. Yeah, just one question though, Aaron. You talked about long-acting and reversible contraception, use of implants for male. Just tell me exactly where is the implant, the one which is being tested, is it biodegradable? And then where is it thought to be the best site for insertion?
So with long-acting reversible contraceptives in terms of, for men, in terms of an implant, not vasogel or contraline, so they're the hydrogel polymer that's injected into the vas efferents, the sperm carrying tube. We're not likely to see an implant device for a male contraceptive right away. We're more likely to see something in terms of a pill that later reaches something of an implant device. much like we saw with the oral contraceptive for women, that pill, which was later on taken that same technology in order to develop things like Nexplanon, an implant device. So we're not likely to see that right away.
Thank you very much, Aaron. I think we'll now move on straight to John, Professor John Amori. I'm told he's, there he is.
It's really, you have to keep the mic really close to your mouth, just the
Yeah.
way this is. Professor Amory, do you hear us? I don't think he hears us because he looks like it's really early for him. I think it must be 4 or 5 in the morning. It's 11 hours earlier. So he actually woke up, and apparently the internet did not entirely wake up.
Okay.
So, let us know if when he gets on Skype, let us know. I know it's the technology. I think apparently we're doing so well on the internet that we've used it up. There's no more internet left in the country. Anyhow, we're going to try to get him back so we see if he can hear us. I'm just curious, what FHI 360? What are you guys doing in the way of coming up with alternatives for male contraception?
Well, male contraception, we are actually not only dealing with looking at the future methods for male contraception, but also for female contraception. But for this time, I think I'll dwell on the male contraception. Much of them is exactly what Aaron mentioned. So we're talking about non-hormonal. We're exploring ways or methods that will be appropriate that are non-hormonal and others are hormonal. We're also looking at the non-surgical techniques for male sterilization. Of course, we're also exploring for female sterilization. Why we are thinking about that particularly is because surgical contraception, whether it is vasectomy or bilateral tubal ligation for females, has an issue. People have issues about being operated. They believe it's quite a procedure which they wouldn't probably wish to undergo all the time. So if they have a non-surgical method, maybe it will attract more clients. So yes, that's what we are
Do you
doing.
think, I tend to think that you were talking before about the expense of actually doing a proper research and study and to get a product into the marketplace. But putting that aside for a moment, don't you think there would be a market for it? Or what do you think about that? Do you think that men, as they are today, would be willing to spend money to take control over family, take commodities themselves?
Yeah, I think there's absolutely a demand for reversible male contraceptives. One example for that is vasectomy. You look at in the U.S. alone, some 500,000 men get a vasectomy every year, and if men are willing to undergo a vasectomy, then surely they're willing to take some other contraceptive that's actually reversible. So I don't see why there wouldn't be a case for demand. And we're also seeing that with that empirical question being answered in the journal Human Reproduction. So we see some empirical evidence as well.
I did have we're having a little bit of problems with John Amory. This time, actually, we're not to blame. Apparently, the internet in Western United States is also having some problems. I guess they're also following our story here. No, if I was wondering if you guys, I know that John Currington is in Florida right now. He had actually Apparently, I take it back, we can't blame the United States for this one. There are a lot of things we're to blame for, but in this case, the internet crash is local. There was a power crash in the area here, so we don't have access to the internet right now. Maybe the thing to do then is, maybe we should start with the group here that's doing here, and then we'll get back to John when the internet comes back. Well, not just the internet, but the power comes back.
Thanks, Jeremy. I think then the next session is to call Think Place, so that they will lead us through what is called a male contraception ideation. It's an interactive brainstorming to explore what a future method of male contraception will be like. And we will be led by Carlen, isn't it? Yeah? Actually, Think Place, just to give them a brief introduction, is a non-profit arm of a leading strategic design consultancy focused on helping organizations work out their direction, designing products and services that deliver on that direction, and bringing about organizational change to deliver those services. It uses human-centered design to co-create systemic and community-centered innovation in developing country contexts. So we'd like to invite Carlin to...
Yeah. That's actually like creative brainstorming.
Yeah.
I think that's what that all means. So let's start doing some creative brainstorming. Yeah. I think the good news is we have 15 years before the product comes into the market. That's the bad news. It's 15 years to go. The good news is that gives us a lot of chance to contribute to the way it's going to look. So that's all we can do right now is start creating the future of contraception. So I'll pass on the microphone and you guys take over.
Thanks so much, Charlotte.
Speaking, you got to get real close.
Okay.
If you want to get right to the light. So.
We have a few slides. Is that possible to get that up or no? Looks like we're in process. Slides, yay or nay? Yeah? Okay, they're coming. Great. So this is the last session of the day. I know some of you have been here all day and maybe feeling a bit tired. So while we wait on those slides, can everyone just stand up? Come on.
Stand up, Aaron. I'll tell you, this is what we need. We need the big energy, guys. We're the final lap.
Design requires a bit of creative energy. Actually, I didn't have anything planned. Maybe just jog in place. Just want everyone loosened up. Okay, great. You can sit down. You guys are welcome to stay on the stage if you like. If you like, this will be a very interactive session. So bringing people up on stage. Okay, great. So hello everyone, my name is Carly. I am from a company, as Dr. Solomon said, called Think Place. Think Place is a strategic design and innovation consultancy based right here in Nairobi, over in Kilimani. We specialize in what's called human-centered design. So human-centered design is a design methodology that allows us to improve everything from policies and systems to commercial products and services by user. So not only do we design with the user's perspective in mind, but we actually bring the user into the process from the beginning as we're designing. So we actually let the user drive the design process and make sure that we design something that really delivers on a real need that they face in their life. So before I go any further, I just want to introduce a colleague of mine, Sarah, standing here. Sarah also works with us at Think Place, and she'll be kind of floating the room, I think, with a mic. If we have a mic for Sarah, maybe I'll run. We can run that down to her. Like I said, this will be quite an interactive session. So we're going to require some volunteers from the audience and quite a bit of audience engagement. So please just stay alert and look for Sarah. And if you have any questions afterward, look for either of us. We're happy to talk to you. Great. So slides. Okay, I'll work off my notes. Great, so since this is technically a workshop and not really a talk, we thought we would lay down a few ground rules, but instead of rules of engagement, we like to think of them as permissions of engagement. So first, we'd ask for you to be quite present. This design sessions require you to they're quite intensive and require your focus. Be challenged, so try new ways of thinking, try new ways of working. Design is all about collaborative ways of working. Be perplexed. So confusion and ambiguity is often a big part of the creative process. So this will be a hands-on design process. So as we go through, allow yourself to be challenged and be perplexed. And then stay optimistic is the last thing we ask. So This session is all about designing solutions for the future of male contraception, so let's just keep an optimistic outlook about what that could be. Great. Slides are up. So if we can just advance to the third slide with the quotation. Yeah. Oh, one back. Great. So this is something we take into heart at ThinkPlace. It's a quote that says, "Everyone designs who devises courses of action aimed at changing existing situations into preferred ones." So anyone is in the business of design who's interested in sort of changing a current state to an improved future state that really delivers on a real sort of human barrier or challenge or need. Next slide. So what is human-centered design? I've said that's kind of our methodology at ThinkPlace, and that's what we're using to kind of structure this session. Well, what does it look like in practice? So next slide. It starts with a heavy amount of exploratory and immersive research. So we draw on ethnographic research methods from anthropology and sociology and psychology and really get to know the users that we're designing for. So we build a deep empathy and a deep understanding of their daily experiences and sort of their latent motivators and desires and challenges and anything that we can sort of design for. Next. Human-centered design is also, like I said, about getting comfortable with ambiguity. So the creative process is not linear. It's not given to sort of analytical or reductive thinking. It really requires you to think out of the box and be okay with more iterative types of working. Lastly, human-centered design reframes barriers and challenges as design constraints. So rather than looking at something as sort of insurmountable, we look at that as a risk or a design constraint that we need to design around. Okay, so this is a very oversimplified version of a design process that we would go through at ThinkPlace. So first, like I said, we start with a sort of exploratory research phase where we build a deep understanding of what the user is going through in their life. We then go to that middle portion, the ideation stage, which is what we're doing today, where we design and build design solutions and prototype potential design concepts that actually meet the needs that we've identified during that first stage. And then the last stage is our testing with users in the field. So that's really where we put our prototypes or our design solutions back in the hands of users and make sure that it really works. And we sort of test it and iterate and refine it until it works. Okay, so typically now in our design process, we would go through identifying what exactly is the problem. So we try really hard to make sure that we're not designing around symptoms of a larger problem, but we really delve into the root cause. We think about who our target user population is. So if we're designing a male contraception method, maybe it's not just men, but what do those men look like? What do they feel? What do they need? Where do they work? Where do they live? What is their lifestyle? That sort of thing. Next. Okay, so now it's your turn. So this is our ideation portion. So right now what I'm gonna do is Sarah's gonna be coming around the audience, I think, with the mic. Sarah? Yes. Yeah, okay, Sarah's got the mic. And we are gonna be documenting what the future state of male contraception could look like. So that's our design challenge today. What could the future state look like, and how would we describe it in one word? So what are the qualities, the characteristics, the features, the various things that you would desire in a future male contraception method? So Erin spoke about some of those, and maybe you have some other ideas, but the whole idea here is to think very wildly, think very openly. It doesn't have to be correct, but in one word, how would you describe the future state, if you could imagine it, of male contraception? So any volunteers? So it could be anything from easy, accessible, reversible. Anything?
Okay.
Yes, here.
We have someone down here.
And I'm just going to document while you guys speak.
Effective.
Effective. Okay.
So by that, I assume it means that it works.
So we don't have to get testing done to know if the sperm count is high or low. We know that it's non-existent.
What was the word? Effective.
Effective, yeah, so that it works. Anyone else? I'm going to randomly start choosing people as well. I'll be like a shark.
Could we get the camera on this and then the live capture shown up there? That'd be great. Thank you, guys.
It will be funny.
Funded.
Funny.
Okay. Funding.
Funny. Funny.
Oh, funny.
Yeah.
Like, haha, funny.
Yeah.
Okay. Explain that one.
Because we are used to women being the ones controlling bad, and now it's the turn for the men.
I didn't hear.
So he was basically saying that usually it's the women that have to do it, and now it's the men, so it's going to be humorous. And it's possibly a barrier. Do you think that that's a barrier?
Yeah, somehow it's a barrier. Okay. Yeah, because it's like making men to be the one carrying the pregnancy instead of the woman. So it's sort of funny.
Maybe we could use that as part of the communication strategy.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
It should be amazing.
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 Okay,
yeah.
great.
About you?
How do we design for amazing? That's the question. That's great. Okay.
How about you, my friend?
What's that?
It will be great.
Great?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to push back. What's great about it?
What does great look like? What does it
does
feel
great
like?
look like to
How
you?
do we design for that? If
Great and amazing, what does that mean?
Hold on. You say the features? Ooh.
Yeah, like what's a feature for, let's
Oh.
say you're designing a new product today.
Yes.
What would be your number one priority? It has to have this, it has to look like this, it has to be this color.
Of the color?
Yeah.
Maybe captivating color. So it depends on what color you
Captivating
like.
color.
And main color, most of them love blue, I think. If I'm not mistaken, that is. Yeah.
Okay, so let's say it has to be appealing, right?
Appealing, exactly.
Aesthetically, it needs to be appealing.
Uh-huh.
Okay. What else? So for the audience, think about generally sort of some of the pain points and challenges and barriers for why men are not using the existing methods that are out there today, or what they need more of, or what they want less of. Yeah.
So it should be comfortable in the sense that in the economic aspect, and both as you use it, you should feel like it's something comfortable and it's something that you are very okay to use, or you're like comfort, the economic aspect, the social aspect, the religious aspects.
Yeah, that's great. So socially acceptable,
Cost effective?
cost effective, excellent. Okay. Normally we would do this on a whiteboard, so I'm improvising today on this table. Okay, what else?
It should be convenient for both couples.
Okay.
It shouldn't really bog down to one person. Like, it shouldn't really be a male affair wholesomely. It should be, it should be efficient.
Efficient? What was the first one you said?
Convenient.
Convenient. Explain that one to me.
It shouldn't just be, it should be convenient to both couples. It could have some side effects that could affect both of them, so it could be convenient.
Okay, great. All right.
So
you
it,
said
so it
should
doesn't
be
adversely affect the other partner?
No
I think it's-
adverse
yeah.
effects.
I think there's one down here.
It should be simple.
Simple, I like that.
To the point, yeah, basically.
A core criteria of any design we do at Think Place is that it's got to take something relatively complex and just simplify it for people, as intuitive as possible. Great.
Okay. I see hands.
I think in terms of taste, we think it should be something sweet, because the only thing men can take as curly is under whiskey. So it's sweet, or even it has a unique taste. It not be that long-lasting taste that you feel for 2-3 days. No. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear that one.
Sweet. It has to be sweet.
Taste.
So something that's, yeah.
Anybody say reversible? Reversible.
Great one.
Reversible.
Reversible.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you so much. When I was doing the mobilization, most of the people are preferring that it should be made secretive, such that your spouse should not know that you are doing such a thing, because some of them, there'll come a time when you disagree with your spouse. And after disagreeing, maybe you will have to separate. And then she will go on spreading the word that, oh, such a man is not a man, cannot bear a child. And another issue, most of the people are preferring that it should be secretive. And it should also be reversible. That when maybe you have 2 or 3 children, and then there come a time when they have all passed away, and now you want to have another child, what will you do then? So most of the people are complaining in that issue.
So yeah, so secretive. Yeah, so it's this cultural theme that keeps coming up. So how can we make sure that we address the cultural constraints when we're designing?
Even if we have quite contradictory features that come up, that's not a problem. We'll manage that. Okay?
Accessibility.
Accessibility. Can you explain that?
As it in terms of affordability, and I can easily get it. I can easily find it in my locality.
Okay. Yeah. Great. So physical accessibility.
Yes, physical and also affordable. So I think that's again going on the cost-effective one that got brought up earlier.
Doesn't have to be
I think
medically possible.
Should be instant, doesn't have to take 3 months. Like when it's done at 4:30, by 4:31 it should be working. 2, it should be multi-purpose, such that doesn't have only to prevent giving birth to children, but also prevent STDIs and HIV.
Okay.
That's
what was the second one? I keep missing that.
It should be multi-purpose, so not only stopping pregnancies from occurring, but also STDs, which is a great idea.
Great. Multi-purpose.
Now we're getting really innovative.
Yeah. The doctors on stage will have to hold their tongue about what's possible and what's not. Okay, great.
I think it should generally be safe, because everybody will go for something that is safe, something with no side effects, so generally it should be safe. Yeah.
Safe. Okay.
Yeah. One more, yeah.
What does unsafe look like? Like what's the reverse of that? The person who said that.
Oh, yep. It's about the side effects. Was it the side effects that made it not safe? So when you're talking about safety?
Yeah, safety, because for example, the female contraceptives have so many side effects, so I expect the male contraceptives not to be having the same issues as the ladies' contraceptives.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So I think the male contraceptive should be a goalkeeper. And what I mean by that is it should prevent you from scoring, you know. So a goalkeeper, yeah.
I'm just going to write goalkeeper. Yeah.
I think that's going back to effectiveness.
Yeah.
Our second female.
It should be cancer-free, in that those who have done it should not be prone to testicle cancer.
Okay. So it should be tested. Do we have any more women who want to?
Yeah, what from the female perspective, what would be desirable?
We have someone down here.
No?
Is anyone on this side? I've got some more on this side. I'll come around.
From the male perspective, it will be unfair, because according to my culture, a male is someone who is very important in the society. So if you only have one child and she's a baby girl, so you have no future.
Sorry, it has to be, what was the first word you said?
What I'm trying to say is that according to where I come from, I'm an African man. And if you are a man and you only give birth to baby girls, you can never be respected in the society. You have to have baby boys who will inherit your wealth. And also, when you go to give dowry, we don't give dowry to where the girl has got married, but to receive the dowry from where the girl got married back to our homestead. So if you have only one child and she's a baby girl, then you are unable to get another baby boy to take dowry to some other homestead, then you are counted useless.
So I think it's this cultural themes again we're talking about, as well as the need for it to be reversible.
So we've got socially acceptable, but I'm going to put culturally appropriate, since that's a bit more subjective to appropriate. It's a bit more subjective about where you're from.
We have a few more in the middle. How are we going for
Just
time?
A few more, and then we'll transition.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I believe they should be non-intrusive in the sense that they should not need any other facilitative process, maybe an operation or any other process that you're supposed to undergo after having the contraceptive.
Hello.
Okay.
I think you can use another procedure like the Vasagel. You know about the Vasagel thing? It's like an injection you get to your vas deferens, so it blocks the sperm. So if you want to get a kid after some time, like my friend said over there, you can have the second injection, the Vasagel. So the polymer, it's like a polymer. You injected it in your vas deferens, then it blocks, so you can't be able to get kids. So when you want to decide when you want to get kids, you can just get the second injection. But the study hasn't yet been
Okay,
proved.
so
It
you're
hasn't
jumping
been
to
studied.
solution development.
Yeah.
So right now we're just focusing on what are the high-level qualities and characteristics. So what about that appeals to you? What feature needs to be included in what we design?
I think the blocking of the sperm from the vas deferens from the tube, that's the best thing.
Okay.
Because I don't know, it might help with guys who wants to get kids afterwards.
Great. Successfully blocks sperm. Okay. A couple of others?
We have.
I think one more feature is that it should be normal. The social and the cultural view of male vasectomy it views it as something that is upcoming and almost like abnormal. It's not, they've not accepted it yet. Like the woman who was now lobbying for the other women to convince their husbands to go for vasectomy. How she was, the message was received and it was like shunned. So I think it should be normal. The view should be like it should be socially accepted and very normal and culturally accepted.
Anyone else? I think, yeah.
Okay. Oh. All right, great. So while you've been giving us those sort of what we would call design criteria as we're going into the design phase, I've been sort of grouping and clustering things based on what sort of feels similar. So up here we've got sweet, funny, great, comfortable, amazing, appealing. So this is all about sort of some of those aesthetic or sensorial kind of experiential parts of what the contraception method would be like. Here we've got a lot about effectiveness and sort of some of the more technical safety and health aspects of it, some of the more about sort of the designed purpose around it. And then here we've got more qualitative and subjective things about it needing to be very socially acceptable, culturally appropriate, fast working, affordable, that sort of thing, and secretive, non-intrusive. So now, if we've got time on the panel, we're gonna bring a couple of you guys on stage to actually design based on the criteria and the design requirements we've developed here. So can I get about 4 volunteers to come up? And we're gonna get you to design a contraceptive method that would look like based on what we've developed here. 4 volunteers? No
I'm
one?
just going to start walking up to people.
2.
There we go.
Minimum 2. I'll
Here's
go
one.
2.
Here's one.
Okay, we've got 1. Great.
2,
2.
3.
Awesome.
One
3.
more? Can we get
That's
one
great.
more?
You'll be working in pairs, so you won't
Yeah.
just be by yourself.
One more
Okay.
volunteer.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I think they can just sit here. Okay, so
One more person? Okay, yay.
you guys grab one of these sheets.
Come up on stage.
Okay, so here's
no,
what
he's
we're
not,
gonna
he's not.
do. Wonderful. Give a hand for our volunteers. Yay! Okay, actually, if you could sit on that side, so I'll just pair you guys up. So this will be Team A, and this will be Team B. And what we're gonna do is do a very timed, rapid prototyping session. Has anyone ever done prototyping? Any engineers? Okay. So this is the part of our design process where we really build our idea out and make it real, make it tangible. So we've come up with those design requirements underneath this butcher paper, which I'll remove this and remind you of what those are later. But what we're gonna do is give you each a piece of butcher paper, and a prototype can be anything from the actual product itself, so really high fidelity that actually replicates kind of the user experience around what we're designing, or it can be incredibly low fidelity, and what that means is very scrappy paper and pens, just to get your idea and make it real and be able to put it in front of a user. So examples of prototypes could be everything from a role play where you actually act out the scenario in which the design solution takes place, can be a storyboard, it can be an actual built product out of cardboard or plastic or whatever you have. But I think today what I'm gonna ask you guys to prototype is think of it as like a marketing poster for this new contraceptive method. So Team A is gonna come up with their own, and Team B is gonna come up with their own, and think about, based on those requirements that the audience came up with, what would be your dream male contraception, and what would a poster advertising it look like? So it needs to be informative, it needs to be engaging, it needs to be visual. Don't worry about your artistic skills, it's not important. Okay, got it? Any questions? So I'll be narrating what's going on up here, but we'll give them about 5 minutes each. Great. That's for you guys. You can use the floor if you need, and I'll get you some markers. Whoop. Okay, does it make sense? Yes. The task? Okay. Yeah, let's say if you were designing the product that the audience came up with that met all these requirements, and you were going to advertise it today, let's say you were going to sell it today, and you had to put this poster up in the pharmacy, what would it say? How would you get people to really be hooked on your design solution? Okay. If I can get the camera can feel free to roam while they're doing this and just get both groups.
So far we're having a pill being designed on this side that's being visually appealing.
Do you guys need the ground? You need a hard surface? Feel free to. Okay, so which aspects up here are ones that you're going to be designing for? What do you have?
I wanted to design something that somebody can have, and if they want to get back the sperm, they can, like having an injection, second injection.
Like reversible. Okay, great. How about you? You picked up secretive.
What I mean is that here is a case where you have a spouse and you disagree. After disagreeing, she goes out spreading news to neighbors that my husband is useless, cannot produce. That's why I was suggesting that this kind of a method should be secretive.
Great. Okay. Let's figure out a way to design against that. Okay? Yeah, if you want, you can put it here. Yeah. Yeah. Go
Why
ahead
don't you
and
take
draw
it?
and write. So come up with a name for your design concept. Sarah, what do you guys got going on?
So far, we're talking about a pill.
Okay.
That's appealing visually. It's comfortable, so it's not a large pill. And it's also affordable. But it's affordable and it's not taken every day to minimize the risk of men not taking it. So we're trying to figure out when the best sort of period it is between taking pills. At the moment, that's our current conversation.
Okay, great. So what's the name of the product over here?
The name of?
The name of your design.
Reversible.
It's called reversible. Okay, straight to the point. Says what it does on the tin. Okay.
I've got a blue one. What is it? So maybe we can throw it out to the audience. We're designing a pill that's small, it looks good, it's affordable, and you don't have to take it every day. What are some names do you think that we should call this pill? Does anyone have any name? Any advertisers in the room?
Vesme. We are going to call the pill Vesme. Yeah.
Vesme for vasectomy. Great. Who likes that? Ooh. Who doesn't like that name? Who doesn't have an opinion? Okay, Vesme it is, unless we have a different thing.
Okay, so tell me what you guys are working on over here. The medication that you take for a vasectomy?
Talk to me about it, though.
Does anyone know the name? Okay.
Is that small enough?
Okay, we're tight on time, so 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
How much? 5? 100 shillings for 5?
Ooh, that's a good price.
What else?
Okay, what does it look like? Can you visualize it with a picture or side effects? Sure. If it's a marketing poster, side effects 0 or whatever you want to put. Okay, guys, 1.5 minutes.
Right?
Okay, it's looking great.
And then you said before that you only have to take
We've
it
got an
when you-
injection
do I take it
method
once a
here
day?
and a
Do I take it
pill
once a week?
with Team A. Great. Okay, 1 minute.
What else?
Okay, how much does it cost? How you doing, Team A? You guys ready?
Has no side effects.
Has no side effects.
Okay. Yep. 30 seconds.
They're ready.
Okay, great. So time to present back to the audience, see what you've come up with. It was rapid, but you got there. And let's do Team B first. This one looks pretty technical. Okay, I'll hold, and you guys describe. I'll give you the mic. Okay. So run through the name of your concept, what you've put on the poster, how it works, how much it costs, that sort of thing. Everything the consumer knows.
The name of our product is called Reversible. First of all, you have to create awareness by bringing out our products, talking about what happens during the vasectomy. So our concept is just creating awareness, talking about sensitizing about the birth control to male, because it's something new that people don't know. It's about only the female. Females only the ones who now take birth control. Like since the past, we sensitize about it. Then the males start having now the injections for the polymer injections. Afterwards, when they do it, when it's successful, when the first injection happens, the first injection will cost like 18,000. So afterwards, it's the duct that is in the vas deferens. That's the duct that is going to be injected so that the male reproductive system cannot remove sperms. So when the family, like my member here, when your family or your wife wants you to give birth, or maybe something of that sort, you can have your second injection. The second injection will cost you maybe like 30,000 shillings, and it's reversible. So that is a study that was done by a guy called Sungha Jung from India, like 15 years ago. So he tried it with primates, like monkeys, and it worked. So now he tried it. It's not yet known if it has worked with humans, but I think it might work, because our baboons and us, we are just kind of alike. So we just do that reversal and things will be good.
Great. Thank you, Team A or Team B. Okay, any questions for this design team about their product? Oh, clap. Well done. Well done. Any questions for this team about their product? Would you buy it? Why not? Is it affordable? Does it meet the requirements we put out? Yeah, here. Can we get a mic for her? Just run that down. Thanks.
I was saying, my name is Millicent. I may have missed out on something, but I think your product is a bit expensive. Because 18,000 shillings for a first injection, considering if you were to market it here, that's not even the salary of most people. So I wouldn't take 2 months' salary just to get a vasectomy. I'm thinking if it was a man. Also, I would want, as the person taking the drug, to know that it has been tried on humans. It has not only been experimented on primates, that it has been tried on humans and worked.
Yeah, let's take the other question, and then we'll have Team B respond quickly.
Where are you looking?
Was there another question?
Yeah, there's one here.
Oh, okay, great. Let's take that one, and then we'll let them answer.
My name is Evelyn, but my question is not in relation to what they've said. It's a bit different, but on the same topic of the future of male contraceptives. I was thinking, what we've mostly talked about, okay, vasectomy is majorly used by men who are above 40, who have actually had families and are satisfied with the number of children. But I was thinking for younger men, between the ages of 20 to 30 or something like that. It's in the African culture, and also most men do not like using condoms. So if you can get male contraception for men that will not involve what is the right word? Something like a condom or something that you have to put on, something that will be reversible later in life, such that in the ages of 20 to 30, you can reduce the chances of men who are not married getting ladies pregnant and having a way of them feeling comfortable about it. And also in relation to what we are currently discussing, finding a method that men will not have to go to hospitals to get this procedure done, that it's something that they can do at home, that they can actually do by themselves, like condoms. You do not have to go to a hospital to be shown how to do it every other single day. It's something that it will be a very simple procedure that they can actually do themselves. I think it will actually impact more on the man at home, and it will be more. Someone said that they wanted something that is very private. It will be very private for men, and they'll feel very confident about it. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to let Team B respond very, very, very quickly.
Okay. In that issue of yours, this product of ours, it will be a bit cheaper because, going to a hospital and undergoing the female birth control, it's quite expensive. And if you don't have that money, if it's not expensive, if you don't have that money, you can have insurance. Insurance will pay for this. That's why everyone takes insurance to help you out doing these things. And the surgery might take, you can start it after like 3 months, start the surgery, because it's just the Vasagel. You get the polymer, it's going to be injected in you. Once they've blocked the sperm, if the husband wants to get a kid afterwards, they can go get injected. And it's better than the birth control method. It's better than even the vasectomy because it just blocks that duct. Yeah.
Great. Okay, we've got a fully fledged concept there. That's great. Okay, Team A, are you ready? So just walk us through what you've come up with, everything the consumer would want to know, and then we'll do a quick QA and then we'll close.
Okay, our pill is called Vasectomy for vasectomy. It only costs 100 shillings for 5 pills, so you won't have to worry about the cost. 100 shillings for 5 pills, and you take it once. You only take it once a week, so 1 pill, meaning 5 pills for 5 weeks. That's very, very cheap.
Just to add on the costs, it should be cheaper than the pills. It should not be more expensive than the pills so that it attracts more people.
Yeah, even Mama Mboga can afford this. Like, even if your salary gets delayed or anything, 5 weeks, yani, that's a very nice time period. It's small, yeah, easy to swallow, and yeah, it's sweet. It's sweet. It's blue in color so that it can make it appealing. Many people like colorful stuff, so probably they'll take the blue one. No, it is multi-purpose, no STDs for the ladies. When your man takes that, you won't have to worry about getting an STD because it is multi-purpose. It's safe. It has been tested. It has no side effects. It's just great. What you guys have been waiting for, I think, Vasectomy is great. So yeah, Vasectomy.
A round of applause for him.
Okay, that was an excellent pitch. I think they're on Shark Tank. Pongo La Simba. Okay, I don't know that we have time for questions. Did you get any? Yeah, okay, great. Okay, unfortunately we don't have time for questions, but thank our teams. You guys can go sit down. Thank you guys so much.
We have
you did
time.
A great job.
We have a time for questions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Does anyone have questions for Team A?
You have a question. Okay, great.
A lot of people have been comparing vasectomy to castrating. So can you emphasize the difference between castrating and vasectomy?
I wouldn't have a technical response. Would you like to? Okay.
Vasectomy, vasectomy is different from castration. Castration, you cut those ducts, but vasectomy, they just one of your tubes, the ducts in the vas deferens, they just block that one. So you'll be able to urinate, other things you'll do normal, but so the sperms won't be able to pass through that. Yeah, you won't be able to impregnate. It's different.
Okay. I think we're gonna, did you want to respond?
I think castration is when somebody cannot produce sperms, but vasectomy, you produce the sperms, but they don't pass that tube, yeah. They don't pass the tube.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you guys so much. You're welcome to go sit down. Okay, I think we'll close there with our design session, but it's clear that the future of male contraception looks very bright from a design standpoint. Thank you, guys.
All right. So, by the way, I think I can get Dr. Kaza, just in very briefly, somebody asked a question which is probably at the heart of a lot of people's. What is the difference between castration and a vasectomy?
There is a lot of difference. Castration means totally removing the testes or crushing the testes so that it can no longer produce hormones, it can no longer function, it no longer produce sperms, right? It is totally gone. And in case of vasectomy, what happens is it's a conduit. Vas is nothing but a conduit for sperms from the testes up into the urethra, right? So here we just interrupt the conduit and nothing more. That is called vasectomy. So therefore your hormones remain normal and your ability to produce sperm remains normal. So everything else remains normal except that the sperms do not reach the urethra. So they cannot be a pregnancy. That's the difference between the two. And what you normally confuse with is because in agricultural animals, you tend to have the testes crushed. And most people see that and think vasectomy is also a castration. It's not the case. Any doubt on this issue? I can still clear it.
I think we can be pretty sure there's not castration going on, because if there were, we'd have a lot of unhappy clients.
Happy people. There are a lot of happy people back there, backstage, if you see them. And many of them are, in fact, there's a large number still waiting. So obviously, they're quite convinced that it's not castration.
So here's what we have left now. First of all, Nimrod, if you're back there, I think you got some sort of interesting text from somebody who had already had a vasectomy, and I think he's already can prove he didn't get castrated. The other is, can we get John Amory online right now? So John Amory was the last of the people who were going to speak. He's a professor at the University of Washington. I know it's been a long day, but he's up in the morning very early for him. And we just have a couple of more things to do. And what time is it now? Does anybody know? 6 o'clock? Did it hit 6 yet? 6:15. Okay. So let's just get, well, we're still holding off. Waiting for the last of the, so how are you feeling, Dr. Solomon? What do you think is going to be the future of male contraception? Do you think that in our lifetime, yours and I's, we're going to see any new forms in the marketplace?
Well, it depends on the age we are in now, but according to Aaron, he says we are 15 years away.
Isn't that I'm surprised to hear that. It kind of feels like we shouldn't have to think about it too much. At least it seems too far off to be of major interest right now.
I think a lot of that just depends on funding. So if the funding is there, then we'll have a male contraceptive.
You got to keep this mic real close. I learned that over the course of the day. So it's a funding issue. So it's really just a matter of getting investment. So who puts in the investment? Who do we have to get to put the money up to do it? How does that all work, actually? Where do we get the investment?
So the investment can come from a number of places. The Gates Foundation, unfortunately, has been not funding male contraceptive. They've been doing a great job funding research for female contraceptives, but it's important to recognize that this is a two-party affair. And if you fund and make successful a new male contraceptive, you benefit everyone. So I think that's important to reiterate.
So even here, I mean, the reality of it is even you guys, by the time, you know, if you're in your 20s or probably by the time there's actually something available, there's a good chance you'll have chosen a vasectomy, especially if we succeed. I think it's been quite amazing showing that men in Kenya are accepting. I think they already passed 50 men today. Just to give a little perspective, I think Marie Stopes last year did 39 in a whole year. So 50 is like a lot of people. And it really just shows that there is a lot more acceptance than we normally believe, and also that those 50 men become the best mobilizers. So the 50 find their friends, their own brothers, who else, you know, it starts the way it starts, but there has to be a persistence and consistency. And I think that's part of the problem, is that these programs come, they get it started, but then you need to keep it going. You need that kind of funding, even for vasectomy, you know, it's just to get the whole thing going. So let's, we're having a little trouble getting through. He's not online at this point. Is that the case? All right, so I think we're just gonna have to let John go about his business. Thank you guys so much for everything. We really appreciate it. Thank you, FHI 360. We'll be seeing you guys in the future, and hopefully we'll get to do other events. Now let's, there are a couple of people that we wanted to have Skype still. So if we can get a couple other people, there's Jose Antonio Garduño, he's in Mexico. I was saying that we just were speaking with him right now recently, and we found out that his, the amazing thing is that he's going to be one of around 283 doctors who are going out this morning to work. They already started at 7:30 this morning to do vasectomies. They've committed, I just found out, to doing 3,000 in one day. So you know Mexico is really happening. We spoke earlier with Venezuela. We spoke with Colombia. We're really getting close to the end. We just wanted to touch base, a couple of last places, and then we're really done. Let's take a look at the video while we're waiting for other people to get online. There's one last video that was done. If we can get it on, Silas. It's kind of a sort of a look at what's coming next. How would we create a sustainable program for vasectomy? So let's look at this video. All these videos were done, by the way, in the last 4 weeks. We shot them, we've edited them, and now we're going to share them with you.
For a very long time now, we've been struggling with how to get men to be involved and to stay engaged when it comes to sexual and reproductive health issues on the continent. We've moved on from where we were many years ago, and I think there are lots of opportunities now for engaging men for safe methods of family planning.
We do know some of the issues which men would want changed. We cannot afford to continue adding so many persons into the population every year. Currently, over 1 million people every year. The social amenities are not adequate. The number is not in keeping pace with other development activities.
What would you advise the NGO world and the people at the ministry to do just to increase participation of men in taking up the method as you did?
Nitawaambia karibuni mlete misaada ya kusaidia wazee waende wafanye mpango wa kuzaa, kuzuia uzazi wa vasectomy na kwa njia ya vasectomy.
Less than 1% of men have actually undergone vasectomy. So based on all those evidence, we had to begin to think of a delivery model, a strategy, some kind of intervention that will begin to make men to go beyond condoms.
So how I would wish we could have enough advocacy material, and this includes video films where we have people talking about it. Like we can have couples who've done vasectomy just sharing their experience, and maybe these are some of the materials that we can show the public.
But if I put this right up against his skin, it is strong enough that it will penetrate the skin.
So the county health management team always help us in managing these projects, especially pulling other partners together so that we are able to know which partner is doing what and what are the indicators that we need to target on, what are the strategies that we need to change given the summary of the results.
Issues of managing population through family planning are critical to our development, and we must be able to have this dialogue with the men, especially because they have been left behind in this dialogue of reproductive health and family planning. Are we just going to continue giving social amenities, or are we going to move towards Vision 2030, being a middle-income country and offering our people quality life?
vasectomy providers in over 40 countries.
Contamos con 1000 médicos que participan.
Yanafanya upangaji uzazi duniani mzima katika historia.
Someone online? Whoa, look at that. Do we have somebody who's on Skype right now? We get to the end of the day and we can't figure out how to queue up a Skype.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, José.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Excelente. Mira, José, ¿puedes hablar inglés?
Sí, dime.
Mira, ¿puedes poner tu cámara?
Ok.
Mira, José Antonio, doctor Garduño.
Hola, Jonathan, ¿cómo estás?
Excelente. No me va a ver bien, pero nosotros estuvimos juntos en México. We were together in Mexico in July, and we started this been pushing. José Garduño is a doctor, and he runs the vasectomy program. ¿Habla inglés bien, un poquito? ¿Quién habla inglés de los dos?
Toño, hola. Hello, how are you?
Everybody's good. Everyone is good here. Dr. Garduño, ¿cuántas vasectomías piensan hacer hoy día en México? How many vasectomies are you intending to do?
3,000 vasectomías en México con 300 médicos que ya tenemos en todo el país.
So they're going to do 3,000 vasectomies with 300 doctors in all the country. ¿Cómo es la reacción de los hombres mexicanos frente a la vasectomía? How do people feel about vasectomies in Mexico?
Hemos hecho mucha promoción desde hace más de un mes, mes y medio, y en todos los están compartiendo todo esto.
It's been around a month and a half. They've been promoting it. They've been sending us fantastic logos, better than ours. In fact, they make up their own logos and they're actually like them more. Ustedes, los logos que han hecho son muy buenos, mejores que los nuestros. Creo que vamos a contratarles a ustedes para hacerlo en el futuro.
Hemos hecho entrevistas en radio, televisión, hemos hecho lonas, prensa, logotipos, en los transportes públicos, en periódicos, en todos lados se está hablando de la vasectomía ahora aquí en México.
So you hear they've been on radio, they've been on television, they've been promoting it in newspapers and even on buses, and now that's why there's so much acceptance. Dime una cosa, hace 20 años, ¿la vasectomía fue algo aceptada o es algo bastante recién?
No, hace 23 años en México se hacían 1,000 vasectomías. Actualmente en México se hacen 20,000 vasectomías en lo que es Secretaría de Salud.
¿Cuántas vasectomías?
20,000.
So he's saying around 15 years ago, they were doing 1,000 vasectomies in the country, and now this year they did 20,000. So you could see, and today they're going to do 3,000 alone. So they really are pushing and making pressure. ¿Por qué es importante para ustedes hacer la vasectomía en México? Digo, sí, ¿por qué es importante parte del programa?
Bueno, porque queremos incluir a la población masculina en los programas de planificación familiar, porque en este número de vasectomías todavía la prevalencia en México es de 2.8, entonces podemos incrementarla mucho más.
He's saying that they made a decision that it's very important for their overall program to involve men in the process. Y entonces, ¿qué hora es ahora en México?
En México son las 9:30 de la mañana. Tenemos centros que desde las 7 de la mañana están ya realizando vasectomía.
So it's around 9 in the morning, 9:30 now, but they've been starting at around 7 in the morning. Mire, doctor, ¿vamos a estar juntos en 2018?
Dios quiera, van a ser todos bienvenidos. México los espera con los brazos abiertos para el 2018.
Mira, doctor, otra cosa. Los doctores de India han dicho que lo que quieren hacer es invitarles a ustedes, unos 2 o 3 personas, a venir a India el próximo año para ver cómo ellos lo hacen para preparar para el 2018.
Cuenta con nosotros, por supuesto.
Con todo gusto vamos.
Okay, well, there you got it. Muchas gracias. Mira, doctor, nos vemos pronto, okay? Muchas gracias por todo lo que hacen.
Seguimos en comunicación, Jonathan. Un abrazo allá a todos los médicos. Hasta luego desde México.
Ciao. Bye, everybody. Ciao, ciao. He was saying that in 2017, the doctors are going to be coming they're going to go to India for next year, so they can really see how it's done in India, though they're probably doing a pretty good job in Mexico if they can already mobilize 300 doctors. There are just some countries that in the United States, we don't have it like that either. But in some countries, they've really taken a big lead. And the thing about World Vasectomy Day that's worked out so beautifully is that it's just an idea. It's only as good as what people do with it. We don't have the resources to do what we've done in Kenya everywhere. So we just try to inspire other groups and organizations to come on board. But some of them, like Mexico, have gone really hard at it. And in Venezuela, which is so interesting, in Venezuela, they had a workshop in early October, and they were pretty certain, they were worried because Dr. Michel Labrec, who was going to lead the workshop, had said he wanted 25 men to show up to be able to make it worthwhile for the training. And around a week beforehand, they called me up, the people in Venezuela, and they were very nervous because they said, we don't know that we can get 25 men because there are years when we only get around 40 or 50 men the whole year. So on the night before the event, she called me up and she said there had been 49 men who had signed up for vasectomies as part of the training program. And when she was asking them to try to figure out what had happened was that in Venezuela, the economy has gotten so bad because of political problems, because of economic problems, that they don't have commodities. that there are not the commodities needed for women. And so there have been a rise in the number of pregnancies and unintended pregnancies, and it's kind of put pressure for men to go get vasectomy because it proves the point. Two things. One is that vasectomy is very affordable, and two, the other thing is that men who don't participate in something like family planning or don't participate in vasectomy, when there's no choice, they get involved. So all of a sudden you saw a huge uptake just because there was no alternative. And which only to say that when we say men won't do something, it's just not true. It's just we haven't made that effort. I think we're almost done. Let's see if we can try a couple of other people just before we get to the end. There are a couple that we've promised to speak to. They're in Vancouver. And we're now heading west. We're now in the west coast of the United States. And we'd like to speak with, who's Amanda James? I think Amanda James is my stepdaughter. No, I don't think we're calling Amanda James. Yeah, that's who, Amanda Jane Bates. We're going to give a call to Vancouver. And with the last two people that we wanted to speak to, they're all in Vancouver. One is Joe Thomas. He's the executive director of Partners in Population Development. And the other, oh, here we are. And this, where are we now? Hi, Amanda.
Hi, you're in Vancouver.
We're in Nairobi, and you're in Vancouver. How is everything going over there?
Yeah, do you want to see?
That's
That's
Vancouver.
our view here.
Oh, it looks beautiful there. All right, so tell us what's going on. Oh, hi, Dr. Pollack.
Hi.
Hey, Dr. Pollack.
Hi,
I know you can't see us, but your protege is over here. He's doing vasectomies as we speak. Are you there, Jack? Jack's there. You might not have heard him. He's in the background. Hey, Dr. Pollack, how are things going there?
What do you say?
How are things going?
Oh, wonderful. I'll try to give you a little view here from Vancouver. Can you see over my shoulder?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
See what a wonderful day it is here. And we're just getting started. We just did one vasectomy already, and it went beautifully. And now I think my staff's booked, oh boy, I think they said somewhere around 35 vasectomies today. So we're very excited to be part of it with all our wonderful colleagues across the world.
That's fantastic. You know, today, very unusual here, but we were actually, with all the publicity and all the promotion, they reached 50 men who did vasectomies here in Nairobi. So it's probably a record. I'm sure it's a record for ever the amount done here in Nairobi. But for you, besides, you could probably get 50 men to show up if you had enough doctors to do them. Oh, a little frozen there. Is that on our end, guys? Could we get the internet a little rebooted? Can you guys hear us?
A reasonable effort, and then a good buddy.
Did we cut out there? Oh, we just cut out.
Be out, but I'm still.
Maybe what we should do is not use the video for now. If you guys could just use the audio, that might be sufficient. Maybe even that's too hard. Or did we lose the internet, guys? All right. Is that a no or a yes?
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, there you're back. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. Oh, we're having problems with our internet now. We've been so active, I'd like to believe, but we're reaching the end of our internet possibilities here. But it's been an amazing day.
Should we wrap up and say goodbye and get on with them?
Yeah, well, we're gonna cut off our video, so you guys, maybe that'll make it a little bit easier. Dr. Pollack, we heard you were on radio yesterday. You've been getting some attention. Talk a little bit about how the public perceives vasectomies in Vancouver and in Canada in general.
Okay, terrific. And if there's pauses, etc., it's because the reception to you is a little spotty, so some of your words and questions we're getting parts or half of it. But the last thing I heard you say was how are people responding to World Vasectomy Day here and the perception about it. Is that what you asked?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, yeah, so terrific. You know, we had a wonderful chat with a talk radio station yesterday, and let's see what else. We had our newspaper run an article on it that was really wonderful to see. And of course, when I talk to patients, um, you know, they're very supportive. In fact, one patient this morning said that if people wanted to speak with him, you know, on this live chat, he'd be happy to talk with people and tell them, you know, why he's supporting, you know, why he's interested in a vasectomy and why he feels it's the responsible thing to do for his relationship.
What do you find in general? How do Canadians respond to vasectomy, and has it changed over the last few 5, 10, 15 years in the years of your career? How have attitudes changed towards vasectomy as an option?
Well, look, you know, we're proud of the fact that in Canada, you know, probably 20% of men, you know, seeking contraception in their relationships have opted for vasectomy, and so, you know, as far as the numbers in British Columbia, you know, we're seeing an upward graph and escalation of vasectomy, while there's a downward trend for tubal ligations. So, you know, I think things are moving the right way.
Excellent. How long have you been doing vasectomies, and how many have you done during your career?
Boy, I think we've done over 25,000 now, and I've been doing them probably since 1999, when my colleague and buddy Michel Lebrec invited me to come and observe and learn with him, and that was a great moment and start. You know, vasectomies, men.
Well, listen, guys, good luck. Thanks for doing all the work. Thank you, Amanda, for helping pull it together.
Still with us?
Yeah, I still hear you. We're gonna roll out here, guys. We might not hear you, but good luck with everything. We're going to be closing up. I know you had a press. You're working with the press and getting a lot of attention. I hope that keeps going. We're almost done here. I think we're getting close to around 50-something vasectomies. I'll get the exact number. I think we're hitting 50 about. But take care, guys. Good luck. Thanks for everything, and we'll talk soon. We only have one more call left, and we're going to make that call right now to Pap Gay. Pap is the executive director, I think, in charge of all of IntraHealth. He's also in Vancouver. The reason why everybody's in Vancouver, there's a big conference there. I'm sure he probably would have come here, but we were fortunate because we got Dr. Sebekali to come earlier today. He was speaking. But let's just close it out with our final words from the executive director and the prime sponsor for the event, Pap Gay. I think he's from Senegal. Is that correct? Yeah, he's from Senegal, but he works and lives in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, which is the headquarters for World Vasectomy Day. For IntraHealth. We don't have a world headquarters for World Vasectomy Day because we're only a few people. Our headquarters goes in our computer. We don't really have a lot of people. We're just a few who work. We don't even work full time. But here is Pap Gay. Pap, it's great to see you.
Hey, wonderful to see you, Jonathan.
It's so exciting because this means we've made it through around 10 hours of work. Hey, you want to come up? Dr. Sebekali, why don't you come up with me?
Dr. Sebekali is there too, huh?
He's been here too. He got here around 8:30 in the morning, so he's been a very faithful viewer.
What happened?
Can you hear us still?
Did we just cut off?
No, we hear you. Can they hear us? Can somebody let him know that we can hear him? He can say.
Yeah, we're getting a little.
Can you hear us, Pap? We're so close now. If we could just make the internet work for 5 more minutes, we'll be able to.
We're almost there, huh?
Yeah, we're almost. Oh, good. Come on, stand up. It's been incredible. We were trending on the internet. We've been following. People are following us all over the world. Can you hear us okay?
I can see both of you guys.
Hi, Pop.
Hi, Boniface, how are you? You know, Roy is supposed to actually be here in a second.
Yeah, well, Roy is, you know, he's slow. And we're fast because we're almost done. But we did about almost 50 vasectomies today here.
Very busy day.
Should we?
Very busy day, huh?
Yes, yes, Pop.
Okay.
So any last words as we head off? Because we can hear you pretty well. If you can give us some final words, we would appreciate it.
Yeah, you're cutting off. I can hear.
Could you text him and let him know that we can hear and he could finish
Sure.
up?
What do you want me to tell him?
Well, anything you want. Well, let me ask you a question. Why did you agree to help be our primary sponsor? Yep.
Is he still there?
He's still there.
Yes, I'm still here.
So yeah, we were just curious. You know, when I came to
Yeah,
you.
hold on 1 second. Roy is knocking at my door.
Oh, Roy's knocking at the door. Okay, what's Roy's title?
He's a medical advisor to the president. Yeah.
Okay, why are they in Vancouver right
Boniface
now?
and Jonathan. Yeah, Roy just walked into my room.
Hi, Roy.
Hey, Jonathan. Hi, Boniface.
Hey.
Hi, Roy. How are you doing?
We're not. I don't know if we're doing video now because we're really.
So
we're
having a little bit trouble with the audio. Yeah.
Yeah.
How you go?
Hey, are we doing? So we were just.
Okay, so where are you guys?
We are now.
What is this hall?
Can you see it? We're basically in the Kenya National Theater.
God, that's too bad. Huh?
Could somebody write him?
Yeah.
Okay. We're not able to, and maybe cut the video.
Yeah. Okay. Oops.
Pap, if you can cut the video, that might make it easier.
Yeah, you guys disappeared.
We can still hear you. But
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. If you hear us, you should cut your video so we can just do the audio.
You can hear, please speak. We can hear you. We will respond to. Well, Roy and I are here. This is the last day of our event too, but we've been anxiously waiting to get news about how things went over there.
Well,
World Vasectomy Day was on the news. I just saw a clip on TV with Dr. Pollack being interviewed.
Yeah, they made it local news as well. And here we've been all over the news and all over the media. There was television here all day. If they could cut off their video, guys, that would be a good thing. I think you might be an easier connection. Not our video. We need to cut. He needs to cut his. Or just cut.
Yeah. This is really too bad because you can hear us fine, I understand.
Yeah, we hear you fine. Could be.
So how did it go? How many procedures were you able to do?
How many procedures were there finally done, guys? Does anybody know the final number? Doug?
Over 50. Wow.
It's over
Congratulations.
50, and there are a lot of people still waiting.
Yeah, it's been a really.
Oh, there's still a line?
Yes.
Yeah, it's very popular. It's turned into much larger than we thought it would be. We've had a lot more visitors than we thought, and we've had a lot more response online than we had imagined was possible. And it's been building in the last week, and now it's really hit a higher level. And yesterday we were on the largest radio show and television show, and that's why a lot more men started showing up. But if you can't hear us, then we're just talking.
Yeah, I think it's probably a problem of bandwidth.
Yeah.
All
right. Well, let's not stress it too much. What time is it now? Does anyone know what time it is?
I don't know.
Quarter to 7 here.
You can hear only those side comments.
It's 7:45 here.
Oh, 7:45.
Yeah. I was gonna try to turn the video off to see if it helps.
Well, it helps us. We hear you very well.
What do you think?
We hear you loud and clear, but he obviously doesn't hear us, I don't think.
Can you repeat
So you want
the question
some,
you were asking about support, intra-health support to this, and they.
What's that?
Yeah, you know,
Intra-support to respond again.
we are very, very happy to have supported this event for a couple of reasons. One is, as you know, family planning is in the DNA of our organization, and we are happy to see the gamut of choice be expanded, and we are happy to see vasectomy be embraced as one of the methods. So that's one thing. And the other thing that we are really, really excited about is this is such a tremendous opportunity to celebrate male involvement in reproductive health program. As you and I know, the program tend to focus mostly on women. When men are engaged, they're engaged only peripherally. And so I think seeing men participate in the World Vasectomy Day program is real engagement. And but we are also hoping, as an organization that cares for health workers, that this gives us an opportunity to support those providers of vasectomy services who are involved in this endeavor. So luckily, this will be also more active involvement of men in not only the broader family planning and reproductive health engagement, but in the development spectrum. Because as you know, the SDG calls for a much more integrated way of working. And when you know the importance of family planning and how it impacts really all of the 17 goals, and then it's very exciting to see vasectomy as an entry point for men to be engaged in the development agenda. So this is indeed a momentous exercise, a momentous activity, and we were thrilled to be one of the organizations that sponsored the event in Kenya. You also know that Kenya is one of the key countries for intrahealth. For us, it is really our hub for East Africa. So being able to participate and succeed in an event like this gives us a lot of hope that we can pursue our effort to make Kenya a real hub for East Africa for the work we are doing in reproductive health, supporting health workers around the world, and just
God.
I hope you could hear everything.
Yeah, we did. We made it to the end. So listen, Pat.
Oh, fantastic.
Thank you so much for everything. Thanks for sharing.
So, so the event will continue through the night because it's late over there, isn't it?
No, we only have a few more. I think they'll keep doing vasectomies until they're done. Actually, they've already committed. If there are more, they'll do them during Saturday. But I think otherwise we're finished.
Yeah. Roy.
No, I just think it's great to hear it's gone so well, Jonathan. We are having an unfortunate difficulty. We're only hearing about 1 out of every 10 of your words, but I'm glad Pop's wise and thoughtful comments about the importance of vasectomy to family planning, the importance of family planning to a country and to men's health and women and families' health is I endorse and underscore, and I think I'm impressed with the World Vasectomy Day effort and the spotlight on an underutilized method. And we happen to be in the country right now in Canada that vasectomy is the most widely used single modern method here that women rely on with their partners. So it's nice to be spanning the continents over such an important method.
And I think we really need to give big kudos to the government of Kenya and all of those people who've been engaged in the effort and paving the road for you. because it shows true leadership in the health space and the development space. And you know, we're having results that were beyond our expectation, and we couldn't have had that if it was not with the tremendous support that we know we are getting from the Kenyan official. So our thanks and our gratitude for the Kenyan government and all of the Kenyan officials who are courageous and who are really forward thinking, because that's what will take for us to move the needle in development. So thank you so much.
Excellent. Well, listen, guys, thanks so much. We're ready to say goodbye and ready to close up here. Good luck in Vancouver, and we'll be in touch very shortly, Pap and Roy. Thanks for all your support. Take care.
Yeah.
Bye.
Well, too bad we can hear you, but we are very excited. And thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Boniface. And we'll see you soon.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right,
Okay.
Boniface, I think we can close it out. I don't think there's any more Skypes. I don't think we need to see any more videos. We certainly don't need to hear anything more about vasectomy. This is it. Thanks, guys. How do you feel? They're still working. They're still doing vasectomy, so we can't interrupt that. We have any last thoughts?
I want to really thank everybody, and I see people are still interested. They are still interested, and they've been here the whole day. It's a demonstration of their interest, guys, in this. And I hope this is not the last thing today. This is not the last day. It's the beginning of the long, long journey that we want really to continue. We don't need a vasectomy day to do it and to continue to do it. So it's really, the ball is there, running. Let's take it and continue all over the whole country, in Kenya, and also the whole continent.
I agree. I think it's
time ready to raise again. Vasectomy is one of the key methods, family planning methods.
Well, this is the beginning.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming all the way from the U.S. for this. Doug Stein, I'd like you to come out for a final little closing thoughts and ideas.
Thank you.
I know you're probably still working, but we'd like you to come out here, take your mask off, put down your tools for a moment. I got to say, there would be no World Vasectomy Day if not for this man, but I also, where's Ramon?
Ramon is right here.
Ramon, why don't you come out?
He's more of a,
Ramon. He's so tired, he's moving off in the other direction. We've been, you know, Doug and I, we are younger and we still have all the energy, but we would not be possible. This is the man who actually got us together, because if it hadn't been just for Doug and I, we'd probably be just traveling around Florida, and we wouldn't have a World Vasectomy Day. We'd have like Florida Vasectomy Day. But this man got us started on World Vasectomy Day, so he goes everywhere. I never seen anything like it. Like, he climbed Mount Kilimanjaro this last year. He's like, he goes everywhere. He never misses. He drinks more beers, and he dances longer into the night than either of us. Ramon Suarez, a fantastic man. Thank you so much.
He's going to be 80 next month.
It's a pleasure. Yeah, it's just a pleasure to be with you and to support you, to support World Vasectomy Day. Yeah. You get the full support from NSVI, No Scalpel Vasectomy International. No Scalpel Vasectomy International is a charitable organization, and we do free vasectomies worldwide, but especially in developing countries.
Excellent. Well, thanks, Ram. He's got to go back. He's still working. Anyhow, these guys don't stop. I don't know how they keep it going, but it makes it so much easier to have this kind of passion. And, you know, I started off making films, but I've become like I don't even know what you call it anymore, but we're now like big champions for this effort. It's the most exciting thing I've ever done. I love making movies. I love doing all that. You know, I've spent years making films all over the world, but the most interesting part is building a movement. And we just started today. I think this is the first year we really took it to a whole other level. I mean, we've been doing it. It's taken us 4 years to get to this place. We'd really like to thank Kenya for that. The government was there, the Ministry of Health, some of the people you've seen today, like Dr. Kibaro, Dr. Keegan, who wasn't here, but Dr. Mina. They've made it possible for us to do it. All of the sponsors, IntraHealth, Chapago, DKT, Engender Health, IPPF, FHOK, goes on and on. I'm probably missing some groups, but all that, and then all these people around the world and all the doctors who are amazing. 1,000 doctors, I think there's 300 or 400 in India alone. All of that has just been so amazing, and this is the beginning. I think next year we're going to go crazy because I think India is going to be a little bit easier, but even if we're going to go to India, we're already talking about how can we expand till next year, because with all we've done here in Kenya, just imagine how much bigger it will be here next year, because next year it should be in every county. We should all be working together, and I think maybe we could get to do 3,000 in Kenya.
But we can't close this without bringing Jack Chang out.
Okay, Jack. Jack's very shy. I don't know why. He doesn't like to talk. But we're going to bring Jack out here.
He's hovering over his scrotum right now.
He doesn't. Yeah, these guys are working hard. They love to do this.
Jack reported to me. I didn't think that this was going to be a training day. I thought that the days leading up to this would be training days. But this has turned out to be a remarkable training day. In fact, with Dr. Suarez and Dr. Chang and Dr. Ochang teaching some people who are really seem to be very dedicated into getting into the vasectomy field. So
actually,
Jack,
the
last
doctor we saw, Dr. Neil Pollack, he works in Vancouver. He showed us that beautiful view. Don't put the microphone in his gloves, but you could hold it for his mouth. Dr. Chang has been. Tell us a little bit about what got you into this.
So I started vasectomies about 2 years ago. I actually went to Quebec. Michel Lebrec, trained with him. Went to Florida, trained with Doug. That was 2 years ago. Now in Vancouver with Dr. Pollack, we do the most in the province. We do about 50 to 60 a week. In the 2 years that I've started this, I've probably done around 2,000. But little did I know it would take me on all these adventures and journeys and these cultural experiences. And so it's been a really great ride so far.
How many more do we have to do?
I think 5. So I think we're on a good roll here. So we're gonna keep going.
Jack's been to Haiti with us, and he's about my favorite mission companion because he always knows what's needed next. He's a great vasectomist. He's great with the equipment. He can man the back table or do the vasectomy. So I hope you still keep coming on missions, Jack.
Let me just, because we have the time here, just give a little shout out of thanks. Back in the back booth where Nicolas Cuellar has been with us since the very beginning. He's keeping all this stuff going. There wouldn't have been anything near to the quantity of videos that were done. He's an amazing filmmaker. He just came, he travels the world, he does his own things. He started off working with me, for me, and now I should probably be lucky to get a job with him in the future. He'll be somebody, but he still comes and he works with us. Silas Fisher, you there, Silas? Silas, he's back there. He's kind of like, we made him director of content, so because he would come with me. He's been with me since early September. Been here the longest besides myself. Deidre Smith, where are you? Deidre's the producer. Comes all the way from Colorado. Is a friend from high school. The only friend I'd have would be crazy enough to come on these trips with me, but she shows up and she puts up with me. Deidre, where are you? Don't be hiding. She said she didn't want to come on stage. But that's somewhere there. If Deidre, you're there, come on out. I think you should. There's my daughter back there, Tallulah. Come on, Tallulah. That made her disappear. But she's been incredible. My sister's here. Karen, somewhere there. I got my family this year. No, Karen's there. There she is. She's just hiding behind her thing. But everybody, really, it's been beautiful. I know that there's dozens of Kenyans who made this possible, the bloggers who kept it going, and all the people from all the organizations that have made it. I'm here. I think we're going to go down, do something fun for 4 or 5 days before I go back to the United States. But I'm sure I'll be back in Kenya soon enough, and who knows when that will be. But thank you so much, and really thank you, Doug, Doug still, amazingly, is the main person that keeps this whole thing going. I can't stop because this guy doesn't stop, and it's just gotten more fun. And next year we'll be in India. That will be amazing, and then all the other countries around the world. So thank you, Doug.
It makes life beautiful, Jonathan.
Makes it interesting. It's never boring. There's nothing like a vasectomy trip. Anyhow, I think that's it, guys. Goodbye. Until next year, 2017, we'll be in India. For now, everyone, thanks for sticking around, everybody.
vasectomy providers in over 40 countries.
Contamos con 1000 médicos que participan.
Yanafanya upangaji uzazi duniani mzima katika historia.